Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Rum links, 2, 3, rum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Rum links 2, 3, rum links 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is the only place on the internet where we sit down once a week and we watch the real far left, not the Democrats. The Democrats are not the real far left, not the liberals or the progressives, or even the, well, occasionally we watch the Democratic Socialists, but the liberals, the progressives, those are not the real far left. And even the Democratic Socialists, the real far left, doesn't even like the Democratic Socialists. In fact, they denounce them literally all the time. In fact, I was reading a blog post from the Columbia protesters, the Columbia University Apartheid Divest. These are the people that started the college protests. They explicitly denounced AOC on their Substack a while back because AOC was too close to capitalism for them. So no. We don't watch any of these people. We watch the actual radical revolutionary socialists that are pushing every crazy idea into the world today. If you want to know who's pushing critical race theory and anti-racist education into schools, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's pushing gender ideology, attacks on parental rights, drag queen story hour, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's pushing environmental justice, Greta Thunberg, all that stuff, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. Literally, if you want to know who's pushing defund the police, abolish the police, decriminalizing everything, getting rid of cash bail, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. Literally every crazy idea that we have to deal with in our world today comes back to the activists and the organizations that we watch on Socialism Saturday. No one else on the internet is showing you this content. No one else on the internet is breaking down this content, explaining it in the way I am. And that is why people who show up for Socialism Saturday streams and for my regular streams, Monday through Friday on YouTube, on X, on Rumble, you guys know more about what the left is doing than literally anyone else on the internet. And I stand by this. You know more about what the left is doing than anyone else on the internet. Tiffanel over on Rumble says, is there any way we can convince Carlin that she needs to stop saying all conservatives? No. Absolutely not. Not in any way. Absolutely not. And if that offends your fragile sensibilities, conservatives, I promise you, you will do nothing of value to stop the left. If you want me to stop saying that all conservatives are the problem, then get off your fucking asses and actually do something of value other than whining and complaining on the internet. I'm being serious about this. I've been saying for a long ass time, the biggest challenge that we have in terms of actually beating back what the left is doing is the conservative right and their propensity to put their feelings and whether or not someone is saying the talking points that they want to hear, and whether or not someone is nice, and whether or not someone is wearing the clothes they want them to wear or has the haircut that they want them to have, and following the approved conservative talking points, they put that above all else. And that is why the conservatives are completely feckless. That is why Donald Trump, even if he gets elected, which, you know, he probably will, but even if he does, he will do absolutely nothing to stop the far left, mostly because conservatives care more about protecting Israel these days than they do about stopping the far left. They don't even know what's going on the far left. So, no. And Tiffanel, I appreciate that you clip and share my stuff. I really, really do. But again, if conservatives have a problem with my presentation style, if conservatives are really so turned off that they simply can't handle it, then they're going to lose. They're going to lose badly. They're going to suffer. Their children are going to suffer. Their grandchildren are going to suffer. And I no longer care. I feel like I've been doing this for like 4.5 years at this point. And I feel like I have reached the point where I no longer have to coddle conservative fifis. Because if they want to lose, then they should be allowed to lose. If they want their kids to live in a socialist utopia or dystopia, I guess, depending on your perspective, then by all means, I don't care. I don't have kids. Isn't it funny that I actually focus more on the schools than most conservatives do? I know more about what's going on in the schools than most conservatives do. I don't even have kids, man. I don't have kids. I don't care. In about 15 years, when we descend into the socialist utopia, and it is absolutely unstoppable because conservatives have fucked up so badly that there is... Wait, what? Did Trump just get shot? What? Breaking news. What the fuck just happened? Trump got shot? Can someone send me a link, please? Trump got shot? Are you shitting me? What the fuck just happened? Hang on, I'm going on to Twitter. What the fuck just happened? Hang on. I'm pulling up the Twitter. Why is there nothing about Trump? Hang on. There are no tweets coming up about Trump on Twitter. What the fuck? But, like, the search is there. The trending term is there. What just happened? Hang on. Sorry. Twitter is not working. Trump got shot? Shots were fired? Holy shit! What? Holy shit. Okay, here's the video. Shots fired at Trump rally. It seems like Trump is bleeding. What the fuck? Trump is bleeding from the ear. Oh my god. Is there a video of this? I just saw a video. Okay, Trump rally. Hang on. Does this have sound? Hang on.
The arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow? right?
What just happened though? That's not Trump getting shot.
We have people that should not be.
That's not Trump getting shot.
We have quarter ever. Never put up a chart. I don't know if they can. It is right now. It was United because nobody would believe it.
What just happened though?
You know hello, bring in. And we're going to take back the White House, and we're going to take.
Where is the live stream? Hang on. If you're tuning in for socialism, we're going to get to socialism, I promise.
Agents, it's actually right there.
Like, what the fuck just happened with Trump? Okay, hang on. This is important. What just happened?
75% chance of winning Nevada. He was just there recently.
Waking up.
This is just pregame.
The population, and I think that
I'm just trying to find out what happened.
18.5% since Biden took office. Pennsylvanians are now.
It's RSBN.
Party. This is a totally different Democrat Party. They are not.
Hang on.
Interviewing the people on the ground. And of course, we had the pre-program that was at 3 o'clock. And we are awaiting 45 to step up to the stage there.
They're still. Did they stop the stream?
Great gentlemen. So we're going to bring them up for. Can we bring them up for a couple of minutes later? A little bit later. All right. You get ready, McCormick. You get ready. I'll get you up here.
Hang on. We're going to see what happened.
The world will see a vibrant Republican Party that is bigger, stronger, more confident,
Thank you,
and
Milo.
more united than ever before. And that's what we are. We're the most united party now. I'm watching the fake news go crazy because they're saying the Republican Party has not been united since Ronald Reagan like it is right now. It was united under Ronald Reagan the second time. It was very united. And they said there's never been anything like it. They've never seen a movement like this. Make America great again. You know, Joe Biden talks about we have to stop MAGA. MAGA means make America great again, Joe. It means make America great again. That's all we want to do.
Got it.
If he was doing the job, I wouldn't even be doing this. I'd be at some beautiful place with a gorgeous ocean, the Mediterranean.
Hang on. I got that video Milo just gave me, so we'll just get that a second to load. Wait, shots also fired near Mar-a-Lago? Joseph, are you making this up? Are you being funny? Because Trump isn't near Mar-a-Lago, so are they also... What the fuck is... You know, it's funny. I was just saying on my Bitchcraft call earlier, I was like, can something please pop off? And now Trump is getting shot. Okay, hang on.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened. Oh.
What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh my God. Again?
What happened to our country? Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened. Oh,
it did hit him.
Move his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Ready. You ready?
Okay, we are watching live at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump was speaking on the stage.
I don't even know what to say. Holy shit. Let me go back to the RSBN broadcast and find where this happened, and I want to see what they had to say about. Oh wait, hang on. We were about to hit the part. Let's go watch the I want to. Holy shit! Bot, it's in the group on Twitter. I think this. I want to see this. Hang on.
Maybe the Pacific. Thank you.
We'll fast forward.
Yeah, they get us. We do. We're going to make America here. Then if it has access to that, take a look at that.
Hang on.
So that's when I left services is the low into happened to one.
Did they cut the feed or something? Like I know I saw it. Oh, okay. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Said, "Oh, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened." Oh.
Did anyone else get shot? Did anyone else get hurt? Does anyone know?
Move to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go.
Wow. Oh my God. Did they just cut the sound in the video? There's Trump. There's no sound. They just cut the sound. Oh, Trump definitely got shot in the ear. Holy shit.
Well, there you go, guys. Unbelievable information right now as we see President Trump being taken away from the podium there in Butler, Pennsylvania. We did hear some shots there. We don't know what it was that happened. You're looking at the same thing we're looking at right now. I was literally without the suit jacket, just watching the coverage. We heard the loud noises, and we are live right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we are seeing something that is very concerning at this point. Not sure, again, what happened there. We do know that people got towards the ground. We don't know any details. We're watching this live with you throughout this country and some around the world. The leader of the free world is right there in Pennsylvania, Butler, Pennsylvania, 35 miles north of Pittsburgh. And we heard a number of pops. That's what I'll call them for now, pops. I mean, there could be firecrackers, or it could be something a little bit worse than that. So I'm not going to speculate. I'm just saying
I've got,
what,
Hagel Borg has got actually really good video on this. So we're just going to go, hang on. I'm going to look at hers. Exclusionary. Hang on, I just need to pull her up. She's got really good video. Trump actually looks like he's really pissed off. In Hagelborg's video, Trump just looks pissed off. I mean, he got shot in the ear, right? But like, what the fuck? Hang on. Look at this video. Shit, hang on.
No.
You know what? Good for Trump, yo. Can you imagine that? Listen. This is really serious, but you really got to give it to Trump that he had Trump just got shot on live television, and he had the presence of mind to like do a fucking media like thing where, because Trump knows that like Trump absolutely knows that this is gonna get like brought, and like he's still doing this thing to Jesus Christ, Trump.
No.
Listen, do you guys hear him? Trump is actually telling the Secret Service, wait, so he can do this and like signal to the crowd that he's okay. I'd say Trump just won the election. Yeah, Trump got shot. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, Trump literally had the presence of mind to fist pump through his secure. I mean, Jesus. It seems he lost the upper part of his ear. Let's hope no one in the crowd got hit. Yeah. Did anyone else get shot? Does anyone else know? Trendlin said, "Will you be addressing Agenda 25?" Is maybe Trendlin. I'll look into that. I know you sent in that super chat before Trump got shot, so I'll look into it. I just tuned in for socialism and immediately see Trump got shot. I had to do a double take. Yo, that's the exact Trump got shot. Basically, yes, Trump got shot in the ear. He is bleeding from the ear. He's really bleeding from the ear. You can see he's got blood on his face in this, but I saw other angles where it was in it was his ear. Holy shit. We're going to watch socialism, guys. I promise. We're going to get to socialism, but I think we all just need a moment to process. Wow. Hang on. Let me just get like I can like find out what's going on. Trump. Let me just search for Trump. Let's just see. Trump just got shot in the head, got up like a gangster and fist pumped. Yeah, exactly. What'll it take till Trump is a martyr? I mean, certainly they're trying. I cannot believe I cannot believe this actually happened. He's lucky he turned his head right before. Yes. Trump is, guys, we literally, like, we were, like, really, everyone think about this for a second. We were literally inches away from watching Trump get shot in the head on live television. We were inches away from Trump getting shot in the head on live television. Does this feel like yeah, I mean, I agree, Bill. Like this is like surreal. I cannot believe we're watching this right now. I cannot believe we're watching this right now. Oh my God. But I mean, again, like the presence of mind that Trump had to like get up and fist pump to the audience. Listen, man, Trump. I might have to vote for Trump after this. I might have to, because like, even though I think Trump is making a lot of mistakes and he's listening to the wrong people, like that is legitimately one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life. Wow, Trump just won the black vote. Like, holy shit. How is the that's a great question. How is the media going to spin this? Now let me go to Wow, it's just kind of the same thing. Well, that's a little bit much. I mean, if it was I mean, I wonder, like, I mean, yeah, that's a good quote. Who the fuck was it? What happened? There it is. Trump got shot in the ear. Like, we're inches away from watching Trump get shot in the head. Hang on. One sec. I don't know. I don't know if I even have the stomach to do a t-shirt off of this. I don't know if I can do it. Like, this is a serious thing. Maybe he'll have to borrow the Pope's bulletproof car. Maybe. Maybe. Be like, Trump is all of us. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do a t-shirt off of this. That just feels wrong, you know, feels wrong. We don't need a t-shirt for every, we don't need a t-shirt to commemorate the former and possibly probably future president getting shot. We don't need a t-shirt for that. Mm-mm. Be like, I was watching the internet when Trump got shot. Fuck, man, what a king, though. Trump with the fist pump. What a king. All right. Is there any other news on this that we need to cover? Because I know we could probably sit here and I know that we could probably sit here and watch Trump stuff like all night. I get that. But is there any other, like, should we like maybe hinge into Fox News for a second and just see what they're saying? Is there any other, like, let me see if I can find. Oh, fuck. Let's see. We can pull up. Well, we're gonna get to socialism, guys, but this is a historic moment, and sometimes when you're on the internet, when historic moments happen, you need to just you need to roll with it. And so let me see if I can find. Let me pull up Fox News real quick, see what they're talking about. I wonder, is anyone else covering this? Have any of like is CNN covering this? I wonder. Hang on. Where is my news? Fox News. Let's see. Watch.
On his feet, that he was talking, that he was motioning and gesturing. But if this turns out to be what appears to be some attempt to hurt him, to create havoc potentially at this event. Britt, you've covered these for decades. We know that there is always a risk when folks are out. Oh, Britt, if you'll hold on a second, we want to go back to Alexis. I think they're going to clear the area, but she's got, I think, an eyewitness with her. So Alexis, let us check in with you real quickly.
Okay, so we got to do this real quick because now it's an active crime scene. So I just want to check in really quick with you. What exactly did you see?
I saw President
Trump this asshole.
Remarks. I heard
I hate
the
this
noises.
guy.
I looked
Fuck
to my left.
this
asshole. Hoping.
I know this is not a time for personal vendetta.
And it does not
but
appear
fuck
from the
that
reactions
guy.
that it was. When I looked back, I saw the Secret Service up on the stage protecting the president and doing the best that they could, just springing into action like the selfless people that they are.
Did you see blood on his ear?
Above his ear. Above his ear. It did not look like he was bleeding from his ear. And everybody in the front row, we were just all started praying for him.
And you took cover. I mean, everybody up here too kind of got down. Did you didn't get down at all? When did you see move in pretty quickly? Did you see the police move in?
Yes. And I guess they're trying
to. Okay. It looks like we have lost Alexis there. So Britt, I want to bring you back, and then we're going to check in with Lucas as well, who's traveling with the president. Britt, your thoughts on this moment and at least what appears to be an attempt to do real harm.
Well, I think we can all be grateful that we haven't seen something on this before. After all, we're living in a time of most incredibly embittered politics. And Donald Trump is perhaps the most controversial person in recent history to run for president and indeed to be president. So here he is again, looking like the election.
We're going to get to socialism in a sec, guys. We're just watching live coverage of this because it's important.
So
if you're tuning in for socialism, stick around or go get a drink.
It's a hard job for the Secret Service to do in such times. And it's probably remarkable that something like this or close to it has happened before. A testament perhaps to the effectiveness of the security protection that presidents and other prominent public officials are afforded.
Absolutely. And these are tasks that people willingly do. Every day they go out and protect their protectees, the people in their care across the political spectrum. And without regard to that, I mean, they are real heroes, and that they know in a moment's notice they can be pulled into this. How do you worry, Britt, that this may change the conversation? Or do you think this will shock people into toning down a bit of the rhetoric that has been really amped up in recent weeks and months?
Shannon, you always hope when something like this happens that that's exactly what the effect will be. Well, people will stop and think and say, well, maybe we don't need to make all these poisonous comments about people in public life. And perhaps we don't. My impression, though, is in the way things are now that the news cycles move so fast that feelings that arise out of an event like this tend to be temporary. And while it may be true for a while that the sheer meanness of our political discourse these days will subside for a time, it would be nice if it would last a long time. I think it's too early to get our hopes up for that.
Well, Britt, thank you for dialing in. Please don't go away. You covered many a campaign, and this is a day that we hope will have an ending that is much better than it appeared it may be just moments ago. Always good to caution that we wait and see, and we are waiting a word from the Secret Service, from the Trump campaign, to find out the status.
Everyone needs to stay calm. Conservatives
on his own. I want to check in with Lucas Tomlinson. Lucas, you are traveling with the president as he is there in Delaware this weekend, not actively campaigning. Any sense of a possible statement or response from that campaign today?
CNN just said it was an incident. Let's look at CNN. Let's look at CNN. Let's look at CNN and see what CNN is saying. Watch.
Wolf. Yeah, I'm right here.
Tell us your sense of what unfolded right now. It looked, I don't know if this is exactly what happened. It looked like something was hitting Trump on the side of his face. I don't know if it was bullets or what.
Oh, fuck
and
you.
all of a sudden he went down, and then we could see some blood near his ear. But what's your sense?
Just because he's bleeding from the ear doesn't mean he got shot.
Very tough situation to kind of parse through at this early moment with very little information. But from what you see on the video, it's interesting to me that he is looking to his right, and then he raises his right hand to his right ear, which we know from other photographs that are appearing quickly online. We later see bleeding as they're taking him away. So from that series of events, it appears
it was a mostly peaceful assassination attempt.
Possibly
Exactly.
a gunshot, who knows what else.
I'm getting some alcohol. Hang on.
From some area to his right. It almost seems like it would have to have come almost from behind, or very, kind of at a hard angle to his right, because you couldn't actually see what he was reacting to, as that was the side of his face that was turned away from the camera. He clearly stands up, raises his fist, as you're seeing now on the video, as they're taking him away. So it appears, thank God, he seems to be okay and walking of his own power.
Unbelievable.
As he raises his fist in the air again there. Obviously, he's probably, it's an unbelievably intense, critical incident. He's reacting in the moment pretty strongly there. Secret Service appears to have reacted exactly the way they're supposed to. They immediately take the principal, in this case, of course, the former president, put them on the ground and cover him with their own bodies, with whatever they have.
For anyone just tuning in, Trump got shot at a rally, and so we're following breaking news right now.
Specifically,
we'll return to socialism at some point.
Resist this kind of attack, so it provides a place of cover and protection for the president if he has to be taken to the ground immediately, as you saw here. So those things that were clearly already in place seem to have those procedures seem to have
this
worked
is a good question because I've been
as they are
to
supposed to. Now you can
I've
see
been to
those men
multiple
in
Trump
the
rallies. I always
dark
had to go through metal
uniforms with
detectors.
the long
Even when I
guns,
went
the
through the
rifles.
VIP entrance, I still
Those
had to go
are
through a metal
undoubtedly
detector.
part of the Secret Service counter assault team. That is their role. When there's ever any sort of an attack on the president, they immediately look for the attacker. They are looking to engage someone who might have a weapon, someone who might have a
they're
gun.
not even saying Trump got
So
shot.
that's what
CNN
you
isn't even
probably see
reporting
them
this
doing as they
accurately.
walk across
Yes.
in front of the protected area. They're out there.
For anyone
at
who
risk.
just tuned in, Trump got shot in the ear at his rally. We're watching breaking news on CNN. We might ping around to see what the news networks are covering. He got up and did a fist pump like a gangster. We're going to be getting to socialism at some point, but we're going to stay with this for a second. I apologize.
You could hear a bang. You could hear something that sounded like a gunshot at an event like this, an outdoor rally like this, where thousands of people gather. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't there be magnetometers that would allow people to get through?
There are
magnetometers that could detect a weapon, a rifle,
yes,
or a gun.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine. Again, we don't know what the procedures were in place for this specific event yet. I'm sure we will learn all those details as this story develops. But it's really hard for me to imagine that they would have a former president in front of a large crowd, a crowd of people who don't have to be identified ahead of time and don't submit to any sort of security clearance. So it's really hard for me to imagine that you would let that sort of a crowd assemble that close to a former president without having to pass through a magnetometer first, because that's, of course, how you prevent guns from coming into these events. So again, many questions to be asked here. There will be a thorough investigation to understand exactly how, if in fact somebody got in there with a weapon, how did they get in? And I think appropriately, the Secret Service is treating this as a crime scene. They are going to go over every inch of this space to try to reconstruct exactly what happened. But right now, obviously, the priority is to protect the former president.
I was just informing my husband of what happened.
He needs to get him to a place of safety.
Yeah, that's priority number one, is to make sure he's going to be okay following this really scary incident in Butler, Pennsylvania, at this Trump campaign rally that was just beginning as we saw what was unfolding. The former Secret Service agent, Jonathan Wackrow.
No one's ever going to miss watching a Trump
we've
rally again.
Connected with you, Jonathan, but I'm anxious to get your analysis of what you think happened based on the video that we've been showing our viewers.
Yeah, well, Wolf, for the viewer, this is extremely shocking, right? Like, we don't see this level of attack towards any of our political leaders, or in this case, the former president. But for the Secret Service, you have to understand that this is something that they practice thousands and thousands of hours for, this exact moment. As we saw, everything was textbook in the way that they reacted. They actioned off of the sound of a threat. In this case, what they perceived was some sort of gunfire, coming from what is believed to be the right of the former president. If you looked at the moment that you heard that the instant sound of what was believed to be gunfire, those Secret Service agents rushed in and did exactly what they are trained to do, which is to put maximum attention to the protectee and minimum attention to the problem.
Rottweiler. Thank you.
That working shift that's around the president or the former president, they need to react very quickly, make him safe. And the way that they're doing it is exactly what we saw. They put their bodies in between the former president and the perceived threat, so they would actually absorb any secondary, type of, rounds that may come into the president. They do a rapid assessment. The president's on the ground. He has agents that are on top of him. They're quickly trying to assess his current state. Was he hit? What is going on? All the while, they are getting information from agents that are outside of that inner circle around what is going on. Where is the perceived threat coming from? What is the next course of action? We actually can hear some of the audio. They obviously got some indication that they can move the president, that it's safe to move the president, or the risk is minimized somehow. You heard them call out some of the audio, the commands out loud.
Joshua predicted this a while
ago. They work in unison, removing that the protectee, in this case the former president, off the X, off of that attack location, into a safer location, which in this case was the armored vehicle. From there, the detail leader and other members of the Secret Service do another assessment of the president's health. making sure that there's no immediate concern. Again, was he shot, or is there any secondary wounds? Anything that they do not see visibly at that moment. They are going through that rapid assessment immediately while the motorcade is departing. And again, Wolf, I cannot stress this enough. All of the actions that you see by the Secret Service are coordinated. They think about this type of attack all the time. They know how to react. They have primary and secondary modes of transportation out of that site. There's calls being made around whether or not they need medical attention, or they're going to go to a safe house or back to an aircraft to depart the area. So all of what you're seeing is very dynamic, but this is what the Secret Service does the best, and we just saw that happen live on television.
You know, Jonathan, and we're showing our viewers once again the video, and you could.
Whoa!
And if we get back,
Elon Musk just endorsed Trump.
When we, the former president,
Elon Musk just tweeted, "I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery."
I want you to listen closely, Jonathan. Tell me if those were gunshots or something, potentially something else. Let me go back to the top of this video. We'll hear the president, the former president,
they're still trying to say he didn't get shot,
and then we'll hear some noise, and then all of a sudden he raises his right hand to his ear, and it looks like he's been shot, but we don't know that for sure. I just want to point out that the Secret Service is now saying he's been removed.
We don't know he got shot. Are you fucking retarded?
He is safe, and that's good news that he is safe right now. But let's go back to the top of this. We'll hear the former president speaking, and then we'll hear some banging noise. And you tell me, Jonathan, if these are gunshots.
No, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Yes, those are gunshots. Duh.
You can hear people screaming and people shouting, "Get down, get down, get down." What was your assessment of the noise, the banging noise that we heard just before the former president raised his right hand to his face, and you could then see some blood near his ear? Go ahead.
So, Wolf, I mean, it certainly sounds like a gunfire, but let me put this in the perspective of a Secret Service agent.
Oh my God.
Myself, I have stood on that stage. I know exactly what is going on through the minds of those agents that are there. They don't have the time to make that 100% determination. Is this gunfire? Where is it coming from? What they know is that there's some sort of threat. They may not know exactly what it is, but they know that they need to react extremely quickly in fractions of a second count. You saw that the Secret Service agents came in, they pulled him down, and they dove on top of him. That is the right call, right? We don't know what that primary sound was. That could have been gunfire, but it could have also been something else. The moment that they perceive a threat to the life of the former president, they are going to react. And in this case, their reaction time and what they did could have potentially, saved the president's life. This is an extremely dynamic situation. It's unpredictable. That's why you always see Secret Service agents very close by, within arm's reach of the former president or the president or any type of protectee, to be able to have this fraction of a second reaction time. One other note, Wolf, I want to say is some of the members of this detail specifically, some of the people that were watching on the screen react, I trained with them. I worked with them on the president's detail. I know them extremely well. They are the most competent agents that the Secret Service has. They reacted perfectly. I trained with them. This is exactly what I trained with them on, these types of events, and they reacted near flawlessly.
And they got him into that vehicle, and they're taking him away right now. The Secret Service saying that he is safe right now, and let's hope that his condition is good as well. We're watching this. This is historic. This is dramatic developments unfolding right now. A very quick question. Andrew, a huge crowd like that, won't these people who are going to be especially getting close to the former president of the United States, who is under constant Secret Service protection, won't they have to go through magnetometers first so that they can determine if there are any weapons being brought in?
Yeah, well, you would expect that would be required of anyone who would attend a rally of this size. Certainly anyone that would be in that kind of the inner ring, the closest seats, either in front of or behind the president. Now, I can't say what the actual rules were in place for this rally. We'll find that out later. but the magnetometers are the only way to ensure that this large group of people who you do not know, who
I
people who
want
have
to
not
check
been subjected to
MSNBC and see what MSNBC is saying real quick for entertainment, I suppose.
Chair, former governor of Vermont, thank you very much. I'm going to go back to NBC News White House
Howard
correspondent
Dean's there.
Ali Rafa with the latest.
Yeah, Jonathan, well, a couple of minutes ago when we spoke, the president had just left a church service here in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, where he has a home, where he is spending the weekend. And he was asked by the pool of reporters that travel with the president whether he had been briefed and made aware of this incident at the former president's rally in Pennsylvania. And the president simply said no, and then returned to his home here in Rehoboth Beach. And we're now getting an update from the White House.
You guys have learned fucking nothing. You have learned nothing from
incident. We've also
if you think this is the most important thing to think about right now, you have learned nothing. If you think censoring people you disagree with is going to stop anything, you have learned nothing.
But we have heard from Secret Service
Conservatives
as well.
always
as you saw,
reacting with the
Service
worst
agents
possible
rushing the
fucking
former
ideas.
president off that stage in Pennsylvania. A Secret Service spokesperson just a few minutes ago saying in a statement, quote, an incident occurred the evening of July 13th at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. The Secret Service has implemented protective measures and the former president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation and further information will be released when available. Jonathan, we have also reached out to the White House, to Secret Service, to see whether this incident in Pennsylvania has resulted in some security posture changes
now we can
here
censor
in
leftists.
Delaware. Any preventative measures being taken to protect President Biden, and we have not received any confirmation or update on any potential changes in that arena. But we are continuing to reach out to Secret Service officials to get any information on that, Jonathan. But that's the reaction we have so far.
You read the statement from the Secret Service. They're saying that they are going to update us as they get more information. So hopefully they will get more information soon, as we know from the various guests that we have had on from law enforcement, that all the resources of the federal government, Secret Service, FBI, are looking into what happened, which we don't know exactly. We don't know exactly what happened, but in the moments that we have left, let me go to FBI Special Agent and MSNBC National Security Analyst Frank Figliuzzi. Frank, thank you very much for jumping on the phone and being with us. It's been about 45 minutes since we have been in breaking news coverage about what's happened. I would love to get your thoughts on what you have seen and give us your expertise. How should we be looking at this?
Well, first, from what we're all seeing on screen, it does look like there was a noise-generated incident. I'm going to be careful there because I say noise because everyone in that background reacted, as well as the Secret Service detail. And generally, they do react that way to a noise. Secondly, it's clear that the former president grabbed his ear or the tip of his ear or something in that direction. And that can often be from a couple of different sources. One, he may have experienced a grazing injury, or a bullet, and this happens, a bullet can go so close to your ear that you think it's hitting your ear, and that could have happened as well.
He was literally bleeding, you moron.
If we're literally talking about a bullet grazing or flying by a presidential candidate's ear, that's about as close a call as you're going to get. Secret Service clearly responded as if this was an attempt
it was a mostly peaceful noise-generating incident.
They did everything, it looks to me, they did everything right. The question is, where did this come from? What direction? They have often snipers in place, that observer snipers who will be able to say, I know, or I think I know where this came from. I would not be surprised if someone's in custody. I'm seeing the former president kind of giving the thumbs up here. I also see, as he comes down the stage, blood, or what appears to be blood on his right ear, and perhaps blood on a Secret Service agent's shirt. So we could be looking at a very close call here.
And again, it's not clear what happened. We don't know what happened, but we do have the tape of the incident, this time with sound, and we're gonna rack that up and we're gonna play that right now.
20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Frank Figluzzi, are you still with us?
I sure am. Yeah, that's
okay. So,
Jonathan,
so now that you've heard it, please tell us, give us your observations.
So again, I know we're stressing, and we must, that this is still very early, and we're all engaged in kind of a smart conjecture, I'll call it. But the sound that we heard could be multiple rounds being fired. I say could be because there are occasions, based on the environment, where it sounds like multiple rounds, but it's actually echoing. So, but to me, just realizing that I have a phone to my ear and that's all, I'm hearing what I think might be multiple rounds. Now, are those rounds coming from the threat, or is that returned fire by Secret Service? We don't know.
You think that Trump got shot by returned fire
very
from
good
Secret
point
Service?
there. And Frank, I am glad that you were on the phone and with us as we played the sound from that incident. Again, you are looking at former President Trump thrusting his fist in the air as you see Secret Service taking him off the stage after an incident at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he had only been speaking for about 5 minutes when, as we just heard, lots of loud noises. And now the Secret Service taking the former president off the stage into an awaiting armored SUV. We don't know exactly what happened, but we do know that the former president is safe after being injured at that rally. I want to thank you all very much for being with me. I'm Jonathan Capehart. Chris Jansing picks up the breaking news coverage next.
Hello, I am Chris Jansing with breaking news tonight. Former President Donald Trump apparently injured and rushed off the stage just minutes into his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
No one
we
is
now
saying
have a
it's an
statement from his
assassination
campaign.
attempt. Okay,
they say that he is doing fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. But you can hear from the crowd what a terrifying moment it was. Let's take a look at the scene as it played out just moments ago.
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
If the shooter turns out to be trans, I
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Move.
can you imagine?
Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Get ready. You ready?
Local police are saying someone's dead.
Shooter's down. Are we good to move?
Someone just said the shooter's down. I just heard them say the shooter's down, so they got the shooter apparently.
Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir.
Yeah,
Let me
for
get my
real.
shoes. Hold on in your head, buddy.
I appreciate the super chat.
Watch out.
Sniper's got the shooter. I am not coming to Chicago for the DNC, Matthew. I do appreciate your kind offer, though. I appreciate it. It's just a little bit too much for me. Why isn't my internet loading? There we go. It was a good idea, but just not. It was a good idea, but also probably a bad idea. But I do appreciate the support in that. I just don't want to get beat up. especially now. I'm not going anywhere near
The
any
former
political
president had blood on the side of his head and ear before being rushed off the stage by Secret Service again. His team says he is fine, and you could see that he raised a fist into the air several times as the Secret Service was moving him off the stage. But before all of this happened, what you're watching right now, reporters on the ground say that the sound of popping noises were heard just moments before Trump went to the ground. We don't know what the incident was. We don't know it was gunfire. We don't know the source of Mr. Trump's injury, but President Biden's communications director, Stephen Chung, has just issued a statement. It says, President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. With me now, NBC News campaign embed, Jake Traylor. He was in the crowd there in Butler, Pennsylvania. Tell us what you heard and what you saw, Jake.
Chris, that's exactly right. It was quite the harrowing scene that we saw take place. To set the scene a little bit from our perspective, from our purview, we were in the press pen, as we normally are, sort of in the center of the crowd at a typical Trump rally like it was. There were a few thousand attendees that seemed to be there. We were just a few moments into the speech. Okay. Not really much had been said yet. The former president was doing what he typically does at the beginning of a rally, giving a few pleasantries and just talking to the crowd. There were then, as exactly you described, these pops that we seemed to hear. Again, unclear if it was fireworks, if it was gunfire. We are unsure of what exactly it was. I did, with my own eyes, see at the top left side of some of the stands what appeared to be quick pops of smoke when that fire took place. I was at the front of the press pen, so I was able to very clearly see the stage and the side where a lot of folks were seated as well. That's where a lot of the smoke came up. Then, of course, it was a very quick scene that took place. There was a lot of harrowing screams and shouts from the crowd, as obviously a scary, scary moment, and we were not quite sure what it was. Then very quickly, the former president was on the ground. Again, unclear if he was hit, if it was just a protective measure, but he was on the ground. And within a matter of a few seconds, a swarm of Secret Service agents were on the stage, were on top of him, were fully covering him, were shouting orders as those screams from the crowd, a lot of it just being uncertainty and fear, continued. Then very quickly after I would say about 10 to 15 seconds, the former president was standing up again. That's when I was able to, again, with my own eyes, as shouts continued, I was able to see clearly what appeared to be blood on the ear of the former president. He didn't seem to really notice it. He didn't physically necessarily look like he was in pain in that moment, as you said, giving that fist that he continued to give a handful of times as he was pretty quickly escorted off of the stage. Again, shouts continued for a while just from the crowd as there just continued to be a lot of uncertainty. And then the former president was escorted off the stage. We then very quickly saw him go into that motorcade. And then we, from that point forward, did not quite know from where. Of course, we did get that statement from the Trump campaign as well. But after that, I want to note that we were all in the press pen, of course, going live and beginning to describe what exactly was happening. We were there for probably 10 to 15 minutes after it happened. And then we were told it was an active crime scene. And then all of the press, all of those in attendance were quickly evacuated. So there was a few moments where there was just a lot of uncertainty and there wasn't necessarily an escorting of everyone out. It was not declared an official crime scene yet. And there were just moments that were truly quite harrowing because we were not sure what exactly had happened. The former president pretty quickly had exited, and then there were a lot of us just left there for a while. But then they declared it an official crime scene. They exited all the crowd, all the press out of it. We are now standing in the parking lot. Again, this is all in Butler, Pennsylvania, where this is taking place. We're standing in the parking lot. There are plenty of law enforcement now on the scene. There are a lot of cars, as you can see behind me, that are trying to exit the facility. Everyone here now is safe. I do want to, again, read that Trump campaign statement that we have from Stephen Chung, the Trump spokesperson, that says, President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during the heinous act. He is fine and is being checked at a local medical facility. More details will follow. That's about what we have now. That's the scene that I witnessed with my own eyes. Again, we're now standing in the parking lot here in Butler, Pennsylvania. There there are crowds of people being escorted out. There are a ton of Trump supporters that are shouting, "Pray for President Trump, pray for President Trump." There are also truly, Chris, just a lot of questions from a lot of people as we are trying to figure out more about what is happening. There was that, besides that one statement we had from the Trump campaign, we've not had more updates there quite yet. Of course, as we continue to get them, we will continue to update. But that's what I was able to see on the ground here. We are safe. It was, again, quite the harrowing event, Chris. But as of now, we're in the parking lot. We're safe, and we'll continue to report on this as we have more.
It's good to know everyone appears to be safe, and of course, including the former president. But Jake, keep us posted as you learn more, or if you have an opportunity to get any information or observations from other people who were in that crowd today. We are starting to get statements coming in, and you heard Jake say that there are a number of people.
No, I'm not doing a T-shirt, Angel Eyes. I don't feel like commemorating
Trump. There are statements from the Democratic leaders
I'm aware
in
Nick
both
just
houses.
went live.
Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, says, "I am horrified by what happened at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania and relieved that former President Trump is safe. Political violence has no place in our country." And from Hakeem Jeffries, "My thoughts and prayers are with former President Trump. I am thankful for the decisive law enforcement response. America is a democracy. Political violence of any kind is never acceptable." And the governor of Pennsylvania, again, all of this unfolded in Butler, Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro wrote, "Violence targeted at any political party or political leader is absolutely unacceptable. It has no place in Pennsylvania or the United States. I've been briefed on the situation. State police are on the scene in Butler County and working with our federal and local law enforcement." Joining me now to continue this live coverage, MSNBC national security analyst Clint Watts. He is also a former FBI special agent. Just watching what happened and how it unfolded, what are your observations and what do you...
Let's go to the Twitter space that's going on right now that Nick is in. And we can listen to that for a little bit. And where is it? I know Nick is in a Twitter space, or he was a second ago. Oh, is it still going? Yes, it is. Hang on. We are going to get to socialism tonight, guys. I promise, 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 promise. But this is more important for right this second. I don't know why I don't have sound in this. Come on. Thank you, Maria C. Mounting the like button as always. Why don't I have sound in this? Why is this not working? Hang on. Let me see if I can get it working separately. Don't know why this is not working. Hang on, guys. We're going to get this. Come on. Let me into the Twitter space. Start listening. Got it.
A novice, just a lone wolf, lone actor, and wasn't a professional marksman. But then you said it was a few inches away from hitting him in the head, which kind of, challenges my initial theory.
Where did the sound go? Where did the effing sound go? Why isn't any of this working, Twitter? Literally all I want is for the sound to work. That's it. Try again. Sorry, guys. I can't control the Twitter bugs that are perpetual and never ending on this platform. I really do apologize. We're going to get it working, though. Just bear with me. Ugh, are you shitting me? Are you fucking shitting me? No. Don't show my messages accidentally because I hit the wrong button. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. We're not doing that tonight. Hang on, guys. I really do apologize for the wait. Yeah, I think Twitter is getting overwhelmed, but they should really be prepared for this shit.
And it's been this constantly escalating campaign by lawfare, by legal means, politically, by slandering his reputation and everything else. And then finally culminating in the ultimate, which is to kill him. And I think what everybody's saying is right. I think what Tristan is saying is correct, and some other reports.
No, fuck you. Fuck you. Don't.
It's had to be some kind of a professional
Thank
job.
you.
And so I job or something. The Secret Service protects Trump. The Secret Service screens the people that enter the rallies. They've been doing this for a long time, especially with Trump, who's been in politics now for a very long time. So the idea that this was some amateur, some psycho, a lone gunman, I think that's right. This obviously required
I don't know why the sound's going in and out, guys. I apologize.
But I think we ought to be very skeptical of whatever comes out from the media. And he refused to concede in the election. And you know, that's like a really big deal for the sovereign. Show the stakes, and they'll do absolutely anything to stop him from taking office, up to and including assassination, which many people thought was outside the realm of possibility until today. And I remember the last time I was on Alex Jones back in June, we talked about it for 2 hours. A lot of people think, oh, that's something that happens in movies. That's something that used to happen, like I said, in the 70s or the 60s. This is as long as power is at stake, as long as it's politics, people are going to take a shot, you know, and it's not going to be nut job liberals. It's going to be the deep state. It's going to be the people that are probably going to pay the price when he gets elected and does this retribution. So I've been very critical of Trump and his operation, but you know, when he raised his fist, he showed that he is the fucking man. You know, that's instinct. An inch away from his head getting blown off, and his first thought, he's got 6 Secret Service tackling him. He commands them, wait, raises the fist, shows the people he's totally undeterred. That's our guy. That's America. You know, that's the irrepressible American spirit. So that was incredible. So that's kind of, it's mixed feelings. It's like a deep sadness and shock because I love this man. At the same time, he's the fucking GOAT. He's the hero. He is the American president. So that's my take.
So, David McCormick, I appreciate that, Nick. I just was going to interrupt you just with some updates. David McCormick did say that there's someone behind him who was wounded in the crowd. We've heard reports.
Guys, we're going to stick with this for a little while. I do want to go to socialism at some point, but
Jackson, I'm going to go to you in a bit as well to get your thoughts. So we do have 2 experts here on stage. Jose, you've worked under Trump in the Secret Service earlier. So I'd want to ask you about the points that Tristan made. Do you think, and Nick made as well, do you think this was a professional shooter?
Apologize. It's Twitter. It's not me.
He is fine and is being checked out at local medical facilities. More details will follow. That is a statement by President Trump's campaign.
I appreciate that. We do have Bill Pulse here as well on stage, and we'll go to you shortly, Bill, as someone who would have more knowledge of this. How difficult it
I'm just trying to get the thumbnail updated right now, guys.
Is it, and from what you've seen so far, does that seem Seemed like it was a professional shooter. Like it was a professional shooter.
Someone you interviewed, which is
This is seriously goddamn crazy.
Robert Kennedy Jr., and he said, quote,
It would be really nice if Twitter worked, Elon Musk. It'd be really nice if the sound worked. I apologize, guys. I'm just
evacuation of the rally as a logistical nightmare.
trying.
Quote, right now, they're trying to evacuate 50,000 people on one country road. Let me see if there's any more. He said still stuck. As people are stuck in tracking.
I can't do the phone audio, guys. How do you want me to plug the phone audio into the stream? That's not possible. This is just because Twitter's traffic is very
A
heavy.
despicable attack on a peaceful rally. Violence has no place in our politics. We appreciate the swift work of the Secret Service and other law enforcement, and law enforcement, and then government.
Mario,
Governor
breaking
Walz.
news.
Yeah, go ahead.
Breaking news. Washington Post confirms the shooter is dead.
Yes, we've confirmed that earlier from another source as well, about 20 minutes ago. So now another
Who
source
was
confirms
it?
that the shooter is dead. If you have any other news, any other information, or your thoughts, let us know in the comments on the bottom right corner. I will go to Bill. I think you dropped. Oh, there, Bill, you're there as well. Jackson, I'm going to go to you, get your thoughts on this, and starting to focus on what happens next as we're starting to see statement after statement. But we'd love to get your thoughts, your reaction, on what we just saw today.
Yeah, well, Brian shared Chuck Schumer's statement that he's horrified by what happened. Schumer's probably horrified by the fact that that bullet didn't blow his head off. I mean, I don't know how anyone could be the Slovak prime minister, and now they're coming out and they're assassinating into them. And what I think we all need to understand
Unfucking believable, Twitter.
really think that's what they want. And now the media is trying to downplay it for the deep state. You have CNN coming out and saying that it was just an interruption of Donald Trump's speech by the Secret Service. They're not even saying that he
Guys,
was
please
shot
smash
at.
the
It's
like button if you haven't
incredible.
already. Like the
And
video to share it.
I'm just very curious
more
to
people in
actually
the stream.
follow the details about what is going to happen regarding further investigations about the shooter or shooters. We have the Washington Post coming out and saying that the shooter is dead, but I mean, this is the same Washington Post that told us that Ukraine is good
It was
and
an
that
Antifa
masks
member?
work and that
Seriously?
COVID jabs are safe and effective. So I just want a full investigation. I want to know where all those shots came from. And I wish a speedy recovery to Donald Trump, our next president.
We do have more information as well. Jackson just came in that we do have BNO News just put out that there's now 2 fatalities. One of them is the shooter, and one of them is someone who's attending the rally. We don't know the
Oh
details
God, a
yet.
rally
So
member
it just
died.
came in
Or
now.
attendee died.
That the source has not been mentioned, but there is.
BNO News also came on and said the same exact thing like a second ago.
Wow.
I'll send it over.
Yeah, appreciate it. And Chief, I'm just going to bring you up. I didn't know you dropped down. I appreciate you saying this. Mr. Pulte, good to have you, sir. How are you?
Well, where's the excuse me, where's the president of the United States?
nothing from Biden or his
Where's the president of the United States?
spokesman, yeah.
You know,
Biden
I
has
think
been
this is
briefed on the incident at the Trump rally. So
was Antifa.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares if he's been briefed? What is he going to do? I think it's despicable. I think the energy has entirely changed in the country. And this is one tough son of a gun. They tried to sue him. They tried to do all this stuff. You know, I try to keep my philanthropy apolitical, as everybody knows. But he's been a friend of mine for a long time, the president. And they want to say his Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million. They want to sue him. They want to raid Mar-a-Lago. Now they want to kill him. I think it's a game-changing day for the entire country. And I don't think it'll ever be the same. And I'll tell you this. I'll tell you one thing. You know, I started this Twitter philanthropy when the President Trump retweeted me. Then President Trump retweeted me in 2019. I had basically 10,000 followers. Overnight, I got 30,000, 100,000. People hated Trump back then.
Wait,
Hated him.
was he arrested or was he
I will tell you,
shot? Because they're saying that he was
energy
that he
for
was
Trump,
dead.
especially after a day
Hang
like
on.
today, I have seen
Is
a
the
complete
shooter
change from
arrested or
2016.
dead? Because that
half of my
contradicts
audience is Democrat, half of my audience is Republican.
I
And
can't
if you're
take
not
that,
an
Chad,
American
because we
that
think the
says
shooter's
this
dead,
is really
so-
screwed up, I don't know, you know, and I saw this starting with the lawfare. 50% Democrats, 50% Republicans
who got
in my
arrested?
timeline. And I have never seen more pro-Trump stuff than I have in the last
No
6 to 12 months. So
misinformation
take
in
it
my
that what
chat,
you will,
guys. You
but
know better.
people are pissed.
So I've got another question for you, Mr. Pulte. Before that, Chief, I think you've got some updates for us.
Yes, I have updates. Yeah.
Yeah, jump in. I
Okay.
went to you for that reason. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead. And Chris,
so-
I see Chris Palombi. I see you requesting. I see great speakers requesting. We'll be bringing you up gradually as we rotate the panel. So just do stay with us. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, so the shooter again allegedly is Mark Valitz, but there was a video on YouTube that Mark Valitz did post, and that called for justice to be coming on a video on YouTube, and this person again allegedly is linked to Antifa. That's what I saw from this profile.
What's the source of that? So you're saying the shooter is allegedly linked to Antifa? Can you tell us how
There's
you
a
came to that?
video. So
Go
there's he posted a video. I'm trying to get the video right now from the person who posted it, but there's a video that was out from the shooter about justice being coming, and I'm gonna get the video for you in a couple minutes.
Okay, that just
I appreciate
that
it.
just
So you're
verifies.
saying yeah, exactly. If you tell us the source as well, because it's pretty we could have a lot of impact on what happens next. But the question I have for you, Chief, is has the shooter been identified? As far as I know, he has not been identified, but you might have seen more information.
Guys, everyone, please like the stream. If you're watching the stream and you haven't liked the stream, please like the stream.
Okay. All
So
right.
we
Well, I appreciate you.
got another
go ahead.
statement which is from George W. Bush, and he said, quote, "Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe. Following the cowardly attack on his life, we
Must just
commend the
post
men
about
and
the
women
Antifa
of
guy.
the Secret
Thank you.
Service for their speedy response." That is a statement by former President Bush. Back to you.
And obviously, something we mentioned earlier is pretty major as well. We do have Elon endorsing Trump not long after the shooting as well, and we read that earlier.
And you also have Ryan Cohen endorsing him. I don't know if people saw that or if anybody cares about Ryan Cohen, but the chairman of GameStop, who's very liked. That's a huge deal that he came out just now too.
Well, I think we're going to see from the movement to have Biden step down to a movement of
I
more
don't
endorsement
see
of
Elon
Trump after
posting
the
a video,
incident.
guys.
I think
It's
this is
not on
something
his
that we
feed.
could all
So
expect and we're
again,
starting to see as
please
well.
stop
I
putting
do want to go back to you,
misinformation in my
Mr.
chat.
Pulte, and kind of comes back to that question. What do you expect to see next? Do you expect the support behind Trump to surge? Do you expect Biden now to have no choice but to step down, even though this seems unrelated to Biden? Would love to get your
I
thoughts.
do. I will tell you, I was getting phone calls today about this Milwaukee thing because some people are trying to get me to go. I don't know. That's not my background noise, by the way. But people are trying to get me to go. And the fundraisers are borderline sold out in Milwaukee.
Maybe next time.
I think this is going to put them over the top. I hear businessmen, Fortune 500 executives are all rallying around Trump. You see Elon coming out. I don't know if you saw the other day, Ken Griffin. I'm not his biggest fan, the big market maker,
Yeah,
Citadel
Elon
guy,
did not post a
multi-billionaire. He
video.
just met with Trump. Paul Singer, billionaire, just met with him. So I just think the momentum is incredible. And this obviously is not the momentum we want, but wow. I mean, this just takes it to a
Loomer
whole
doesn't
other
have.
level. This feels
I
like a
looked at
Reagan
guys.
moment.
I
I mean,
already
I wasn't
looked at
alive
Loomer's
or,
Twitter
really
feed. She doesn't
conscious
have.
back then, but
Okay, let me look
this feels
again.
like a Reagan moment. But with everything
If
else
I
that's
get
gone
one more
on,
piece of misinformation in my
again,
chat,
I see it in
swear
my
to God.
Twitter feed. You know, the Twitter feed is 50% Democrats, 50% Republicans. If I would have tweeted years ago, which I did, because he was a friend, he's a friend, and he helped launch Twitter philanthropy about him, people would hate on him. It's entirely changed.
So we do have Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris has received a briefing, but no comments from Kamala Harris either. Andrew, good to have you. Last time you were on stage, just the year keeps getting crazier. It was Iran attacking Israel, and today we do have Trump shot, injured, and the shooter deceased. Initial thoughts? Andrew, is your mic working?
If all you're
Yes, I'm here,
talking about
gentlemen.
is the
Hello,
video of
everybody.
some body being
How are
taken
you?
out, I've already seen that.
Well,
That's
you
not what
know,
I'm
I'm
looking for,
actually
so.
particularly upset. I feel very upset because there is a strange sense of dread that comes from seeing the future and being so permanently and utterly correct all of the time. This is not a surprise. It's often I go through life hoping I'm wrong about things, and I wasn't.
Yes, so this is not the video that I'm talking about. If this is the video you guys want me to see from Loomer, I've already seen it. That's not the video I'm talking about. I'm talking about the video that Chief Trumpster was
Say
looking
it's some
for.
crazed
That is the
lone
only video I
gunman,
care
some
about.
crazed Antifa guy. Of course, I don't give a fuck who the shooter was.
And if I get one more piece of, like, guys,
Who told the
Twitter is running slow AF.
shooter
It
to do
takes
this?
me
Who
like
inspired
5
them to do
minutes
this?
to
That's the
load
real
something
interesting
every
question.
time
And the
you
shooter
guys
being
say
dead does not make
it
that
is in the
helpful.
chat.
That's not a helpful thing.
So
That the
please
vengeance
stop
of him
putting
dying
misinformation
doesn't
in
make
my
the actual
chat.
investigation easier in any regard. In fact, it makes it impossible. So him dying is very convenient for the people in charge, and it's going to be quite upsetting that the person or persons who decided this had to take place might be the same people who tweet out, "Oh, we're very glad that Trump's okay," and then something else is going to happen later down the line. November's a long
Twitter
way
isn't even
away.
loading right now.
You get 3 lives, as I've said multiple times. I've said once you've turned down their money, which I did myself. Once you turn down their money, they delete all of your socials and sue you. And I don't know if Trump's going to make it to November. And I'm genuinely very upset.
So you don't think this is a lone wolf
Oh,
that
Trump
tried to assassinate?
sucked Israel's dick.
Absolutely
Shut the fuck up, Andrew Tate. Trump was sucking
not.
Israel's dick.
That is the biggest scam garbage. The idea that some one lone crazed gunman, that is the proxy they use for nearly everything. Anyone who understands the world knows that nobody likes to get their hands dirty. And this is how things operate endlessly, right? The recent terrorist attack in Russia. Oh, ISIS did it. Yeah, okay, ISIS did it. Who sponsored them? Who trained them? Who convinced them? Who gave them the weapons? Who sent them there? There are intel agencies around the world constantly and endlessly looking for some idiot to do something stupid, whether it's via religious indoctrination or political indoctrination. You can be an intel agency from nearly any country in the world. China, Russia, America, you name it. Saudis, doesn't matter. They're constantly on the internet trying to find some dumbass, hoping he'll go and do something stupid, and they have plausible deniability. We've all seen the movies, right? If you get caught,
No, Laura
nothing to
Loomer
do with
does
us.
not
We're
have
not
the
coming
video
to
of Mark
save you.
Violets.
That is the
Whoever said that
standard
in the chat was
operating
wrong.
protocol. They wanted this to go through. They wanted Trump to die, and they wanted to blame this one dummy, and they wanted to put one dummy in jail and go, "Oh, we fixed the problem now. We caught the dummy, and the dummy's in jail. What more could we have possibly done? Oh, well, the end of America." That was their goal. They don't care about him, and none of us should care about him. He doesn't matter. What matters is he was sent there to do this, and anybody who thinks he wasn't doesn't understand this world very well. And that's what's scary, because when you use proxies, you can find more. You think there's not another fucking idiot in America? You think there's not another fucking dumbass who won't go and try something else? There's a lot of dumbasses. What's scary is they've now reached stage 3. Stage 3 has been authorized. I don't want to make this about me because it's not
Because
about me.
all
I
these
turned down
people really
$55
care
million.
about is Twitter
I was
clout.
deleted from the internet a month later. A few months after that, the Romanian
Andrew
government was
Tate
told to
is
put my ass
spewing
in jail.
nonsense right now that
That's
has
how it
nothing to
works.
do with anything.
My stage 2 has
That
been
doesn't
authorized.
matter because
Thank God it's not yet stage
clout.
3. That day may come. Someone has signed off now. Trump has to go. And if we think that him surviving this assassination attempt, which has made him a legend, has increased his power, has made him a larger threat to them, has them sitting there going, "Ah, shit, we missed. I guess we'll just guess we'll just let him be president, then you need to wake up to how the world really works. Because now they're more afraid than they've ever fucking been. And scared dogs bite. And now they're going to do anything it fucking takes. And November is a long way away.
So, Andrew, not sure if you know, Elon has posted 46 minutes ago, I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery. 39 minutes ago, he posted another photo of Trump holding his fist up. And 31 minutes ago, he posted, last time America had a candidate this tough.
Maybe I will make
was
a Trump
Theodore
t-shirt. Maybe
Roosevelt.
I'll
That was
do
31
the
minutes ago
Trump
by Elon.
fist with like
Do you expect
icon
to see, we've got
over it or
others
something?
that have endorsed, I can't
Maybe I
remember who
will
it
do a
was,
Trump t-shirt, okay?
that have endorsed Trump as
But
well
like
in
in
the
a
last,
positive way,
since
where
the
Trump is
attempted
like
assassination.
being like, "Fuck you guys."
What do you expect to happen next? Do you
Would
expect
people
an
buy that?
influx
If I made a
of
Trump t-shirt with Trump and his
endorsements
fist in the air saying
to
icon?
Trump, and does that essentially seal Trump as the next president
Yeah,
after how this event unfolded?
exactly. No unconfirmed
Doesn't
bullshit.
feel Trump as the next president.
Thank
Is that an option on the table for the people who have just tried to assassinate him? Are they prepared? Let's be professionals here. Are they prepared
Yeah,
to
exactly.
rig an
Pendulum.
election? Well, yes. They're going to attempt to assassinate him. Let's say they fail. Then they'll rig the election. If they rig the election, the whole country will be up in
I'm gonna
arms.
make a
It'll be civil
t-shirt with
war.
Trump's fist
Do you
in the
think
air
these
with
people
blood
who
on
are in
his
charge
face
really
saying
give a fuck about
icon.
a civil war? Do you think they care about you at home and your groceries and your house being broken into and the black on white insane violence that will be spawning from the cities with the illegal migrants they've led in? Do you think they give a fuck? These people don't care about you, and these people won't be in the war. They're going to be on a jet somewhere at Davos. I have been unfortunate
Well,
enough
I was already live. I was just
to
doing
travel
socialism
all
stuff,
of the
so.
echelons of society. I grew up with a single mother on a
Everyone, please
government
make
housing.
sure you like the
And
video.
I've sat around with sheikhs ordering Bugattis. I've seen it from top to bottom. And I'm telling you, they don't give a fuck about you. And they're not scared of a civil war either. The idea that, oh, they can't just rig the election. Everyone will know. You think they give a fuck if you know? They just tried to fucking kill the president, and we all know. They don't care. And if I keep saying this kind of stuff too tough, I'll be put on their list. What's most scary is they don't fear any possible consequence, because we're now living in a world where we don't know who our rulers are. You don't know who they are. You can't name them. You can name a few. You can name a couple of the puppets they put out front, but there's a whole bunch of people behind them you can't name. You could walk past them on the fucking street. We don't know who our rulers are, and we don't know who's in charge of assassinating the people we want to rule us. So they don't give a shit about
Why
civil
is Andrew
war.
Tate talking
They don't
right
give a
now?
shit about anything besides someone like Trump coming into power.
Does anyone
and
care what Andrew Tate
changing
has to say?
The order,
like
of
in real
things
life?
and changing the operating protocol of shadow figures deciding what's what. That's what they're afraid of, and they will do anything it takes to prevent it happening. We're now sitting around talking about an election in November. We're assuming he makes it to November, and then we're assuming there's going to be a fair election. I think that's a lot of assumptions. I just think that these people understand that this is a non-starter for them. They've sat in a room and said he can't be president. They're like, oh, but what if? There is no what ifs. He can't be president. I say to the world all the time, I never went to university. I don't read books, blah, blah, blah. I do all these podcasts, et cetera, et cetera. I'm street smart. I'm from the streets. I've been in rooms with drug dealers sitting there saying, this guy has to die. We can't let him live. And he ends up dead. And if that's low-level drug dealer bullshit for a street corner, we're talking about now about the most powerful country on earth and its government. You're telling me people in a room aren't sitting there going, nope, not acceptable. Oh, then what are we going to do? Then fix it. That's how the world fucking works. He's been signed off now. They've signed off on stage 3. Trump can't eat food safely again. He can't fly in a fucking helicopter. He can't get on a fucking plane. He can't go out in public. He can't do fucking anything ever again until November. And then we have to assume they're going to give a fair election, which they're fucking not. Because everyone seems to think that they're afraid of us knowing what they're going to do. That ended with Epstein. By the way, I would never kill myself. They used to operate in the shadows. They used to sit and say, well, let's get to do this. Let's do something nefarious. And then let's use the media machine to lie and convince everybody at home that we didn't do it. Epstein was the point where they were like, we have no choice but just to pull the trigger. Epstein was a perfect example. He has to die. But he's in maximum security prison. Doesn't matter. He has to die. But they're going to know we killed him. Doesn't matter. He has to die. That was it. They signed off on stage 3. The cameras were turned off. He's in the prison cell. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone knew they did it. And what did we do? Nothing. Make memes. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha, memes. Oh, Epstein didn't kill
Yeah, that
himself.
footage that Laura
And they sat there
Loomer
and thought,
posted
okay,
wasn't
cool.
footage of
So
the
they
shooter.
know. We know they know. But nothing happens.
It's probably footage of the
And
rally
that's where
going.
the world has changed. That's where the world's changed. They now know we know, and nothing happens. They don't give a fuck anymore. And they're not trying to hide it anymore. If they can get Epstein in a fucking prison cell, they can get Trump at a fucking rally. And I'm telling you now that stage 3 has been signed off, we've entered a new territory, which is scarier than ever before.
So we do have just a quick update. I see Sully, I've unmuted, but we do have the Poly Market has now put the odds of Trump being the next president. Obviously, if Andrew, if he survives till November, at 69% from 60, yes, in line with the influx of endorsements that we're seeing. But Sully, I'll
Thanks,
give you the mic.
Rottweiler.
Yeah, Andrew. You mentioned about the shooter, and you said that really, in reality, he's a patsy. He doesn't matter. There was reports earlier. Somebody, Chief, mentioned that possibly this could be Antifa, and again, these are all expected claims. Who would have motive?
Just the claims, sorry, Sully, I've got an update. The claims of him being Antifa seem to be not true because these claims also state that these claims, I just read that these claims say he's been arrested, but now I'm getting footage of him deceased, and there's been reports earlier that he was deceased. So
that's why we don't do misinformation.
Yeah, I said unconfirmed. So
yeah.
So
Mario,
I'm saying
can
claims.
I just add something? Hey guys, can I just add something real fast? So there's a photo of a man that's being spread around and it's saying it's Mark Violet, and apparently, according to some community notes, it's the photo's not of this man named Mark Violet. It's actually an Italian football fan called Marco Violi. So I think there's a lot of misinformation being spread around. I don't think anybody has identified the shooter as of yet, even though we've seen a lot of
correct,
stuff
and he
spreading
seems
around.
Exactly, and that goes that guy, the Violets, whatever his name is, the Antifa, the reports of him being Antifa, which we were talking about earlier. So they said that he's been arrested, but we've had reports that the shooter is deceased. But anyway, Sully, go ahead.
So yeah, because my question wasn't really based on that. I'm saying there's going to be claims that he's Antifa. There'll be claims that he's from the left. There'll be many, many claims, right? And the question most people are going to have is, I know you said you mentioned the word they a lot, but who would have motive to take out President Trump 4 months before the election? Andrew, that's a question to you.
Great. So I'm the next one on the list, huh? Well, I think if you understand the world, you understand that it's always ever been about money and power. So you have to sit and decide and use your own mind to decipher which large interest groups want to retain their stranglehold on American policy, primarily foreign policy, because the government doesn't give a fuck about any of the people in America. They don't care about you. They care about their global influence, and they care about making sure everybody's afraid of them and using their military industrial might to blow the fuck out of anybody who disagrees with anything they say. So there's different interest groups which could perhaps agree that losing their
If you can just
stranglehold on
DM me
American
anything that you
foreign
find that
policy
is
would be
relevant, like if you find
disastrous.
that video of
There's
him,
probably one
send that to me.
primary one. And I think anybody with a brain can work out who that is. I'm in the middle of a very precarious legal predicament here in Romania. I have to be very careful what I say. But it's primarily about American foreign policy. That's what it's primarily about, because America is the world's bully, and they control how most of the countries that you'd like to visit at least operate. They control who the leaders of all of these countries are. And they're getting these countries
he
to
does look
implode in
Jewish.
real
You're
time.
right
Like,
about
they
that.
effectively force
Actually,
Western Europe to implode
yeah,
and
you're right about
self-destruct
that.
on
He does
command. They
absolutely
force them
look
to hang
Jewish.
themselves. And to do this, you have to be fearsome. And what you don't want is a president who says certain things. Anti-war is only one of the things. But also putting America first is another thing they don't like the idea of. They don't care about the American domestic economy or the domestic populace. They don't want you to put America first. They want you to put the military industrial machine first and put bullying and destroying other nations first. They have no care for the average American citizen. Who these people are, I think it'd be very interesting to ask a few other people. And if anyone else says anything, which I agree with, perhaps I'll put a thumbs up. But it's pretty plain to see.
Would you have information as well just now? Attendees at the Trump, so that goes with the reports earlier and the footage that was shared, that was being shared, that we've posted. Attendees at the Trump rally, that's from OSINT Defender.
Oh, come on.
in Pennsylvania are claiming that the shooter was on the roof of a building adjacent to the rally and that he was eliminated by a
That's what I
Secret
saw.
Service counter sniper team only seconds after he began shooting. That came in 7 minutes ago. Alexander, this is an area you'd probably be an expert on. Would love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so for context, my name is Alex McCoy. I'm a former Marine Corps sergeant. In my military service, I worked directly with Secret Service a number of times, including protecting then President Obama during a speech similar to this. And so, you know, a lot of people are probably asking themselves, how could something like this happen in the first place, right? And there admittedly is a tension between the understandable desire for a presidential candidate to interact with the voters, to be out there, you know, not be hiding behind closed doors or, you know, be behind big bulletproof barriers. And that is something that's always going to be a trade-off between.
Your mic, just be careful. Alexander, your mic, you have to stop moving your mic. In the meantime, I'm going to be posting a footage. The team's about to post a video any second now that shows the shooter on a rooftop. So I'd love to get your analysis of that footage. It should come in any second on my account, and the team will pin it at the top. But go ahead, just make sure you don't move your mic because you keep moving in and out.
Got it. Yeah. So, you know, it seems to be that the shooter was coming from former President Trump's right-hand side. He sort of turned his head to the side when the shots were fired. And the counter sniper team appears to have been on a rooftop to his left. And so my interpretation is, you know, you hear
CNN
two
said that
sets of shots. The first
CNN
likely coming
initially
from the
reported
shooter,
that Trump
the
fell off
second
the stage.
likely a response by the counter sniper team. And it appears that they did eliminate this shooter, and there's some footage circulating of what appears to be a body on that opposite side rooftop that may be the shooter. It is really important that we, you know, try to be, you know, not spreading, you know, rumors or anything on this. It's obviously going to be a developing situation. But what I think everyone should remember is, you know, we really, really need to try to not let this make us react in the moment. You know, it's understandable to be angry. It's understandable to be, you know, very frustrated with the state of the country. And, you know, any use of violence in politics is just absolutely despicable. And even people like myself, who may not be fans of Donald Trump, should all be able to agree that it's not appropriate to try to assassinate somebody who's running for office. So that's my interpretation.
So
You know,
we're gonna be posting the video of the suspect deceased on a rooftop, apparently shot by the sniper team. I will play a quick video here. It's a 40-second clip of someone, emergency doctor, who apparently who said he tried to save someone's life in the crowd. I'm just gonna play it now. If you can mute everyone.
That's exactly where I heard him come from. What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around and was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here.
Can you hear this before I keep playing it? You can hear it, Sully?
Yeah, it's not
perfect.
great. It's not great sound quality, but it's okay.
Another 20 seconds. He's sharing his experience trying to save someone in the crowd.
There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter.
Oh, no.
So I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him.
There's a helicopter flying in.
So I got people there really helpful.
I'm muting the guy on Rumble who's saying
yeah,
this
it's
is
done. This
fake
is just a helicopter
because
over, and
that's
he's
just
talking
too
about his experience
stupid.
trying to save someone from the crowd. Going Alexander, the footage should be posted right now. Let me just check so everyone could see it. It is. I'm going to pin it at the top, and you probably saw that video because you referenced it earlier, Alexander. But looking at that video that I've just put at the top of the shooter, and would like to get your initial thoughts of that video. Considering where he's shooting from, I don't know how far this is from the podium. Yeah, not sure how far this is from the podium, if anyone knows. Okay, so hold on. According to that report, it doesn't say the source. Let me see if I can get the team to edit it. The dead bodies of at least 2 suspected shooters were recovered after a shooting in Trump's rally. One shooter was found on the roof with the other among the crowd. So I want to see what the source is. But according to the source that just got posted by the team, and there's 2 videos, and I've pinned it at the top, Allegedly, there's 2 shooters. That's the first I hear of 2 alleged shooters. I'm just gonna confirm this is true because the post doesn't say any source. I'm just gonna check that now. But your initial reaction to that video, Alexander? Alexander, I think you dropped out. I'm not sure. Vargas, your initial thoughts as well, while I get Alexander back up.
Yeah. So basically,
no, your mic is screwed up as well. So just for the audience, this is, I'm trying to get the source. Oh, so BNO. The source of this is BNO News, which I would
Shut the fuck up, Suleiman.
they're pretty accurate.
Let
I
him
think they're
talk.
accurate.
Oh
Is
my
BNO a
God,
good
these
source,
people
guys?
never stop
I've seen them a lot on
talking.
Twitter.
I have a
Shut
question
the
about this
fuck
video.
up.
How likely is it that you have? It looks like he's in camo,
Andrew
but let's
Tate is
ignore that
talking.
part in case
Okay,
I'm wrong.
great.
How likely is it that you have somebody on a roof within shooting distance of the president who isn't spotted by Secret Service snipers until he's already started pulling a trigger? He's just been sitting there. I don't understand this. He was just sitting there with a gun aiming at the president, and the snipers didn't notice until he pulled the trigger, and then they found him and they shot him. Like, what, is that even likely? Every rooftop is scanned. All
Yeah,
the shooting lines are plotted.
you would think that they would. You would think that the Secret Service is looking up there on top of buildings at all times to make sure there's somebody not up there, right?
As someone who has done multiple rallies and multiple events for the president, I worked with the counter sniper team, and they, as much as we want to imagine that it's 100% proof, it's not. There's a limited amount of counter snipers that are, yes, doing advanced teams. We do, we send out advanced teams to scout other buildings and open areas. Some of them are covered by buses. Some of them are covered by glass or whatever, bulletproof glass.
He's just cut out. Yeah. I'm not sure if anyone else has seen those sources, and I do see that we do have Myron here as well. Go ahead, Suleiman.
Yeah, I was gonna go to Myron.
Don't they have helicopters that fly? Doesn't the Secret Service have helicopters flying over to make sure there's not somebody standing on top of the building?
They don't.
They do fly over, and not as the president, not always as the president is talking, but they do fly over every site usually. But the counter sniper teams are not on those helicopters. So the counter sniper teams are in.
Is it your
buildings.
thoughts? So goes to the question, kind of, because I'm going to
They
link
have
it
the
to
stupidest
Andrew's question.
possible people on this
and
panel.
The question
They're only
of
letting stupid people talk.
Responding within seconds. So the shooter was allegedly shot within seconds from the first shot. But we did get reports that there's been, Suleiman, you were there when the shots happened. 4 to 8 shots. But if he was shot within seconds, does that mean that likely there's another shooter? And then Andrew
don't know.
So then doesn't that sound like, and this is a
half of the
question
people on this
to
panel are morons.
Jose, if his mic continues to work, or if not, even Myron, asked Myron to come in because he was also a Fed in the past. But basically, it sounds like because we heard multiple shots, but we didn't hear the angle of from where it was. So it could be some of those shots were from the shooter,
Secret Service.
The others were from the Secret Service. So
correct.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it could be from the Secret Service because, as again, like
Ian Carroll's
like I said
not on the
earlier,
panel.
as the president is speaking, Secret Service is always scanning the crowd, always looking for weapons, always looking for that abnormality and for those possibilities. 100. Our motto was, take no chances. So I'm pretty sure if those other shots were from the Secret Service, it was almost instant, as they saw.
But then how could he? But then the question is, how did he make it onto the rooftop in the beginning? Andrew's question earlier. And by the way, Nancy Pelosi did comment just earlier, about 10 minutes ago. I thank God that former President Trump is safe. That's from Nancy Pelosi 12 minutes ago. Go ahead, Mr. Vargas.
So every building that any protectee goes to, Secret Service has jurisdiction. It's like an invisible bubble, but they don't have ultimate jurisdiction or even the capacity to look at every single building that surrounds that venue. They can control the venue that the protectee is in, or the president in this situation, and the surrounding areas. But there is no way of them having access to every single building. Now,
I understand that, sir. My question is, my confusion is this: it seems a logic fail, right? If this person can sit on the roof and either shoot or assume he didn't shoot. Let's say the person in the crowd shot, and the shots go off and they jump all over Trump, and he doesn't have time to scurry off a roof before he's assassinated and killed. He must have been within sniper view. He must have been on a roof within sniper shot of the Secret Service. They're constantly scanning every single rooftop like they're scanning the crowd. How did this person get on a roof, sit on a roof, end up killed instantly after the shots were fired without being detected in advance? Because if he was hard to find, he wouldn't have been found at all. He would have been off the roof before they killed him. Something is very strange about this person just managed to get it on a roof within sniper shot of the president and sit there and chill and get rounds off and then instantly get taken out. I don't know. We've all seen Batman Begins. It's kind of like Joker wants all the people who did the job dead. It just seems very strange to me that how this person was allowed to just sit there because he was clearly within sniper view.
No, I don't. Just to add to what Andrew just said, I mean, there's another video that's come out. It's from a live witness who said that he saw the shooter of President Trump on the roof for a few minutes. And he said this was while the police and Secret Service ignored him despite having been shown the shooter earlier. And then he said Secret Service blew his head off. So this is from a claimed witness. And
Is that from the one from the BBC?
From the BBC, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't think it's a 4-minute video. We're about to put the transcript out. But yeah, so what does he say again, Sully? Can you just brief us again what he said? I'm guessing you listened to it.
Oh yeah, I just it's halfway through posting now, so I went past it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We'll be posting it with a transcript earlier. But you said he saw the shooter at the top of the rooftop. Did he say how many shots were fired for a few minutes?
Yeah,
before he was shot.
Yeah, he says live witness says he saw President Trump shooter across the roof for a few minutes. This was while the police and Secret Service ignored him despite having been shown the shooter earlier. But we'll play the video in a second.
So he was allowed to sit on the roof. He got his shots off, and then before he could talk, he was killed. There you go, everybody, ladies and gentlemen at home. It was a pretty easy decision for me to come to. This a logical conclusion.
Yeah, Andrew, you're smarter than everyone in the world. We know that, bro. We know.
Everyone protecting
You're
Trump
the
was
smartest
told not
person
to
in the
kill
world,
this man
and your
until
OnlyFans
he'd already
like
shot.
pyramid scheme. We know.
I'll play it now if you want, so everyone can hear it in the
What a
audience.
moron.
If the audio quality is good, and Vargas will get your thoughts. Can you try the audio
Let me
quality?
know if it's good. Let me know if it's fine.
No, it's really bad. It's really bad, Suleiman. If Vargas, go ahead. Vargas, go ahead and send it. Ricardo can stream it from my account. Vargas, go ahead.
No, I don't. I'm not disagreeing with you, Andre. But I think it is being in the
So he says, sorry, I'm interrupting. He says he saw the guy crawling up the roof. They pointed at him. So continue anyway.
Pointing.
Go on, Jose. I think your mic's terrible though. You need to sort it out.
Yeah, can you hear me?
No, Suleiman, you keep talking over
that's
him.
it. Yeah.
And
So what did they say,
him.
Sully? Because you got to fix your mic, man. I can't just keep you on stage. You got to keep that. What did you say, Sully? What did he say? Obviously, this is one source on the ground.
This is one witness who's saying that he sees the guy crawling along. They point at him, and the police and the Secret Service are there. And I've only listened to the first 30-40 seconds of it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be streaming it shortly. I've just sent it through to the team to try to stream it from my account. The audio isn't too clear, and the tweeting team is coming up with the transcripts. Tristan, I'll be bringing you up in a second. He's going to bring someone down from stage. Andrew, thoughts, and then we'll go to
yeah. You know what's really interesting to me is that
they kicked the smart person off the stage
all the time. We talk geopolitically, and we pretend
Oh,
that
let's listen to
America's
Andrew
the only
Tate some
failed
more.
nation, and it's not. Like Putin will kill you, as will bin Salman. He'll kill you. Most countries around the world are perfectly happy with assassination. I think the difference is in these other nations, you know who the ruler is. If you're in Russia, you know that Putin's in charge. And if somebody dies, you know that Putin probably decided that person ran his mouth too tough. And you know who not to upset, and you know who to pay respect to. What's very interesting is we're sitting here, all of us as political pundits, I guess, and none of us have a fucking clue who's in charge of America. Nobody has a clue. Everybody just sat and watched Joe Biden fail in that debate so fantastically. And nobody's then come to the conclusion that the president doesn't matter. We're now talking about, Joe Biden's inept. Look, we need a new election. Well, clearly you don't need a president. Clearly the president's never been in charge of anything ever. We're talking about a new election in November as if changing the president is going to matter, when clearly the president hasn't got any power in the first place. Clearly not, because the nation's doing whatever it's doing, and this guy can't fucking speak.
No one cares.
None of us know who's in charge of us in the Western world. And to me, that's a lot scarier. If I lived in Turkey, I'd know not to piss off Erdogan. And I'd say, okay, don't piss off Erdogan. And I live in Turkey.
That would at
that's
least
the
be
leader, and that's the
interesting.
ruler. And if I get killed, I pissed off Erdogan. Fine.
No one
You live
cares.
in America now. You don't even
I
know
hate
who you
these
can and
people
can't
so
say. You don't even know
much.
who your leader is. You don't know who your boss
No, we
is.
can't piss off
You don't know
Andrew
who gets to
Tate. He has
decide
so
to
many
put you on a list
followers.
where some fucking lone wolf,
We have to let
crazy
him take over the
psycho,
entire
BLM,
Twitter space.
Antifa, whoever decides to put a bullet in your fucking brain. And we're living in a world now
We have to
where
let
they have
Andrew
such a
Tate say the
stranglehold
same
on this
thing
false
over and over and
democracy, and
over
such
and
a
over and
stranglehold
over
on the fiat
again.
currency, and such a stranglehold on the media machine, that they are hiding in the dark. They're operating from the shadows, and they have absolute anonymity, which means they do not face any consequences for anything they do on any level. I said this on the last podcast I did. I said this to somebody who was calling me a conspiracy theorist, as they often do. And I said, the reason you don't think assassination happens is because you're not capable.
Hey,
But anyone who understands human
does
nature,
anyone else
anyone who
want to pay
understands
me
the
money that
darkness
they
of
would
life,
pay for Andrew
and
Tate
I've
to
been
not talk
fortunate
about?
and unfortunate enough to see the
I
worst sides of
appreciate it.
human
I'm
nature,
taking
knows
donations.
that assassination crosses everyone's mind. If you're at home listening to this, assassinations cross your mind. It doesn't matter whether
Yep.
you want to admit it or not.
Andrew
There's a
Tate needs
time your
someone to
girl
tell him to
cheated
shut
on
the
you, or
fuck
there's
up.
a time that guy fucking punched you, or whatever it was. You have it's crossed your mind. And what stopped you was your lack of capability. What stopped you was the idea of you getting caught. What stopped you was the idea of it being difficult to achieve. If you had a button you could press that made that person go away, and you would never be held responsible for it ever, every single person listening to this at some point would have pressed that button. And that's what these people have, because we don't know who the fuck they are. So if you think that all of us here, along with Trump himself, along with the Boeing execs, along with anyone else, isn't on a list of troublemakers, you are extremely optimistic. And the fact that we can't even name these people
Like,
is
let
what's
Chief
scary.
Dumpster talk. He
In
knows what's
most other
going on.
nations,
Let
you
Nick
could
talk.
name the
Let
person who wants
anyone
to get
else
rid of
but
you
Andrew
at
Tate talk,
least.
please.
But nobody here can competently clarify to me who is the name of the person who would decide to get any of us whacked.
And there's just two updates while you're speaking, Andrew. Number one, Biden has commented, and he said, so President Biden said the following: "I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family, and for all those who were at the rally as we wait for further information." That came in 2 minutes ago. Also, I'm going to play that video of a bystander being interviewed by the BBC. It's a 4-minute clip that everyone's talking about. Ricardo, if you could stream it now, that would be good. Let's see if the audio is good.
And watch and listen to the rally, right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, but we noticed the guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy.
Guess what,
crawling up
bro?
the roof.
You just got banned. Go
He had
away.
a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police are like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling
the
police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see? I mean, obviously, everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh, yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, we just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy?
Absolutely, 100%. Okay. Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
Wow. That was unexpected. Initial thoughts, guys?
That was shocking. I want to bring in Myron if possible. Myron, are you there?
Yeah, Myron is who we
Yeah, I'm
need
here,
to hear
man.
from now.
Thanks for bringing me up in the space.
Yeah, no problem. What's your initial thoughts about, I know you've got some experience, you were a Fed before.
Sure.
But
Yeah,
in
for the
terms
audience.
of, I mean, this witness is claiming that they had seen this guy climb into the roof. They had pointed him to the police. They had pointed him out to the Secret Service, and then it was a few minutes later after the shots were basically the shots went off.
Yeah, so real quick for the audience, for those that might not know who I am, Myron Gaines, I used to be a special agent with Homeland Security Investigations. I've done Secret Service details in the past, so I'm very familiar with how Secret Service works. And what I will say is I'm not surprised because Secret Service guys, unless you work on the job, they're one of, I would call them almost like a dying agency. What I mean by this is that they have very high leave rates. People quit Secret Service all the time. They're one of the most divorced agencies. A lot of them, are overworked and they're understaffed. And I'm not surprised that they didn't have someone on the roof there because for years, people have been leaving Secret Service to go to FBI, to go to HSI, et cetera. We have so many Secret Service agents that transferred just to us because they don't do investigations. 99% of what they do is protection work, and protection work, guys, is very boring. It's really tiring. It really sucks, right? You could be watching a garbage can for like 10 hours a day. So I'm not surprised that they have such high attrition rates. But with that said, that's ridiculous. They didn't have somebody over at that building and that individual was able to crawl up. And Secret Service heavily relies on other agencies to help augment them when they're doing rallies and stuff like that. For example, I was called in to do the UN back in like 2017 to help with protecting, foreign dignitaries. So they're very low staff. So I'm not surprised that happened. But it's ridiculous that wasn't even able to pass by. And this guy saw them, the shooter, before Secret Service did.
I do have a breaking thing here. So Biden is to address the nation after the Trump assassination attempt that just came out just now.
When? What time?
Yeah,
what
okay.
time?
Yeah, I was going to ask that question. And there's a statement, by the way, in the statement, I forgot one last part. It's pretty useless, but I'll read it out anyway.
What time is Biden addressing the nation?
He says,
we'll watch that.
Jill and I are grateful for the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. Do we have the time, Chief?
No, yeah, I'm waiting for BNO to give the time.
And one last thing I did want to say is, they're definitely going to, spark up their forces more after this because they have, been understaffed for a very long time.
I'll make sure we have the live stream of that, guys.
So, but that is wild that they did a rally in Pennsylvania and they didn't have everyone on every roof.
So when you say it's wild, is this something that is incompetence, or many people would assume that it could be something a bit more nefarious?
I think incompetence is just not having the staff. I've known this for years that Secret Service just doesn't have enough guys. That's one of their biggest problems. I mean, now the American public's going to know, but that's been one of their biggest problems as an agency for a long time.
Myron, one of the things that Andrew brought up was that if you look at like any president that is an enemy of the U.S. warmongers, they usually get targeted far more than one time for assassination attempts if they get targeted once. It's they keep going after them and after them. Look at what they've done to Maduro over the past few years.
Apparently, there was another audience
member shot. Do you think that this is going to be a one-off situation, or do you think that Trump is under constant threat leading up to November and throughout his presidency? And how do you think that the Secret Service is going to respond to this new threat?
Secret Service is going to have to step it up. They're absolutely going to have to step it up. I think it's unacceptable that they didn't have somebody on that building. That's absolutely ridiculous. And someone with like Trump, who's extremely divisive and he has a lot of enemies. I mean, half the country automatically hates him just because. They're going to have to step it up and, bring more guys over on his detail. This is the thing. A lot of times they get lazy. And here's the other thing too. Once the president leaves the office and they give him his own security detail, that security detail isn't as big as when he was in office, right? So they probably did beef him up to some degree because he's running again, but he's still not going to have the same level of protection as like a Joe Biden, for example, who's the sitting president. So they're going to have to give him damn near sitting level.
How many guys do you think are on his detail? Myron, how many guys do you think are on?
It's tough to estimate, man. And the other thing too is that the president does have a say in who's on his detail as well. If he doesn't like guys, he might say, no, I don't want this guy on, etc. So I don't know, because that's really up to the president. Does have a lot of discretion, especially once they leave. When they're sitting president, they don't have as much power as when they leave. When they leave, they have more jurisdiction. How many guys they want.
Myron, I'm not sure if you saw the video, the two clips of allegedly two shooters, according to ABC Australia and BNO. I would still say it's unconfirmed. I've just pinned it at the top. There's two clips there if you want to see it. It was posted
Sure.
about
I'll check
18
them
minutes.
out.
Yeah, check them out. One is 14. Both of them are about 14 seconds. Can you quickly watch them? It's only 14 seconds. Give us your thoughts on the two clips, and then give us again a recap of the shooter on the roof and the rifle he has and how long it took. I know you said they're understaffed. So you're saying it's not surprising, in your opinion, that it took that long for them to, because they apparently they according to the eyewitness, they allegedly spotted the shooter, but it took them a while to shoot him.
Yeah. I mean, they've had problems with getting agents for a long time, guys. And I'm sure the American public doesn't know this, but Secret Service and the U.S. Marshals are two agencies that suck. Like, if I'm going to be very candid with you guys, they're not fun jobs. So when people do become Secret Service agents, they typically leave within a couple of years. We're talking about an agency where they have the highest divorce rates of any other agency because you're always on the road, you're always working, you're always doing protection details. It's not a fun job. So. I'll check out these videos though. Give me a second here. Is it the one that says 14, Brian Glenn? That one?
There's two videos in both of them. Let me just send them to you now. I'll send them to you via DM.
While Myron watches those videos, guys, once again, I don't claim to know anything. I'm just I've been around, But the whole crazy lone wolf gunman, Antifa, BLM, fucking LGBT, whatever they want to pin it to, that's been tried now. So we can talk about Secret Service and people on roofs, and the idea that they're going to wait for Trump to go to another rally and then get someone else to shoot him, I don't think that's what's going to happen. They wanted that to happen, so they had an easy scapegoat.
Thank
they
you,
can blame one particular
Kazmar.
dummy and be done with it. That's not going to happen. There's a lot of ways for somebody to die, especially
I
an
really
older
appreciate that. Thank you for the
There's a
nice
lot of-
super chat.
heart attack or whatever. I don't know these things. I'm just asking, what would the protocol be for Trump's meals? What's the protocol for Trump's fucking lemonade on the golf course? Like, what are the protocols for all of these things now? Once you're on that list where they decide you have to go and you're no longer even safe inside of a maximum security prison, I don't know how far Secret Service even goes. But I don't think they're going to just try and wait for him to do another rally and get someone else to try and shoot him. I don't think that they're so unoriginal.
Real quick, there's another update from CBS. Biden's campaign suspends all outbound communications, including TV ads, after Trump assassination attempt. That just came in from CBS.
Oh, CBS is calling it an assassination
again?
attempt. That's good.
So the Biden campaign suspending all outbound communications, including TV ads, after Trump assassination attempt. So just any attack ads against Trump they're holding off on.
And Myron, a question for you. First, have you watched the clips? Your thoughts on these? And second, would Trump stay away from the limelight after this incident? Would it become more cautious? Could he cancel a lot of events? What do you expect to happen next from a security perspective?
Yeah, I'm looking at this now. That's completely fucking unacceptable. That guy was able to get on top of that building like that. That is crazy to me. That's a Secret Service fuck up. Obviously it's good. We're gonna get more information and see who the fuck this guy was and identify him and figure out what was involved there. But especially with someone like Trump, man, as divisive as he is, he needs the utmost protection. And people are gonna come after him. Just like Jackson Andrews saying, right?
Nick
people
is doing a
skeptical and
show
they're
at
rightful to do
9:30.
so because people do want Trump
Okay,
gone.
we'll watch Nick when
he
he
is an
well,
anti-warmonger, like a lot of people say. So, yeah, that's unacceptable that he was able to get on top of that building.
We'll watch
Complete
Nick when he
security
comes
failure from
on.
the Secret Service. Like, what the fuck, man?
We'll go
We
for a
have
while,
other
guys.
former
We'll go
Secret
all night.
Service
There's going to be a
personnel
lot of
about
stuff.
to come up as well. But that your feedback after seeing the clip is different to what we heard earlier. Earlier, you were saying, Myron, it's not surprising considering how understaffed the Secret Service is. But now after seeing this video,
well, it's both.
It's a more extreme security failure.
Yeah, I think it's a
9:30
security failure
Central
and
Time, so it'll be
understaffed. It's both.
10:30.
We're gonna play another clip here. It's a bit of a long one, so I'll halt it after a bit. But this is another spectator here that saw Trump got hit. We'll play about a minute of it. Ricardo, when you're ready.
That you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where President Trump was speaking. I was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed, fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because everyone half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots straight away. My friend.
9 minutes ago. So it's a piece. I don't know what the publication is. Latest tweet, Thiel and Hoffman talking about Trump. So I'll read out that segment here that Elon just posted. Then Peter Thiel, sarcastically thanked Hoffman for funding lawsuits against Trump because they had turned him into a, quote, a martyr, thereby increasing his chances of re-election. Quote, I am so grateful to you, Thiel said. From the stage, Hoffman shot back with his own sarcastic quip. And Nick Fuentes, I'd love your thoughts on this. Elon just posted, quote, yeah, I wish I had made him an actual martyr. And on that uncomfortable note, the exchange ended. Both Hoffman and Thiel did not respond to emails requesting comment. Just going to post this at the top. Initial thoughts from the panel.
What?
Nick, not sure if you want to take this one first.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and Reid Hoffman is a mega donor for the Democratic Party. He's in the top 10 every cycle. And he also admitted recently that, he's worried about Biden and his ability to make it through the race and his chances of winning. And on the other side, you have Thiel. And what's interesting about Thiel, of course, is that Thiel's protege, J.D. Vance, who just got elected in Ohio and seated last year after winning in 2022, is now odds on to be the vice president. According to election betting odds, he's got about a 35% chance. Insiders say it's a dead heat between him and Marco Rubio. And of
Nick,
course,
Elon, I'll let you continue. Elon just tweeted again 50 seconds ago, the video we were talking about earlier of that BBC Eyewitness. He quote tweeted it. He said, so if you can mute. All right. So he said, the head of the Secret Service, whoever's unmuting, please make sure you mute. Sully, I think it's you. He says the head of the Secret Service and the leader of the security detail should resign. That came in from Elon less than a minute ago. Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah. So of course, Thiel saying that, of course, Thiel has coalesced around Trump along with all of the other big tech guys. They had that big fundraiser
Hey, thank
at
you.
David
I
Sachs'
appreciate it.
home in California back in June. And that was brokered by a guy named Jacob Hellberg, whose husband is Keith Raboy. They're both in that Thiel network, Founders Fund network, both Silicon Valley guys. And I think what's interesting, and this is what Andrew Tate is saying, is the question, of course, is whom. It's always who benefits. When these kinds of things happen, of course, we'll never know the real answer. Of course, you already have people doing perception management, which people should look up. That's what they do. People come in and they try to control people's perception of the event. And so, whatever the facts are, they'll sway in the other direction. It was a lone gunman, or maybe it was some other thing, which is why, by the way, it's very important people archive everything now and get it offline, because it's always in the minutes and hours after these kinds of events when the real information comes out. And then within a month, it gets memory hold. That happened with Parkland. It happened with a lot of the school shootings. So it's very important to get that information offline, not even on like Internet Archive, because they'll scrub that. That's one. But two, the question, of course, with this election is who will benefit from Biden or whatever the Democrat will be getting in versus who will benefit with Trump getting in. Now, normally you would say that this is Israel. You'd say this is rise and kill. This is the Mossad doctrine. They kill presidents, they kill scientists, they kill military leaders, and so on. But of course, in this case, that's maybe the one suspect we could rule out on a simple basis, because many of these Zionist donors are now lining up behind Trump, like the aforementioned Jacob Hellberg and David Sachs and Thiel and Bill Ackman from Wall Street.
We got updates. So I'll give you the mic again. Just I'll only interrupt you when there's important updates. That's good news for everyone. Donald Trump Jr. I just spoke to my father on the phone, and he is in great spirits. That's just Don Jr. I just came in. Sorry, Nick. Sorry to interrupt again.
No, you're fine. So that's really the question. When you're trying to ascertain who's responsible for these things, it is about the billionaires. It is about the interest-based politics. And I guess what's difficult for me is, when you look at that exchange between Reid Hoffman and Peter Thiel, they're both people that are not behind Biden. Like Thiel is, of course.
So guys, I think that Biden is just speaking right now. I'm just going to stream it right now. Stream ASAP from the beginning. So Biden is just speaking right now. We're going to mute everybody.
It's
and
not
just
on his
stream
YouTube channel,
any
so we'll
second,
just listen
and
here.
then we'll go back to the panel. We're getting updates in the meantime. So Rick, just stream.
And I'll get back to you if I do. Okay. I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried about was the security failing?
The president stopping short of calling this an assassination attempt, but noting that he plans to talk to Donald Trump and that his understanding is the former president is doing well. President Biden speaking out against the scourge of political violence, saying there's no room for this. And as we had reported a few moments ago, the Biden campaign moving to take down its advertising, a pause in its political advertising.
So can you, Ricardo, can you play it from the beginning, please? Because we were a few seconds late with the stream, so you can start it again from the beginning.
It wasn't on the
Biden
White House
started
YouTube
speaking,
either. I looked.
live stream where you can play from the beginning. Let me ask, can you play from the beginning? Biden did not say, so he's going to start playing it from the beginning any second now. But essentially Biden saying that he doesn't know, he has an opinion, but doesn't have enough information. We're trying to find the link of the stream because NBC only posted 13 seconds.
Tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do. Okay. I don't know enough to.
Yeah. So this is the same. This is the same clip. So we're gonna find the link for the full stream of what Biden said, and we'll be streaming it now. We're gonna start streaming from the beginning. But just
Biden
on that quick comment.
Biden wouldn't have been told this was going to happen anyway. Biden hasn't got a clue what's going on. Biden's insignificant. No one would have told Biden a fucking thing. So I'm sure he is genuinely perplexed and confused and knows absolutely nothing. I would argue that. When you're going to do anything heinous in the world or anything that's remotely dangerous, you tell as few people as possible. It's on a need-to-know basis, right? I got a lot of heat from feminists once by, I know, mind-bending.
Oh my God. Oh my
these
God.
ugly females were complaining at me because I said that I've had a girlfriend for 4 years and she doesn't know my job. And I just said, I don't need to explain to her how I make money and what my job is and what I do, because if she ever ends up in a police interview, they're going to hammer her. And it's better if she says, I don't know. So something like this, I'm sure Biden knew absolutely nothing about because he's not in charge.
Biden said, I've got the information you've already said while we prepared the stream. So he says the Secret Service is trying to gather more details on the incident. Biden condemns, quote, political violence in the U.S. I hope I get to speak to him tonight. That was Biden's comments regarding Trump. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts regarding whether Biden was assassinated. Also said there is no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. So just very brief comments by Biden. Not too much there. I expected just a kind of longer press conference, at least taking more questions.
Well, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this as a meta point. Let's talk about this from a larger point, which I'd be very interested in hearing some other opinions on.
All right, that was a bad
Democracy
joke given the
is frail.
circumstances, but
And it's based on belief in the systems, right? This is what these Democrats and these leftists and these idiots don't understand, is that the harder they erode the systems, the judicial system and the media empires and all the other systems they use, the educational system, all of these systems are rotten to the core now.
literally
Democracy only functions when
retarded.
you believe in it. You believe in your
Can
vote,
we not?
and you believe in going to court and getting a fair ruling from a judge, and you believe in calling the police, and you believe in sending your kid to school to learn the things they're supposed to learn and not learn anything perverse. Now that all of our systems are completely eroded and nobody has any faith in them anymore, is democracy in the West ever going to even continue to work the way it worked in the past? Is it now that people are waking up? I often talk about breaking the matrix, and there's a bunch of positives that come with that, but there's also negatives. There's no light without dark. And the harder you work to break people free from the matrix, eventually you realize that the reason the matrix exists is because if too many people understand the truth of this world, then democracy disappears in the way that we currently understand it and know it in the Western hemisphere, at least. So I don't know how, I mean, this is the first assassination attempt on Trump. What do we think is going to be politics going to be like in 10, 15, 20 years now that we've seen all the courts are politicized and there's two-tier policing and the media just lies and the president isn't in charge of anything. Now more and more people are waking up. How does democracy even look in America anymore?
I hope we see, and we've got Biden's full stream now. We're gonna play it, and then we're gonna play clips. Myron, if you're still with us, perfect. I want to play clips of the Eyewitness, the BBC Eyewitness that Elon quote tweeted. I think we should focus on that a bit more. It's very interesting testimony, concerning testimony from the Eyewitness. But before that, I want to play Biden's speech. Ricardo, go ahead.
Thanks for coming, folks. I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government in this situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald
Actually,
with his doctors.
hang on.
Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly. I hope when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And so I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that people, and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to, if it's not convenient for you all. The bottom line is the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. I mean, everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. So far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We got some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much. And I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do. Okay, Mr. President.
So I'm just going to play the clips as well, Myron, of the Eyewitness. Also, we do have images of one of the only shooter with a headshot by the looks of it. We probably won't post it. We'll post it with blurred by a headshot wound. I'm guessing by the Secret Service. Let me go to the clips from the Eyewitness, which I think is really important. That again, Elon quote tweeted. So Ricardo, if you play those clips, we've split them into 4 clips. Let me just play clip 1, if you can, Ricardo, when you're ready. And then Myron, I'd love your analysis of this as well. This is the BBC Eyewitness we were talking about earlier. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, but we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof. And he had a gun, right? He had a rifle. Right. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, oh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see.
So before we continue, I know you've already commented on it, Myron, but the question I have to you is that, obviously pure speculation, is that more likely to be the Secret Service understaffed or something more sinister?
We don't know. It could be both. It could be a combination of something more sinister and the Secret Service being understaffed. It can, I would say it's probably that is more than likely. Because I'll tell you guys this. I guarantee you right now, as we're sitting in this space, there's a task force being assembled right fucking now between the FBI, Homeland Security Investigations, ATF. Everyone and their mom is going to go ahead and get involved in this case. They're going to figure out who this guy was, who he was involved with, what put him up to it, were there any other conspirators involved, etc. They're going to definitely form a task force. It's probably being formed right now as we speak to figure out, what happened here. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of both of them being understaffed and on top of that, something potentially more sinister because we know that Trump's a very divisive president.
We do know that in 2016, just want to remind everyone that there's been 2 other assassination attempts on Trump, one in 2016. There's a British man named Michael Stephen attempted to grab a police officer's gun to shoot Trump. He was quickly apprehended, and he did admit that he planned the attempt to assassinate Trump. He's been planning it for about a year. In 2020, in September, an envelope addressed to Trump contained ricin, which is obviously a deadly poison, and that was intercepted by law enforcement before reaching the White House. Before it reached the White House, so a woman was arrested in connection to this. So there's been 2 assassination attempts to Trump. Obviously, nothing as close as what we saw today.
And just on that, just to add to it, Elon Musk just replied to Ian, and he said, quote, dangerous times ahead. 2 people, separate occasions, have already tried to kill me in the past 8 months. They were arrested with guns about 20 minutes drive from Tesla HQ in Texas. So Elon Musk is saying he's had 2 assassination attempts in the last 8 months himself as well.
Guys, why do liberal politicians or liberal figures never face these assassination attempts? This is a genuine question, considering it was the liberal politicians that locked you in your house and forced you to not see your grandma when she died, and forced you to get the injections of poison, and forced you to lose your business. Considering that these people are more draconian and have more, they do more damage to your day-to-day life than anybody ever. How come liberal politicians never face any of these adversities? It's only people like Elon who's trying to allow us to speak freely, or Trump who's trying to save America. Is it because the left is just so radicalized? Is that what it is? Is it just a difference in politics between the emotionality and the rationality? I'm not sure what it is. I think it's very interesting that we talk about someone being high profile and under attack. That's fine. But it never seems to happen to the other side ever.
I think
well, Clinton had an assassination attempt, and so did Obama. They just weren't very successful.
It's what you said earlier, Andrew. You said that the U.S. roots its power in foreign policy in the superstructure of imperialism, and the liberals give full support to it. And the only critique, even though it's a slight critique, that we ever see is from the right in America, and that's why they're targeted.
Well, I'm glad to have my thinking confirmed. I wanted to put the question out there, but yeah, I mean, that's basically the reason.
But Clinton and Obama both had assassination attempts on his life. They didn't get as close as they did to Trump in this case, or as Reagan in his case, but there were people who did try to kill both those men.
I think the question is whether it's like some random psychopath who's got mental issues, or whether or not it's a coordinated plot. And if you look at JFK, it was clearly a coordinated plot, and it clearly had to do with his stance on foreign policy. With the recent assassination attempt of the Slovak prime minister, the assassin
Guys, I'm going to step
came
away
out
for a
and
minute.
said
I'll
it
be
as
right
much,
back.
that it had to do with his lack of support for funding Ukraine. With Donald Trump, I would imagine it's probably the same. We'll have to wait and see. But I think if there was ever a reason for anyone to assassinate him, this would be it. I mean, no one cares if Ron DeSantis comes out and he says, I oppose LGBT rights, or I oppose immigration. No one cares about that. He'll get all the big donors. The only thing that stops big donors and from supporting someone, and stops, I guess, provokes the deep state to go after someone, is if you actually challenge the permanent war state, the military-industrial complex, the banking cartel. And again, Donald Trump is not like a full challenge to it. He's just a slight challenge. But even with that, they've gone after him and they've attacked him relentlessly. And this is just the latest evolution of this attack.
So Jackson, just on that, because you mentioned foreign policy. So specifically, in your view, and I know it's from a holistic perspective as well, but also, do you think that his position on Russia and Ukraine was a primary factor or a significant factor?
100%. I mean, he's the only candidate running right now between him, Biden, RFK, that has come out and said that, he said many things, that some things that contradict each other, but he's the only one that's come out and said at times that I would actually defund Ukraine and bring it into this war and give Russia the territory it's already, liberated. RFK has some crazy idea about how he wants to send in UN peacekeepers and force all the Russians out. Biden obviously is going to be a continuation of this. I mean, I see the CIA is trending online. I think Operation Gladio should be trending. I think the CIA should be trending. These are all the sorts of groups that would target Donald Trump, just like they targeted the Slovak prime minister.
So JD Vance just said, Senator Vance just said, Biden's campaign's rhetoric, quote, led directly to Trump's assassination attempt. And this again from Republican Senator JD Vance. Also, Alex Jones just put out a clip, a 2-minute clip. I'm going to play it and give you the mic back, Sully, to go back to the panel. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you that we're not in normal times. World War III, nuclear war is this close. They just fired 5 shots at Trump and hit him in the side of the head. And the media's like, oh, big deal. He survived an assassination attempt. This is crazy town. Biden is a complete puppet. The New World Order is melting down everywhere. And I believe they're getting ready to kill Biden and blame it on Trump supporter. I've been saying that for over a year. So President Trump in Pennsylvania up there gets shot at, gets hit in the side of the head, survives. That image of him up there with the blood on his face, defiant, is incredible. And now the deep state that's committed all these crimes and opened the borders and human trafficked and started World War III, they are so desperate, they're going to go for broke. But I've told Trump, I've told his campaign, you've got to be more careful. We got to pray for President Trump right now. This is such a dangerous time. I'm in Northern California with what would be a huge story breaking tomorrow, and it's still going to break. Massive story we're working on right now, okay? Secret mission. And it will still break it. But, ladies and gentlemen, this attempted assassination of Trump means we're not in Kansas anymore. And now they've tried to kill him with a gun. They're going to try to poison him. So Trump, inside circle, listen to me. And I know you listened before. You had the Secret Service call me. I briefed them on stuff. Listen to me. They're going to try to poison him now. This blew up in their face. They failed. They fired 5 shots.
I hope he
killed
does.
2 people, maybe 3. Of course, they got rid of the shooter, so they can't find out who that was. This means the New World Order is going for broke. They have nothing to lose now. Pray for America. Pray for Trump. Pray for the free press. Pray for truth. And know with, 112 days for the election now? Anything is possible right now. Deep state, escalation war with Russia, China, Taiwan, it's all on the table. False flag terror attacks, blaming on Trump, his supporters, they've been hyping that. We need to pray right now for mass awakening and mass discernment because America is fighting for its life. I'm about to do a live show as soon as the crew can get into the office. I just got off an airplane, just got here to where I was staying. I'm going to do a live show at InfoWars.com/show, banned out video, and real Alex Jones. I'm collecting all the notes, all the videos. We'll be live in the next 30 minutes to an hour at InfoWars.com/show, banned out video, and real Alex Jones on X. But pray for President Trump. He needs to get out there and speak immediately about this.
We can watch InfoWars when that comes on, guys.
But again, pray for Trump, pray for America. The deep state has overplayed their hand. They're completely screwed, which means they're going to strike back big time.
That was Alex Jones saying
I've
that
just sent him an invite. Sorry, yeah, I was going to say I've just sent him an invite as well. Just
oh, good.
I'll give him a quick call now, see if he can jump on.
Nice.
Well, he said effectively the same things I said. So it's good to know I agree with Alex Jones,
Fuck off, Andrew.
Of the game. He said the same thing I said, effectively about poison, about the, going to try again, about the fact they have to get rid of him, about how they've basically the same things. And I agree with his sentiment.
Andrew, he also said that he thought that they would try to attempt to assassinate Biden as well. Do you agree with him on that?
Nah, they have their January 6th bullshit. Those faggots wheel out January 6th every 5 seconds to make everybody who doesn't agree with them seem like a bad guy. And that's what this is actually all really about. We can talk about Ukraine, Russia, which is one of the primary reasons why they hate Trump so much because of the money laundering scheme. But truthfully, what Trump would do in presidency, even if he passed no laws at all, would be to re-inspire 1, masculinity, and 2, nationalism. And those are the 2 things they fear most. They don't want a bunch of men who care about their country over everything else, who are awake. They want people who care about their country over everything else who are asleep, who will go die in a fucking ditch in Iraq like a dummy. But when you care about your country and you understand the world, and you're also masculine enough to not be afraid and to tell the truth about things, that's the problem. So now people are too awake in their minds for masculinity, because when everyone's asleep, masculinity is perfect. It's fighter drones. But when everyone's awake, they start to look internal and say, no, I care about my family and I care about my town and I care about my country. And I don't give a shit about going and dying in a ditch for some bank. That's what they fear. So they fear nationalism now for that reason. They want to keep us all divided. They don't want anybody putting America first. So they fear masculinity because masculinity is no. Masculinity is the only barrier they're going to come up against. Women aren't going to cause a revolution. Women aren't going to fight against all of this shit. It's the men who have to do it. So they want the men as close to women as possible.
Men aren't going to do
shit. Us all. So Trump's victory is also a win for
Andrew Tate doesn't even live here. Men aren't going to do shit.
Culture as
Andrew
a whole,
Tate wants to be taken seriously. He needs to move the fuck back to America.
It's all these things that they fear culturally, which aren't even tangible, like the Ukraine-Russia war.
So just some updates here. Alex Jones is Secretary said, if stand by, a lot going on right now. Hopefully Alex could join. Also, Bill Clinton has tweeted, he said the following: violence has no place in America, especially in our political process. Hillary and I are thankful that President Trump is safe, heartbroken for all those affected by the attack at today's rally in Pennsylvania, and grateful for the swift action of the US Secret Service. That just came in from Bill Clinton.
So just on that, in terms of nationalism, I want to go to Nick. Nick, you got your hand up.
Yeah,
Do
go
add
to
in what
Nick.
you want. But in addition to that, Nick, I've got a question for you. You alluded to it earlier. You had a lot of question marks about President Trump in terms of foreign policy and in terms of donors. And then it sounded like this was the kind of the moment that now you've decided you're all in with Trump. If you want to let the audience know, elaborate on that, and then do add in whatever you want.
Well, what I was getting at earlier, and I think this is what Jackson and Andrew Tate are saying also, is that it is all about war. That is really what this is about. It's about global resources. It's about land. It's about lithium and cobalt. It's about the wars. It's about Ukraine and Palestine. And so when we say who benefits from this, we have to think about what happens next, because there's I retweeted this. It's on my timeline. Trump turned his head at exactly the moment the shot was fired.
Yeah.
Turned it exactly at the moment. And if he hadn't turned his head, the bullet would have struck the back of his skull, not his ear.
So crazy.
And you can look at the frame and it's very clear. So it went down differently. What would take place next? We know that since the debate 2 weeks ago, arguably since the press conference at NATO on Thursday, that Trump is the presumptive president. If it's going to be Biden or if it's not going to be Biden, we know that Trump is sailing towards a massive election, probably going to gain on his victory in 2016. It's going to be a landslide that Republicans haven't won in 35, 40 years. It's going to be unbelievable. Let's say that Trump is taken out of the equation. Biden's not going to win. Then it's basically tossed over to the RNC, which starts on Monday. The nominating convention for the Republicans starts on Monday. So let's say, again, because the plan did not work out. Let's say he actually went down. 2 days from now, the RNC begins, and now, amidst all the chaos, the Republicans are going to nominate another president. Who do you think it's going to be? Well, who has delegates? Who's been winning 25, 30% of the vote in primaries, even though she dropped out? Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley's the only one that's got delegates, and she endorsed Trump. Miriam Adelson, who gave $100 million to Trump, is a personal friend of hers and advocated for her to be in the administration. And Trump said she'll be on the team in some form. She went to Israel back in May as basically to make a trip on behalf of Trump. So it's not hard to see who would benefit in this case. And let's consider the timing of it. It's not just about Ukraine. Everybody's talking about Ukraine. No one's talking about the elephant in the room,
I appreciate you.
which is that the Rafah siege is going on. And everybody reports that maybe an offensive in Lebanon will begin in days, weeks. Some say that Netanyahu is waiting to see how this election plays out, because, of course, the Israelis know that if somehow, by hook or by crook, the Democrats stay in, there will be more restraint on the foreign aid, on the precision munitions, trying to set up humanitarian aid for Palestine. Maybe they can't count on American support in an offensive against South Lebanon, or what they're doing currently in the West Bank, or a strike on Iran. So it's not going to be Biden. If it weren't Trump, it would be somebody like Nikki Haley, who said the only 3 questions for Israel are: what do they want? When do they want it? No questions asked. So if we have like this turbo neocon who's, again, tight with Miriam Adelson and doesn't have an axe to grind with Netanyahu like Trump does, there's going to be full-throated American support for another Lebanon war, for perhaps annexation of Gaza and the West Bank, and Netanyahu's political future hangs in.
You've just cut out, Nick. Not sure if anyone else can hear him.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's deeply connected to all of this. And the outcome of Netanyahu's future is dependent on the outcome of this election. So
they wanted him to get shot.
What they did is they tried to discard Trump. They tried to knock him out. It's either the intelligence agencies or it was these other guys who are going to benefit with a more favorable advocate in the White House. But either way, I think it was an attempt to throw him out of there. And I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see how he recovers from this. I think that something like this changes you. When someone takes a shot at your head and you're millimeters away from dying, now he's a survivor. And so all that rhetoric about retribution and vengeance, and it takes on a different tone. It's a bit more ominous.
Do you think we could?
So I think,
actually, you brought up an interesting question. Could we see a different Trump after that incident? Before answering that question for you, Nick, or anyone else, I do want to play another clip that just came in. Ricardo, if you can play it, that's just an eyewitness talking about Trump, who says Trump wanted his shoes after being shot. If you could play that, Ricardo.
The former president. Aaron, first of all, are
Oh,
you
no,
okay? How are
sorry.
you feeling? I'm okay. I was in the first row. I was directly in front of Trump, my seat. I was looking him in the eye. We heard the pops, maybe 3 minutes into the rally, 3 to 4 minutes. I heard 4 pops, pop, pop, pop. The 4 Secret Service immediately jumped on the stage, and we saw him push President Trump to the ground. Then the gentlemen that have the guns came up to start clear right, clear left. They said, get him up. So they lifted him up, and Trump said, I got to get my shoes on first.
Did his shoes come off?
His shoes must have, we couldn't see it underneath that, but his shoes must have come off when they dropped him down to the ground. First thing he said, we could all hear it. I have to get my shoes on first. And when he stood up, I'm looking at him forward, I see the red teardrop right here of blood, fresh red blood, just a little tear. Then when they got him up and they turned him, I could see the blood from the top of the ear to the bottom. Wasn't gushing, but it was covered. And then he put the fist bump up, stay strong, and they walked him off.
Also, I want to read out Patrick Bet David. I think I'm going to give you the mic after that, Andrew. But he said the following, just kind of in line with what you're saying. I just read the beginning. I'll read the whole thing now. It's a tweet. To those saying that the election is over and Trump will win by a landslide, you're being naive. Here are my concerns. Number 1, he must first stay alive in order to win. Number 2, there's a potential leak in Secret Service and protection of the president. Too many blind spots. So the first point is similar to what you said, Andrew. The second point, Myron, similar to what you're saying, too many blind spots. There needs to be a better system of protection. One bystander said he saw a shooter climbing on top of the building. He told Secret Service and police, but they didn't react for several minutes. A PMC needs to be hired to protect the president, someone like an Eric Prince from Blackwater. So that's also in line with what Elon quote tweeted earlier. Number 3, stage and AV security needs to be upgraded. I understand for optics, not wanting to put bulletproof glass in front of a president when he speaks, which I've always wondered, by the way, there's no longer bulletproof glass. There's no way if I'm running stage security and AV, a shooter should have any chance of getting an angle from the side or the back. The biggest stage and AV companies in America who support high-risk targets, political leaders, need to reach out to offer strategies. This is insane. Number 4, RNC needs to double down on end-to-end security in Milwaukee. Multiple bomb squad teams need to inspect the forum. A redundant inspection.
People ID the gun
to
as an
inspect the
M16.
inspectors for any possible blind spots. RNC is only a few days away. Quote tweeting those who quote quality controlling those who quality control on steroids. Number 5, an immediate tweet, text, and email needs to go out to the entire base to raise money. People to know how to support money, volunteer, expertise, protection, etc. I think the 2 highlights for these 5 points is number 1, he must first stay alive. That's by Patrick Bet David. And number 2, there's a potential leak in the Secret Service and protection. He talks about the eyewitness from the BBC that was interviewed that we discussed earlier. Andrew, your thoughts on this? And we've just sent an invite to Patrick. See if he can join us.
I just have an interesting thought experiment, and I have a question for Nick, Jason Hinkle, if he's still in here, Ian Carroll, whose videos I enjoy, and quite a few other people's. If Trump was dead right now, heaven forbid, because there's actually, and this is the people at home as well, there's so much hope riding on Trump. Trump's going to save it. Trump's going to fix it. Well, Trump is now gone in this hypothetical scenario.
But Andrew, just going out, Trump just said, there's been a spectator industry put out, Trump will attempt to attend the UFC tonight. Tonight, he could be attending the UFC. Just came out. Sorry to interrupt you, Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, and he should, because this is his heroic moment. So he absolutely should attend the UFC. But if Trump is primary target number 1 for these people, but if they get rid of Trump, then obviously the people who are lower on down the list become far more important and larger targets to get. And I like to ask the American right, and I don't like to call right left. I think that's stupid.
My husband thinks it was an AR-10, not an AR-15 or an
M16,
M16 because
if Trump was dead, heaven forbid,
AR-10 has a bigger
what is
range.
the solution?
I think you just cut out, Andrew. Just got a call.
No, that was a question. So next, do you want to?
If Trump shows up
Yeah,
at the
go ahead. I
UFC
thought
tonight,
cut
that
off
would
for me.
be
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, guys.
insane.
Yeah, you're back, Andrew. Go ahead.
All right,
Seriously.
so I'll just finish the question. Because if they get rid of Trump, then everyone else down the list who talks about how they got rid of Trump has to go. If Trump goes, I'm going to jail for 15 years. Nick, you're catching a case. Hinkle, you're catching a case. Ian Carroll, you're catching a case. All of you are doing 10. All of you are doing 10 years. I will guarantee you.
Andrew
now you're doing
Tate
time
really
in
needs
federal
to shut
prison
the fuck up.
without access to the internet. All of you. All of us are. If Trump was gone, what even is the plan for the thinkers left of America or the thinkers of society? Because
What does Ian
so
Carroll
many
even
people
do?
have
Who
so
the
much
fuck
hope
is
on
Ian
this one
Carroll? I
man.
know he follows me on
Because
Twitter.
he's the
I don't know
last
what he
hope
does though.
anyone sees in the idea of democracy or
Can
the
someone
American dream or
explain?
the Western civilization as a whole. If Trump was now currently dead, what would you do?
Well, if Trump was dead, I think that, something has happened in the past couple of years, which is that Trump has become a symbol. And the symbol is different than the flesh and blood man. And I've talked a little bit about this on my show. I think the Trump operation, it is not the hope that people think it is. When you look at what's happening with the endorsements, when you look at what they're doing
Can
with
you
Project
DM this to
2025
me?
and their thoughts about the personnel during the transition,
Send it to
it's
me
going to be run by
directly.
Susie Wiles, who's a lobbyist. It's going to be run
So
by
Trump just posted.
JD
Sorry,
Vance.
Nick. I know you guys hate me for interrupting, but I think would you want to know? Trump just posted on Truth Social. So I'm just going to read it out. Sorry, Nick, and I'll give you the mic again. I want to thank the U.S. Secret Service and all of the law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person. I was just going to mention there's someone that was killed at the rally. Just a reminder for everybody. I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. So it's a post that's it's not a political post whatsoever. He's extending his condolences to the family of the person that was killed and the one that was injured, and talking about the incident, exactly what happened. And he also was pretty clear in saying we don't know, nothing's known at this time about the shooter. So it's a good post. I think it's a better statement than what we heard from Biden earlier. Go ahead, Nicholas, and I want to get thoughts from Ed and Brian as well, kind of getting a different perspective. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, it's a perfunctory statement, and God bless him. I hope he does go to the UFC because that's his mindset. But what I was saying is, to just sort of shorten it up, we have to reckon with the fact that the interests, many of them, are behind Trump. This is something that, people are calling me a hypocrite because I'm like rallying behind Trump, but it remains true that many of the billionaires like Ken Griffin, Mary Madelson, Bill Ackman have lined up, the Wall Street, Silicon Valley, Big Energy, and so on, behind Trump's candidacy, and he's promised to deepen the corporate tax cut, and so there's reasons for this. So with that being said, Trump becoming a martyr in this situation, I feel like I don't know if I necessarily agree with this notion that Trump before today and whatever the changes may happen, because this is a game changer. I don't know that Trump this morning or yesterday really would deliver on that hope. I don't know that over the next 4 years when he's elected, he's really going to deliver that. I think if anything, up until today, he delivers his followers back into the mainstream consensus about taxes, about immigration, about many of the things that he ran opposing initially, really through no fault of his own, but because the GOP assimilated him after his victory in his inauguration in 2017. So I think regardless of what happens over the next 4 years, we do have to look beyond, because you're right.
Thanks,
that
Hugo.
We can't put all our eggs in one basket, so to speak. He is a mortal human being. He's done more than anybody. He's the greatest American of our lifetimes, but he's one man. And so we do need to look to systems. We do need to look to the forces of history to raise up more people. And I think that is where you're going to see the deliverance in our lifetimes, in the next generation or the generation after that. The same forces that produced me, the same forces that produced the generation that supports Andrew Tate, which is all kids, which is unbelievable. It's like 13-year-olds that are like, what color is your Bugatti, and that kind of thing. Like, societal forces produce that, and the forces that produced us and the generation of our supporters, it will continue to work. So this is very much like Russia. This is like Russia 100 years ago or Russia 30 years ago. You know, whether or not the final battle happens now, you know, the revolution, so to speak, happens now, we all see where the arrow is pointing. So I'm actually less concerned about the long term. The short term, I'm deeply concerned about. The long term, I feel like, you know, the right people are having children, Christians, believers, conservatives, everyone else taking themselves out of the gene pool. The culture is correct. You know, there is a cataclysm on the horizon. There will be a way out of this to sort of knock us off of this seemingly, you know, impossible trajectory that we're on. It's like immovable status quo. So I'm actually more optimistic about the long term and, you know, who might rise up in the future. It's the short term where we really got to lock in and make sure that Trump gets in, and also, you know, I do think it's important that we are aware of the reality of what the Trump movement represents. That's why I'm a little bit skeptical. We have to be very precise about conspiracies, of which I think there are many valid ones with this today. But we have to keep in mind many of the interests are in favor of him. So that doesn't exclude a
I
lot of them.
actually agree with you 100%, Nick, and I agree with everything you said. I think what Trump does, though, is he's a very important pressure release valve. If the idea of Trump becoming president didn't exist, there would be a revolution today. The reason anyone puts up with this shit is because they're thinking Trump will be in soon. They believe that why cause problems now? The election's in November. He's a very important pressure release valve. And if that pressure release valve was gone, if Trump was assassinated, you'd have a lot of very angry people, quite rightly, who now felt like they had no hope. And you'd have a whole lot of people doing X, Y, and Z. And they would come for the figureheads of those movements. They would come and say, Nick is anti-Semitic and he says these things. And he's very engaging. He's very interesting. He has to go. Andrew Tate, he's a misogynist and he's too handsome. He has to go. Jason Hinkle, he is anti-Ukraine war and he's pro-Hamas terrorist. He has to go. And that's what would happen because you'd have the pressure valve would be removed. The anger would be boiling up. And then the state, the system would come for the figureheads. And that's who we are. And that's what's kind of a little bit scary to me. If Trump was currently dead at this point, heaven forbid, I really do believe that you, Nick, Jason, me, a bunch of people would be looking at 10-year stretches within a month. I truly believe, maybe I'm crazy, but I've seen it happen to me and what the Democrats did to me via Romania by proxy. And I've seen how quickly they'll put your ass in a cell. And it's crazy.
Let me read out what Bill Ackman just posted as well. Bill Ackman said, "We are in the midst of a perilous moment for our democracy. The risk of any of the candidates being harmed can have catastrophic consequences for confidence in our system and democracy." And then it refers to another post that says the post suggests that Trump team's request for more Secret Service protection has been denied. RFK has long been asking for basic security, which we know we've talked about, we've been critical of. He's been denied that security as well. When I interviewed RFK at an event a few weeks ago, barely had any security. We had more security than RFK, and he's the one, obviously, that was significantly more at risk. So it was a big surprise for me. We've had people walk into the room, people I knew walk into the room, they're like, Murray, security didn't even check me. These requests for protection can no longer be denied. And he talks about, let me open that post that talks about Trump's request for security being denied. Let me just open it up and read it as well. I saw someone post about it earlier, but I did not talk about it because it wasn't verified. So let me just read that out here. Breaking, a source, says Sean Davis, a source familiar with Trump's security detail tells the Federalist magazine that the former and future president's detail has been asking for beefed up protection and resources for weeks, but has been rebuffed time and again by Biden's Department
Alex
of Homeland
Jones
Security.
is a speaker.
The DHS, which oversees Secret Service protection
Good,
detail,
I'm glad he
wasn't
joined.
responsive to those requests for more resources, according to the source. And then the question that Sean Davis asks, was Biden's regime behind the attack, or did it deliberately do everything it could to allow it to happen? So whether Biden and Krasenstein's probably, and James, good to have you as well. I'd love to get your thoughts on this right after the Krasensteins and Alex Jones as well. We've got everyone's here today. Krasensteins, I'm going to ask you that question, and then we'll go to James and Alex. Alex, pleasure to have you. I know you've got a show shortly as well, so we'll go to you right after the Krasensteins. Guys, the statement here by Sean Davis was Biden's regime behind the attack. How do you think that would impact Biden politically, whether or not he was behind this? Obviously, there's no confirmation and no sources, no one's saying that Biden's behind this. but just people making those allegations.
Yeah, I think that we have to like wait to get more details. There's going to be a lot of speculation on both sides about different things that could have been done. Clearly, something was lacking for that man to be able to get up on the roof and shoot him from what was 150 yards away. I think. I think that both sides need to like step things down a notch. You have one side claiming, "Oh, it was staged. Trump wasn't really shot. He had somebody do it." Another side saying it's a deep state. Likelihood is it's probably a lone wolf that wanting to take him out. I mean, that's
Oh, shut
probably
the
the
fuck up,
most likely
Brian.
possibility.
Krasen scenes are so
So just, I
stupid.
think people need to calm down a little bit, step back and wait for the facts to
Yeah.
come out.
I agree with this.
Secret Service, that we know that they seem to have some issues. I mean, if you have this happening at a rally that's not even that big, then
Not
what are
even
they
that
doing
big.
when
It
he's
was
at the convention?
50,000
You know, so
people.
I think
Not
that
even that
somebody needs to
big.
take
When has
responsibility for
Biden ever
this.
had a rally that big?
Alex, we just got Patrick Bet David as well just joined. I'm going to go to you, Alex, and we'll go to Patrick and James afterwards. Your initial thoughts, Alex?
Well, look, I have been saying they're going to try to assassinate Trump. I believe they may kill Biden. I said that on your show just a few weeks ago to then blame it on a Trump supporter. This is what happens when political systems are collapsing. We're already in the beginnings of World War III with Russia. Trump is going to come in and end that war. And they just tried to assassinate Trump. And magically, the lone gunman has now been killed by the Secret Service. So historically, assassination is a real thing that happens when political elites are in trouble. And obviously, we can't say that Biden or the deep state was behind this, but to not ask that question is a fraud on its face. So I have been hammering this, and I believe, and I've said this on the show, my own broadcast 100 times the last few months, that if they try to kill Trump or kill Trump, next is Elon Musk, and next is the leadership of the American resistance, because this is World War III stuff, and the people that are willing to go to World War III with Russia and willing to have NATO ship F-16s and cruise missiles into Europe are willing to do anything, and they see anybody that wants peace as a threat. Just like JFK decided to pull out of Vietnam, 2 months later his head got blown off in Dallas, Texas in 1963 in November. So this is an epically dangerous, insane moment. And the fact that they didn't get Trump and he's now taking a bullet for America, I'm telling you, the deep state, I believe, all the evidence points towards it, and I'm speculating here, is behind this or provocateured this or opened the door by cutting Secret Service to do this, and by hyping it up and saying Trump's Hitler, bare minimum saying he's Hitler, they've done this by creating this atmosphere and this climate, and that now that they've failed, he is even in more danger. He should not get on his jet. He should not be doing any speaking engagements. He should hold up at Mar-a-Lago until he wins the presidency in 112 days, because this is an epic moment for the world. This is the American Republic in total and complete crisis. Make no mistake, the deep state's in trouble, and all evidence points towards them having the motive, as the Romans would say, who benefits, in Latin, qui bono.
Let me read out a press statement that just came out from the Secret Service. I'm not sure if you've heard as well, Alex, the witness, the BBC witness that Elon quote tweeted as well. Let me read out the statement. During former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, on the evening of July 13th at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position. So it's one shooter, a suspected shooter, because there's been reports of potentially two shooters, from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. U.S. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. One spectator was killed. 2 spectators were critically injured.
Oh
The
my
incident
God.
is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. And so that's a statement by the Secret Service here. Alex, and we've played your clip earlier. Patrick, we've read your tweet earlier. I've got a question for both of you, and a question also to you, James. The witness, the BBC witness. I mean, that's one thing that concerned us the most. Myron was with his experience as a former Secret Service. I think you've worked at the Secret Service detail, Myron, if I'm correct. And he's even pointed out concerns with that eyewitness testimony that we heard earlier. Alex, would love to get your thoughts initially, and then Patrick and James as well. Not sure if you listened to it, by the way, Alex. Do you know which eyewitness, the BBC eyewitness? Yeah, did you hear the eyewitness, the BBC eyewitness?
Yes, I heard the BBC eyewitness. That's what I'm telling you, is that how in the hell does the Secret Service let somebody get on the roof with the 45th president of the United States, about to be the 47th president of the United States? That's the number one thing you watch. So again, default, the number one thing the Secret Service commands is the heights. They always take over, default, all of the rooftops at any event, any buildings. It's all they shut down buildings, they kick people out of them, all of that. So the fact that they're saying this person was on a rooftop is just totally insane. And I know that Biden has cut a lot of Secret Service to Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and others, as you mentioned earlier. So this is bare minimum them not putting, air in the tires of the car, or not putting brake fluid in the brakes. This is bare minimum negligence, criminal negligence on purpose. And they're reportedly, I don't know if it's true yet, we're going to see, this is some type of Antifa operative. So this is all developing.
Yeah, so we do have James. I know you've posted as well. You and Patrick have both referenced that the Eyewitness, the BBC Eyewitness. Would love to get your thoughts, guys, on that. And I know it's too early to come up with too many theories, but there's just a lot of red flags.
James, you go first. I'll go right after you.
Hey, thanks, everyone. Yeah, I mean, counter assault teams, they're outsourced professionals. And it appears to me it's unlikely they make these types of mistakes. So this was either, as I posted, a glaring error or an intentional overlook. And I'm talking to people, professionals, and that's what they're saying. I mean, while errors are certainly possible, plausible intentional overlook of the rooftop is more likely with the assignment. So this is so developing, it's hard to even comment, Mario. But what I will say, and what I take away from this entire thing, and it'll only take 30 seconds for me to say this, is that this is really going to wake people up. Alex Jones knew this is where it's headed, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, but most people don't know this until they see it on television, like the debate. This will wake people up. People will become more courageous because of this. And hopefully that courage will translate into people inside the government, inside these intelligence agencies, stepping forward because they now know what is at stake. We've been given another chance. We were an inch away from the abyss, perhaps the ending of Western civilization, an inch or two away. So by providence or luck or both, we have now all been given another chance. People need to step forward from inside the intelligence agencies. Be brave. This is America, damn it. It doesn't have to end this way. We've been given another chance, and that's what I take away from this tragedy. And hopefully it's
and James, just real quick, I want you to continue. That is perfectly said. Imagine if they would have killed Trump today, and that bullet would have been 3 inches more towards the center. It would have shot him right in the face. His head would have been blown off like JFK. Imagine the aftermath of that. And here's the bigger question: if the deep state's behind it, and I think it is, then what are they going to try next? It shows their total and complete desperation. James, I want your really expert opinion on that.
I mean, I think that if the deep state is behind this, and there's always some story, it's not a question of which story, it's what the story is. I can guarantee you there's a story here somewhere. And then hopefully this incident inspires courage. And I will say something to the audience here, that I've had people inside the White House, I'm not exaggerating, the White House reach out to me on deep background, of course, Border Patrol agents, the White House. Now is the time for people to step forward, grow a pair of balls, understand that this is the moment in American history. It doesn't have to end this way, like it's always ended, and since the dawn of time. And this is America. We're the land of the free, the home of the brave, and that's what I draw from this. That people will actually, I've seen it in the last 2 hours, come forward, tell us what you know. That's what's going to happen, Alex. That's my prediction. I don't think this is the only black swan event that happens before the election.
Totally agree. That was my next question. That's my next question. What is the next black swan?
Well, I
And
knew
does
that
that
there would be a
increase?
black swan.
And does that increase the likelihood? And James, I'll add a question to Alex. And by the way, Ivanka Trump just posted, "Thank you for your love." That's on X. "Thank you for your love and prayers for my father and the other victims of today's senseless violence in Butler, Pennsylvania. I am grateful for the Secret Service and all of law enforcement officers for their quick and decisive actions. I continue to pray for our country. I love you, Dad, today and always." My question to James as well, it's a political question. Does that make it more or less likely that Biden steps down?
I think all bets are off on that. Impossible to predict. What I do know is that there will be another black swan event. It's 100 days till the election. There's too much time. There's too much at stake, and all bets are off. But that's my thoughts, and thank you, Mario, for having me.
I appreciate it. All right, we'll go to Alex, and then we'll go back to Patrick as well. And we're reading your tweet earlier,
Dan
Patrick.
Bilzerian just got
We
out
do
of
have the SEC. We have Mayorkas just put out a statement. U.S. Secret Service Director Chiro and I have briefed Biden on today's shooting in Pennsylvania. DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Secret Service are working with law enforcement partners to respond and investigate the shooting. And again, for everyone, there is one shooter, not two. Based
Guys,
on the
please make sure you
statement by
like the
Secret
stream
Service.
if you haven't
Patrick,
already. I
again,
would
we read your
appreciate it.
post earlier, but
Please
would love
smash
you to
the
break
like
it down
button
for us.
me.
Yeah, so this is great. The fact that this technology is available for all of us to be hearing different point of views on what's taking place. We all know we were half an inch away from civil war starting in America today. It's interesting because I had Neil Howe on the podcast 2 weeks ago. He's the author of The Fourth Turning. They wrote this book on December 29th of 1997. They explained there was 5 predictions that were made in the book. And they said from 2008 till 2028, it's going to be the fourth turning, the crisis. And we've all read this book. We all know the story. The 5 predictions they made, one of them was about the market tanking. Another one was a pandemic. Another one was about the Tea Party. And another one was that Russia was going to attack one of the neighboring countries like a Ukraine. And the 5th prediction they made in the book was not a World War III. It was a civil war. Then he quotes, while I'm on the podcast with him, he says there's this lady that wrote a book called Barbara F. Walter, How Civil Wars Begin. Okay. How civil war starts. She went and interviewed other countries about what it is, when a civil war starts. What are some signs? What do you know before that took place? She said 100% of people she spoke to said the same thing. None of us saw it coming. Nobody saw it coming. And by the way, the analogy of 212 degrees for you put a frog in a boiling water and he doesn't move until it's 212 and then he realizes it's too late, he's dead. Right now we're about 210, 211. If we think about the temperatures, where America's at right now. So Brian said something, I think it was Brian or maybe his brother said something here. There are a few things. If you've ever been in a bar fight, and we've all been in a bar fight, okay, you go to a bar, you're young, 21 years old, maybe some of you are 30 years old, you go to a bar, and all of a sudden a fight breaks out. There's typically 3 different types of fights, the types of ways we react in a bar fight. There are those who say, oh shit, let's get the hell out of here. Flight. They run out. There are those that don't know what to do. They freeze because they're so scared. And there are those that fight. Okay. So the fear, oh my God, what if he would have gotten shot today? What would have happened? It would have been probably the worst thing for the left. And here's why I believe it would have been the worst thing for the left. When MLK got shot, he duplicated millions of people that saw themselves as continuing his legacy. When a Malcolm X got shot, similar things happened. When John F. Kennedy got shot, so many people wanted to be the next John F. Kennedy. So in a way, for the left, I know this sounds kind of weird, Trump has already duplicated a million people who are firm 100% believers. I'm not talking about the voters. Firm 100% believers, of which 100,000 are somewhat capable, of which 10,000 are very capable, of which 1,000 are super capable of replacing and doing some of those things the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years. So this is the part that the left has to worry about. My concern right now is what everybody does to raise the temperature or lower the temperature. We don't know what's going to be taking place. I think they need to be coming from a place of staying paranoid.
Patrick,
I think
Patrick,
this
just
is
to
the
interrupt
greatest.
you. You're dead on. We need to call for peace and be against violence because I'm concerned the deep state or mother group may stage an attack now and claim Trump supporters did it. Respond to that.
But listen, Alex, I will tell you this. I think the American people are done. They're so done. Look, go on Instagram with the family, with the people you follow. Here's what you'll notice today. Go to your Instagram and notice the people you never thought were Trump supporters are posting a picture of Trump. What happened to you? Oh, now you have brass? Now you're public about it? How come you weren't public about it 6 months ago? Here's what's taking place. It's too late. They cannot do anything right now. The only thing they can do is to try to take him out because it's going to confuse.
No,
I
I totally agree. And that's what I said. What I said last week and
They're
today.
done.
I said now they're really going to try to get Trump because they're
Yeah.
screwed. They're done.
Yeah, they're done, and American people are no longer delusional right now. And the center, the libertarians, the independents, the voters that matter right now are sitting there saying, "What the hell is this all about?" So
Yeah, that image
look,
of him with a
already
bloody face is going to get him an extra 15 points.
That's right. That's right. So, anyways, you guys know where I
But
stand.
Patrick, one thing, yeah, the
of
tweet
what-
went viral. I think you got like over 1 million impressions. I'll pin it above in less than an hour.
No, it was
But
10 million. I saw his tweet at 10 million with the one I saw.
Oh wow! All right, so you said the following. The first point you said is, and that's a concern that Andrew shared earlier. You said the following: he must, and Myron, I see your hand up. We'll go afterwards. He said he must first stay alive in order to win. Are you genuinely concerned there could be another attempt on his life?
Well, listen, I'm a businessman, and as a businessman, when you all of a sudden have an internal employee that does something to hurt you, or an external employee that does something to you, or a cyber attack, or an AI attack, or a phishing attack, you have to immediately respond with a level of preparation and paranoia in ways you've never had before. Internally, the team has to be careful with every event takes place. I don't understand some of the setups that they do with their AV. Quite frankly, I'm very confused when I watch their AV when he's speaking. There's too many opportunities for something to be taking place. I'm going to bring the right minds in today. But I don't think this is going to end. I'm going to act, if I'm the guy, if I'm on Trump's team, if I'm on the inside, every single event we go to, my job and the guys that report to me, say it's 500-man team that every event that we're providing protection, say it's 250 or 100. Every single event, I'm telling everybody, think like the shooter, think like the enemy, think like what they're doing.
Let me just add, Patrick, I
attack?
totally agree with you. That even before I saw your viral tweet, that's what I said in videos I put out about an hour ago, because I was on a flight out to California, a big story we're breaking, and I was just like, they got to get Trump now. And I'll be honest, I know Trump wants to be a tough guy, and he is a tough guy. He needs to go cyber now. He does not need to be on the road, because this is going to trigger copycats. Even the deep state doesn't try to kill him, which I think they've got to do now.
I disagree. I disagree with that, Alex, and I'll tell you why.
Hey,
Here's
Dennis,
why I disagree with that.
isn't this
Look,
crazy?
If you've been to the Smithsonian in D.C., which I'm sure you've been to many times, you go there in one of the rooms, I think it's on the second or the third floor, where they show the aging of Lincoln. You ever seen the aging of Lincoln, where you move a little bit to the left
Yes,
and you
I've
see
seen
how
it.
much he
Yeah,
aged
yeah,
during
it
his
shows him young,
presidency?
shows him old.
And you've seen
Yeah.
that. That's right. And then it says, being a president is the greatest burden I ever carried. President Trump is carrying a burden. This isn't a position of playing. He needs to keep playing offense.
No. I agree
but
with
his
you that he's
people-
going to go on offense. I'm simply saying his danger level
but
went way up.
this is, if you allow me to
Yeah.
finish my point, let me just finish my point. This is the point I'm trying to make. He needs to play on offense, but the people on his team's level of paranoia needs to go to the roof. Like, you need to have a meeting and say, guys, can I count on, what are we doing here right now? What the hell happened? I appreciate his tweet that just came out right now, giving all the credit to Secret Service and police and all this stuff. But he needs to bring the Eric Princess. He needs to bring all these guys and say, can I rely on you guys fully protecting me? Yes, because I'm going on the road. Because he's not the type of guy, his profile. He's not going to do that. That shows strength when you don't. When a Biden has to wait an hour and 15 minutes before you tweet or say something about the president, and they ask you a question tonight, hey, was this an assassination attempt? And he says, what? I don't want to comment on that. 30 seconds later, AP tweets out saying it was an assassination. Kind of a coward says it's not an assassination attempt. No, he needs to be on the
I
offensive
totally agree,
right now. The world needs to
Patrick.
realize. Yeah.
Someone just posted
Yeah,
a photo
Patrick,
of
but
a
one
bullet
question about it.
flying by
Well,
Trump.
that's
Just
right.
retweeted
Love
it.
all the stuff you guys are doing.
I appreciate it as always, Patrick. One last question for you, and Myron. I see you've been waiting for a while, Patrick. One last question for you is that the attempt was very public. A lot of people are pointing to Tim Scott just put out a post saying, "Let's be clear, this was an assassination attempt aided by and abetted by the radical left and corporate media, unnecessarily calling Trump a threat to democracy, etc." So a lot of fingers are pointing that this was not a lone shooter. But then, if it was, the deep state, the military-industrial complex, etc., it just doesn't seem wise. Number one, it doesn't seem wise for the left to do this because they're obviously going to lose. They're going to lose a lot of support for obvious reasons. But Alex, it doesn't. But it's just so public. I think that it will backfire to be so public.
I mean, they killed Kennedy. Let me just say something quick. I'm going to get off here too. They killed Kennedy in public. That's why I'm saying Trump's got to be very careful, because his group is infiltrated by operatives. They clearly stood down. There's no doubt that they did that. And so all I'm telling you is his organization is infiltrated.
Well, I guess we'll
He is
see.
completely wide open. And so I'm not trying to sound like John Wayne here and say, he needs to be up there and be tough. I get it. He's going to be tough. He's going to go back out in public. And something that Patrick David said is so key. There is absolutely disgusting headlines everywhere with the corporate media playing this down like it wasn't even an assassination attempt and trying to bury it. That's not going to work. But that shows you how the system is literally goading this on and going along with it. It is
That's
so
the most
dangerous.
fucked up thing. They won't
And
even
the
say it was
power
an
structure is playing with
assassination
fire.
attempt.
They're done.
Alex
Like
Jones is
just
right.
like Patrick David said, they are done. It is over. They should come in and sue for peace and parlay right now, but I don't think they will.
Thanks, man. I got. I just want to bring in Myron, but it's in and also ask Patrick the same question. When we asked Myron's done Secret Service detail before. Patrick, Myron felt like there was possibly a combination of incompetence he said that in his experience, and I will let him explain this, that generally speaking they are understaffed, and in addition to that there could have been something a bit more nefarious. Myron, if you want to explain your position, because I want to hear what Patrick.
Yeah, but the first thing I'm going to get off here, but the number one thing is control the rooftops, folks. It's a stand down. The rooftop wasn't controlled. It's a stand down, and it can't be spun any other way.
Do you guys want to watch Alex Jones when he goes live?
Alex is
One in the
correct. I
chat
mean,
if you
I
want
spoke
to
about
watch
this
Alex
earlier, but
Jones.
yes, I've done
Two
a
in the
bunch of
chat if
Secret
you want
Service
to stay
details,
with
guys
this.
protecting foreign presidents and stuff like that. And normally the Secret Service is out there. Number
One
one,
if
they're
you
out there
want
a
to
week
watch
or two
Alex
beforehand
Jones when he goes
to
live.
assess
Two
the
if you want
area,
to watch
make
this.
sure all the rooftops are secure, where they're going to stage snipers, etc. So it's ludicrous that we had someone on the top of a rooftop like that and was able to access it so easily. But that goes back to what I said before, that for many years, guys, the Secret Service has been significantly understaffed. Their agents typically
We'll watch
don't
Alex
last
Jones
long.
when he
They
goes
always switch
live.
over to other agencies, whether it's
The ones
Homeland
have
Security
it.
Investigations, who I used to work for, FBI, DEA, whatever, because Secret Service is not really an investigatory agency. They're supposed to investigate counterfeit currency, but they mostly, focus on doing protection details now because they just simply don't have enough agents. And then on top of that, a lot of their manpower is going to be put
We'll
into
stay
the
with
sitting
this until
president.
Alex
And,
Jones is
former
live.
presidents don't get the same level of protection detail that the sitting president does. I think after this event, Trump is obviously going to have to beef up his security significantly to almost to the levels of a sitting president, especially since he's so divisive. But, this was a monumental failure from Secret Service from a security standpoint. They need more agents. And I think Trump needs to stay on the road and let people know that he's not scared. He's going to be defiant towards these people that are trying to take him down. And, I'm just glad that he's okay and everything's all right. But Secret Service needs to step their fucking
No,
game
I
up
agree. But
because
let me just
it's
say this, and I'm
unacceptable.
going to get off, and I'm going to come back later. But I'm here in Northern California on a big mission, huge breaking story that's going to break the next few days. It'll be overshadowed by this. That's fine.
Maybe
My
he isn't
issue
going
is,
live.
folks, is
Hope he
that
is.
they can't stop now. They've got to go for broke. Clearly, this is deep state. Make no mistake. And that's why everybody's like, oh, Trump should stay out there and be defiant and be tough. He'll probably do that and he'll probably get killed. So I'm just telling you, he has the deep state trying to kill him. This was no accident, in my view. And we should be praying for President Trump, and he should be very, very careful. That's all I'm saying. God bless you.
Yeah, so we've just got another statement here. Let me just read it out quickly. Solomon, I know you were speaking. We've got Vice President Kamala Harris said that she and Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, were relieved that Trump was not seriously injured. Quote, violence such as this have no place in our nation. We must all condemn this abhorrent.
All right. I'm keeping an eye on the
All right.
Alex Jones stuff, guys.
I'm operative like Lee Harvey Oswald. This lays squarely at their feet. I'm sorry. I love you guys.
Yeah, and what could we expect to happen? Well, Dan, good to have you. Krassenstein's this question to the entire panel. What could we see at the convention next week?
Well, first of all, I don't know, whether he'll be active or whatnot. I told you earlier today, I was contacted by a lot of people saying the fundraisers were almost all sold out, which is crazy to think about, because if I told you the ticket amount, you'd be like, how are they selling all these tickets? But it was incredible the amount of fundraising momentum he had going into this today. And when I say that, I say also one of the things, and I agree with what Patrick Bet-David was just saying, is what has now shifted has been, it used to be toxic to support Trump. It used to be toxic to be out there, especially as a publicly traded CEO or as somebody prominent in the business community. And I think that especially after today, it cements it, and the momentum is just completely going to change. I said this earlier, right after the shooting, but this just further cements it. They sue the guy, they impeach him, they throw him in jail. Now they try to kill
And
him.
that's
Get
why he
shot in
could
the
sit in
head.
the basement and win. And if he goes out on the road, they're going to try to kill him again. I'm just telling you right now. And he dodged the bullet today.
And I think
he dodged the bullet, guys. This is serious.
Yeah, I agree.
I
agree with
agree.
Alex.
Literally,
don't care about getting caught. I mean, like, you know,
Hey,
to his
thanks,
point,
Nick.
they
I
killed
appreciate
JFK
you.
in broad daylight. So if you're out there and you have to screen every single person that goes to one of these rallies, and then every building within, you know, 1,000 yards in every direction, I mean, it's easier said than done. And
well, they don't. And, you know, not to say this, but I don't know how many of you have been with the president recently, but he doesn't have a lot of Secret Service agents around him lately.
No,
I mean,
he doesn't.
It's amazing.
He
Yeah.
doesn't.
I mean,
Nick should
sometimes
be
he only
going
has
live
2
in
or
like an
3
hour, so
within the
we'll
immediate
stay and watch
vicinity.
Nick's show.
That's not good, Alex.
Yeah, former presidents don't carry as many Secret Service agents as sitting presidents
Yeah, and
do.
listen,
And
I'm
they
not
have a lot
mad
of
at
discretion
people.
in how
I'm
many
not mad
agents
at
they
earlier
have.
folks. I agree with Patrick Ben David. He should stay out front. That looks great. But we already know Trump's tough. He already freaking got shot in the side of the head by a goddamn bullet. He needs to stop it. And he needs to go digital for now and point this out, because I'm telling you, they're desperate, folks. They're going to kill him. And I said this last week. I said this 2 weeks ago. They're going to kill him. So people, and listen, they're going to go after Musk too. So I'm not being alarmist, folks. We're in the middle of a revolution against tyrants who are trying to start World War III. They will do anything. God bless you, and I love you guys.
I think you're overestimating America's attention span. If this was a month,
Yeah, I think it's also important to like say what I was trying to say before, that like, you know, former presidents almost never carry the same amount of agents as the sitting president will. So they need to beef them up to that of a sitting president.
Yeah, well, I love how Krasinski pops in and says, don't hype this up. He freaking got shot in the side of the head.
No, Alex. What I'm saying is that I think you're overestimating the attention span of Americans. If he was to just go in his basement like you all say Biden did, I think that with an election that, I mean, the polls are still pretty close. I think that
Okay, well, this just becomes Gladiator then. This just becomes Gladiator, and now it's just a blood sport where we put him out there and watch him get killed.
No, I mean,
Brian, do you think
the convention? So the convention, I think the convention's in a more confined environment. I think the idea of holding outdoor rallies like this puts him in more danger when you're in a more
Krasinski,
confined
I agree with
environment.
you. Let me just say this, and I'm going to hang up. Former President Trump was escorted off stage by Secret Service during an incident, like Kennedy getting killed was an incident, at Pennsylvania rally Saturday that seemed to leave him bleeding from near his right ear, though Trump's campaign has said he is fine. Forbes is now spinning this like he has a mosquito bite or sprained his knee. Folks, this is the deep state. Holy hell is all I can say. Good God.
Thanks,
Hey, brother, Brian, sorry, go to Lemon. I was going to ask you, Brian, a quick question. Sorry, just you mentioned something, Brian. Do you really think Biden still has a chance to win after this?
I think this greatly reduces any chance that he had. I would not be surprised if this pushes Democrats further to try and push him out. But yeah,
and I agree. I agree. That's why they'll kill Trump. That's why they'll kill Trump. He's totally going to win now by 20 points.
So I'm not of the mindset that this was a deep state or that it was the government trying
Because you're a moron,
Trump off. I think if it was a government or what you call a deep state, I think they would have been successful. I think with the technology that the government has today, I don't think they would have missed on that shot.
Just some breaking news.
His head, and that's why he's not dead.
Apologies. Breaking news. Elon Musk just posted, and he said basically what Myron has been alluding to. He said, quote, extreme incompetence, or it was deliberate. Either way, the security service leadership must resign. That was a statement by
Trump was also just released from hospital.
Yeah,
just came in now within seconds ago.
But again, it's only
Trump
an
released from
incident.
hospital.
He sprained his knee.
If Trump shows up at the UFC
Trump
tonight,
is out of the hospital, and
holy
Elon.
shit.
Let me read that tweet again. There's a big tweet. I'd like to also read it. So let me read
I don't know how
Elon
he could
tweet,
get there in
extreme
time. I don't know how
incompetence.
late it goes.
So he's quote tweeting Jack Posobiec, who said, "How was a sniper with a full rifle kit allowed to be to bear crawl onto the closest roof to a presidential nominee?" Very good question. And Elon quote tweeted this saying, "Yes, that's actually a very, very important question." And Myron, I want to get back your thoughts again. So I didn't know it was the closest roof to Trump. And Elon says extreme incompetence or deliberate. So this is the closest roof to Trump, Myron. Are you on stage? Yeah, you are. So it's a lot more concerning than we were speaking earlier. So yeah, that was by Elon.
Does anyone still feel like this is surreal?
But again,
Like,
Trump
this doesn't
has
feel
been
like real
released
life
from
to
the
me. It
hospital.
feels like a movie.
I'm not sure where he's heading right now. We'll keep everyone posted.
Like Trump got shot
But yeah, just Myron, go back
in
to
the
your thoughts. Is that reducing the
Yeah,
likelihood?
no, I mean,
Is that
this is
where do you lean? And obviously this is too early and this is pure speculation. But where are you leaning? Elon himself posting that this could have been deliberate or was extreme incompetence. I'm
I
starting to
think
lean.
it's a combination of the two because
I feel like I
incompetence
did when the
creates
marathon got
opportunity
bombed.
for
I feel
people
like
that
I
are
did
trying
on
to do nefarious
9/11. I'm just
activities.
like, I
So
don't
I
even
think,
believe what I'm
the
seeing
fact
right
that
now.
Secret Service have been doing this for years, trying to make things happen with a shorter staff, a smaller staff, and this is going to hopefully wake them up and make them realize, like, hey, you guys got to
Yeah,
fucking do your job.
Trump
No one
did
cares
know what
about
he was doing.
counterfeit
That was
currency. Nobody
badass.
cares about you guys trying to do cybercrime because that's what they try to do. They try to come in and do these cases, and it's like, no, fucking focus on what you guys are supposed to do, which is protection. That's your main thing. I think this is going to wake them up. This is going to make them focus on putting more agents out on the ground, especially towards the Trump detail. Operating with a skeleton crew for a long time now, and people don't really know it. And yeah, this is just extreme incompetence, which created an opportunity for this idiot to get on the roof and do that. I mean, just like Alex was saying before, securing the roof is the number one thing that you got to do as Secret Service. That is your job. When I was when I was doing my Secret Service details, there was always guys on the roof, and that was for foreign presidents. We were doing that shit. So for the States, it needs to be even more.
You're right. Matt Gates just posted. Let me send it through to the team as well, just to post it out as well. He posted, okay, we've got images of the would-be assassin right now with a apparent headshot as well. Trumpster just posted it. Obviously, we're not going to be posting it. It's a very graphic image. So he's just a long hair. Let me just describe the shooter. Brown, long hair. Seems like a young guy. He's got a bit of small beard. Not that it all matters. But thought I'd mention it's gonna, since we're not able to post the photo. It's very graphic. Let me
Do
read
we
out
know
what
his
Matt Gates
ethnicity?
posted. White male. You're in the group, so you could have a look at it. So let me just go back to the Matt Gates' post earlier. Okay, so Matt Gates quote tweets a Russ Latino, who tweets a post, an Instagram post, I think, by field director for Congressman Thompson, who headed the January 6th commission,
Where's
as we
this?
know. That was that post was an hour ago, and he said the following. That's again not by obviously Mr. Thompson, by Congressman Thompson. That's by field director for Congressman Thompson. He says the following. It's pretty disgusting, no matter which side of the aisle you're at. I don't condone violence, but please get you some shooting lessons so you don't miss next time. Oops, that wasn't me talking. So that's by Jacqueline Mars. So it's pretty disgusting.
And, well, also for that person, so that congressman actually proposed legislation to remove Trump's Secret Service detail, actually. And also there's additional posts on that Facebook page for Jacqueline about that, doubling down and saying that's, she thinks that's protected or whatever. So there are additional posts from her, but she doubled down on that, not just one post, but several posts.
So sorry, Congressman, can you send the second post? Also, it says Congressman Thompson was the one leading the charge in reducing the budget for Trump's security details. Is that what he said?
Yes, yeah, exactly. So that's the congressman that was proposing that, and the field director is saying, kind of making this little post about how he should have had shooting lessons or whatever. So it's kind of this tells you exactly what you need to know about this person, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll be posting about this now. Appreciate it, Trumpster. If you could, we'll post the tweet, the Instagram post by Jacqueline Marceau, and then we'll post the other one, Trumpster, if you can put it in our group, in our internal group. Sully, I think I interrupted you earlier. We do have Live One TV. I forgot your name, sir. But obviously you've got similar experience to Myron, so would love your take on what we know so far and your thoughts on Elon's tweet. Was that negligence or something more nefarious?
Well, I think there's something nefarious going on at the Secret Service. This is Ian at Live One. Joseph Clancy was the director of the Secret Service when Trump came into office. And he was,
yeah, no, Elon is correct, man. It definitely negligence and incompetence for sure.
And Joseph Clancy was removed from his position after going on television and revealing to the world that Keith Schiller, Trump's longtime security personnel, was unarmed. And that video was on national television. He had no reason at all to reveal that. And Schiller's the tall guy that typically would be right near Trump in the Secret Service. The other thing I'd like to say is that just a few weeks ago, the Secret Service made a trip to vision program.
Come on, Twitter. Come on. Come on. Twitter, don't do this to me. Come on. Sound, come back. Guys, while Twitter is malfunctioning, please mount the like button for me. The sound will come back in a second. We just need to wait for it. I don't know why this is doing this, but it's probably overwhelmed. But please mount the like button for me. If it doesn't come back, we're going to go to InfoWars. Actually, let's just go to InfoWars.
Just, quote
oh,
tweet
no,
it.
it's back. Never mind.
Another tweet here.
Oh. I mean, my take is I don't
Cheetos.
think it's possible this was a lone shooter. I think it was
Is sworn in, blah, blah, blah.
feds.
She's
I
responsible
mean,
for
that's my
successfully
take.
executing the agency's integrated mission of protecting
Maybe it was a lone
investigation,
shooter, but it
protection, and
doesn't make sense to me
investigations
that it was a lone
by leading a
shooter.
diverse workforce composed of more than 7,800
He got up
diverse
on a
special
building
agents,
with a
etc.
gun
Prior to her appointment, Ms. Cheetle served as
within
senior
range of
director in
Trump.
global security at PepsiCo, where she was responsible for directing and implementing security protocols for the company's facilities in North America. Her role at PepsiCo involved developing risk management assessment and risk mitigation. That's on the Secret Service website. So she worked at PepsiCo before protecting the president.
Wait, the head of the Secret Service was formerly at Pepsi?
Again, we don't know too much information. Was it incompetence by the Secret Service?
What
or
the
nefarious?
fuck?
Obviously, we're just speculating here based on the information we have. But as more time
No,
passes,
I
we're
think
getting
it was
more
deep
questions
state.
rather than
100% deep
answers.
state. Come
Byron,
on, like
your thoughts on Elon's concerns? Very
Antifa
vocal about
doesn't
this.
exist in the middle of Pennsylvania. Not really.
Myron, you there? Let me go back here and update here from New York Times. Not sure if anyone can hear me. Sully, can you hear me? Just confirming that you guys can hear me before I read the next update
we can
here.
hear you.
All right, so we got national and world leaders condemning the shooting. So
Well,
that's pretty
yeah,
good.
no, I mean they're valid concerns, man.
You've got connection
the
issues,
worst thing
Myron.
that could ever happen.
I'm just
The
gonna.
Secret Service's whole mission is to protect the President of the United States and protect, obviously, people in power in the United States. So for them to fail this is their number one mission. And for this to happen in 2024, and for someone to be on a roof, the way it happened is almost even worse than the fact that it did happen. So this is a monumental failure. You best believe that there's going to be a whole inquiry into this. That between the director of the Secretary of Homeland Security, all the way down to the director of Secret Service, they're going to work this way back all the way. Because this is bad. And then now also on top of that, now there's going to be a federal investigation open for sure. FBI is going to probably take lead on it. And that just puts the Secret Service in a very weird spot. So it is what it is.
So yeah, Elon retweeted a section of Trump's post earlier. The section reads, most importantly, and we praise Trump for the same for that same statement. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. And as we know, Elon has endorsed President Trump less than an hour after. Okay, there you go. Hold on. And he also retweets. Okay, he is very vocal on this. So he retweeted another post that had a screenshot of an article from NBC News. Tucker Carlson Stokes Conspiracies claims U.S. is speeding towards assassination of Trump. So that was by NBC. I'm not sure what the date is. And then
we're gonna have to watch a lot of RNC this week.
Theorist.
Thank you, Bill. Come on, Twitter. Come on. I believe in you, Twitter. Bring the sound back. Guys, I am keeping an eye on it. Oh, Alex Jones is on. Trump. Okay, hang on. We're going to Alex Jones for InfoWars. Hang on. He's on. He's talking. Okay, Alex Jones. Oh, come on. Literally was just playing. Come on.
Show there's the InfoWars MD line that I don't talk about enough that is all the highest quality, whether it's turmeric or whether it's now in the name of Jesus, because this is a satanic war and we know that.
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Recognize that, and we cannot overcome these princes and principalities of the air without your divine intervention, and we call on the God of the universe through his son and his intercessor, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, to put up a hedge of protection around President Trump and around all those that are supporting him and around America and the world, that you stop the nuclear war they're trying to start. We pray in the name of your son, Jesus Christ, and we believe it and we know it, and we know he died on the cross for our sins and paid the cost and went to hell and took the keys to death and hell and returned them from hell for us. And we ask you, in the name of Jesus Christ, your sacrificial lamb, your son, the Son of God, we ask in Jesus Christ's name that you put up a hedge of protection now. In fact, we know that you have guaranteed us that if we seek your face and repent and are genuine in this, you will deliver us. And we seek you now, God, humbly in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. We beg you, God, to forgive us for our sins and put up a hedge of protection. And we are so thankful that this enemy attack was thwarted by your angels.
Amen.
Guys, I'll come back in a minute.
Yeah, well, prayer is the right
Really?
move. And
Okay.
some of these things are really out
Alex
of our
Jones
hands.
is a very
And
emotional
I
man.
know that we as human beings are the instruments of God just as much as we are the instruments of the devil, depending on how we choose to live. But our power is limited, and we can only do so much. And things like what we witnessed today, Harrison, I think really are evidence of God's intervention. You know, so many of our founding fathers were deists. They believed in God, but they didn't believe in his intervention.
Let me just say something right now.
Go ahead.
Let me just say something right now. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
I want to say something right now. I want to say, that's what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to be the guy that has all the answers. I've already been on 3 or 4 shows. I've already uploaded 4 or 5 videos. I'm watching everybody out there. Oh, this is great for Trump. Oh, we really going to win now. They're going to go for broke now, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a spiritual war. And this is Satan. This was Satan trying to kill Trump because he got rid of Roe v. Wade, is trying to protect the children. He's not perfect, but God raises up people like him. Look at the Bible, look at history. We literally dodged a bullet together today, and Donald Trump got grazed by a bullet. And we better, because I'm not bitching. I'm just saying, I don't see anybody saying, thank God he didn't die today. And I'm not bitching. I'm just simply saying, we better get on our knees. We better get on our knees. Because we're like, oh, it'll blow up bigger if they killed him. No, folks, they're coming after everybody. I told you, when they try to kill him, that means they're going for broke. World War III, people. I got 4 children. And I got a family to take care of. And I'm pissed about this. This is dangerous. So everybody out there, oh, God, they didn't kill him. Oh, we're winning. No, folks, we are winning. That's how desperate they are. But it shows how desperate they are. So we better get our asses in gear right now. And I'm not trying to tell you guys what to do. I know you're both Christians. So if you feel led to do it, I think we should open the phones up. Everybody should say prayers. Harrison, you want to say a prayer for Trump in America? Chase Geyser, you want to say a prayer? Because this is about God right now. God defended Trump today and just gave us an idea of what would have happened if those angels wouldn't have turned that bullet just a few inches away. We better be thanking our angels right now.
I mean, think about it, Alex. This guy, this shooter, we're hearing 400 feet away. He had all the time in the world. He had 2.5 minutes, we're hearing, up on that roof.
Oh, I could shoot
aiming.
bullseye. I could shoot a 2-inch
Target
group at 400 yards all day. I could shoot a 6-inch group at 800 yards. I'm not, Harrison, I'm not on your ass. I'm just saying, you love God, Harrison. I know you do. Say a prayer, Harrison. Come on, right now.
No, I thank God for sparing us from what could have happened. And I pray that the American people wake up before it's too late. I do. I pray that God opens the eyes of the American people to understand the evil that we're up against, and that's not a game, and that's not something you can shrug and roll your eyes at, and that's not just something happening that nobody has control over, but understanding that we're up against evil, that we're up against a desperate foe who's doesn't know mercy, doesn't know backing down, doesn't know turning the other cheek. They don't know these things. And I pray to God that it's our embrace of these things that can save us.
I totally agree. And I think Trump needs to call on God, which he's starting to do. Chase, I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but now is the time to call out to God. So I'm not telling you to say a prayer unless you feel like you should do it.
I'll say a prayer. It reminds me specifically of one of my favorite poems, which is a prayer, Invictus.
Yeah, Trump
Out of the
almost
night that covers
Trump almost
me,
got
black
shot in the
as the
head
pit
tonight.
from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may
They
be
shot
for
him in
my
the ear.
unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloodied,
but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Amen.
Beautifully said. And the reason I'm doing this, folks, is this is a spiritual battle. If we don't have God, we have nothing. But with God, Rob, you're here with me. You want to say a prayer? Get over here. I'm trying to make, guys, God's all we got right now.
Yeah.
I got earbuds. Can people hear this with earbuds? No, take the earbud. Say a prayer. Get on the camera. We should pray for Trump. Everybody should pray for Trump. I want the phones open for Trump.
We really did dodge a bullet today, and we all need to, especially tonight as we see our kids, because this is all their future that they're relying on us to give them a future, and that future was almost stolen from us today, but by the hand of God, turned Trump's head right at the last second, and that bullet grazed his ear. So, big ups to the big man out there who I think literally brought his hand down to stop and sway Trump just a micro inch to stop that.
Let him get hit to show us how serious it is.
Exactly. Now, it wasn't just an assassination attempt. Now he was hit by a bullet. And then you have Forbes magazine out there saying, oh, there was an incident. And Trump was rushed away from stage and looked like he had some blood on him. These people know no bounds. They truly are enemies of humanity and enemies of free people everywhere.
Say a prayer. Say a prayer, Rob.
I don't even know if I'm going through. I can't hear.
Oh, yeah, you're going through.
we're
No, we
hearing
can hear you. Yeah,
Am
yeah.
I going through? Okay, you're just being quiet. Okay. Heavenly Father, thank you for giving Trump the discernment and the insight and the instinct to turn his head at the last minute, but to give it just enough so people could see the reality, and for giving him the courage to stand up afterwards, after the Secret Service were trying to hold him down. He said, no, I want to tell the people I'm still here. I'm still fighting. Fight, fight, fight. And we thank you for giving us this day, because this is going to rally all of America now. And the whole world's going to rally around Trump and what he's trying to do. And we're going to cut through all the garbage and all the BS and all the Project 2025 and everything else that they're trying to do to distract you from what's really going on, which is a spiritual war. That is where we're at right now. People are going to choose sides. We thank you for showing us that we have to choose sides today. This is the day that we all have to choose sides. In your mercy, amen.
Amen. You know, I don't know if Alex can hear me, but I had the same thought that Alex did, even just for like coming into the studios. You know, it's like when 9/11 happens, you think like, oh, I need to be with my family right now. You know, we don't know what comes next. Because I totally agree, and I'll say this again once Alex gets the earbuds back in. Alex, I was just saying, I completely agree with you that my response to this, obviously, it's a brief elation that Donald Trump survived and was only grazed. But my immediate next thought was, okay, what's next? They're going to go crazy. Should I even leave my home right now, or should I be with my family at this moment? I got an extreme trepidation about what comes next.
Harrison, you are protecting your family on air right now. And this is so important. You should be you guys should stay there for the next 2 days live. We cannot take this like, oh, it's an incident like Forbes and AP and Reuters said. No big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, how many times have I said in the last 3 months, they're going to try to kill Trump, and if they get him, they're coming after everybody. This is a coup. This is a total coup against humanity. This is their move. We are winning. Humanity is fighting back. So the reason that I asked you to pray and I asked Rob to pray is because I don't want to be the one saying this. I don't want to be like, I see everybody, no one's saying pray for Trump. No, they're like, oh, great, we'll really win now. No, ladies and gentlemen, the enemy is going full on now. The enemy is going full on right now. And so we have to recognize it's God. We have to pray to God. So I'm going to come back in a little while. I'm going to say a prayer and put it up to X. Everything we're putting out right now, it's like 3, 4, 5 million views. And I'm going to say a prayer for Trump and ask people to pray for Trump, because the power of prayer is real. You open the bridge, the gate to the internal and to God. And that is the thing that will override the enemy. We need to pray for Trump to be given discernment and for God to lead, guide, and direct Trump, because he's an imperfect servant like all of us, but he is amazing. And the enemy hates him because he's not against humanity. And when he got shot in the side of the head, he pushed the Secret Service off and said, fight, fight, fight. And then the media tried to spin that, which will be even a bigger detriment to them. These people are scum. They're willing to do anything, because Trump will end World War III when he is sworn in on January 21st, 2025. And that's why they are in such a panic mode. And that's why everybody says, oh, there's 112 days or 14
Who
days.
else can
or
we watch?
whatever
Who
it
else
is, the
is live right
election.
now talking
It's
about
the
this?
79 days of hell.
I want to
in
watch
early
Nick when he
November
goes
to
live, but that
January
won't be until
21st,
10:30.
that they're going to pull out all the stops. And so I don't do this show as a game. I don't do this to play games. I don't do this to sit there and run my mouth. I don't
So
put
we
up
have
with these
40
attacks
minutes.
because
Who
I
else
think it's
should we
cute.
watch?
I know the enemy, and I know how to beat him, because God is with me. As imperfect as I am literally in God's presence. And God tells me what's going to happen. And God is telling me we better pray right now. And we better understand that we're on the edge of nuclear war and destruction of life on this planet as we know it, if we don't stop these people. Now, we don't want to be violent. What did I say?
Oh, I think he'll start
100
on time
times
tonight,
last
Reagan.
month.
I think he
When they
will.
kill Trump or try to kill Trump, they will then stage truck bombings and attacks on black churches and racist attacks and blame Trump, whether they kill him or not. So they're loading truck bombs right now to bomb black churches. They're got the brainwashed white supremacist shooters ready to go into black churches.
What?
They've all pre-programmed it. I don't want to prove how right I am again to the FBI, to the Secret Service, to the federal marshals.
The
I know
shooter's
a lot
already
of you.
dead.
A lot of you are
They
good
shot
men and
the
women.
shooter.
You know this is happening. I go to federal courthouses. Everybody, they're great people. I shake their hands. They're not bad people. The government's not our enemy. It's been hijacked. But you need to blow the whistle. You need to speak out, because this is going down right now. But the good news is, as Patrick David said earlier when I was on,
No, we're not watching
with
The Crucible.
Mario Fall and his crew and Nick Sortor,
No, we're not watching Charlie Kirk.
they're seeing people across the board support Trump that never did publicly. People understand what's happening. So I'm gonna let you guys go back to the live show. I appreciate the crew coming in on Saturday night, but this is history happening. If we won't stand and go 24 hours for Trump, when he got shot in the head, then we won't stand for ourselves when the time comes. All these big mouths. Oh, I see you in helmets. I go to war. Oh, I'm ready to kill people. No, if you won't stand up and speak out and just
Guys,
stand
I
against
need
evil,
serious
and
suggestions
if
in the
you won't
chat
stay
about
on
who
air,
is
I'm talking about
live
all
that's
of
worth
us,
watching.
and if listeners won't support what we're doing, I'm going to say this right now. I only say this because it's the truth. And I don't, in a way, it's very, very empowering. It's very cathartic, but I'm out of money. And I don't care about being personally out of money, except money is the currency I use to fight the enemy. We need people to go to InfoWarsStore.com. We need you to buy the products. We need you to go to drjonesnaturals.com. We need you to go. My God, these people are fighting for us, fighting together. And I'm not mad at the audience, but man, we have like 10 million viewers a day or more. And less than 1/10 of 1% ever go to drjonesnaturals.com or go to InfoWarsStore.com and buy great products. So I've turned loose of this. I've given it to God. If people don't see that we've been right, if people don't see we can't be bought, if people don't see we don't back down, if people don't back us, that's your problem.
So there's
I'm
no
not
one
mad at
live
people.
right now with
It's all in
watching,
God's
is
plan.
what
I
I'm
have learned that God
learning
is
in the
control,
chat. No one live worth
and God
watching.
always keeps me humble, like the widows might. But I need you to go to InfoWarsStore.com and get the InfoWars MD line of great products. I need you to go to drjonesnaturals.com because you saw them in the news the last 2 months. We're shut down next week. First, they said it wasn't happening. They were like, yeah, we were shutting them down. The sheriffs are coming to lock the doors. Then a federal judge came through and blocked it. Now, the federal judge has a plan for us to continue on. But if we're not profitable, if we're not making money, which we are literally on the edge of red and black right now, then we won't be here. So it's so simple. get products you need that are amazing, support the broadcast.
All right, let's turn to
and
CNN. Let's
be
see what
part of
CNN is
history.
doing.
It's a no-brainer, but I'm not mad at people. I'm just blessed you're tuned in.
I don't want to hear Alex
But the
Jones
fact that
shilling
you watch
medicine.
so many
I'm sorry,
entertainment
or
channels,
like
so many
whatever he's
shows.
shilling.
This is the broadcast that told the truth. This is the broadcast that hit the number.
Give me one sec.
This is the broadcast that predicted it all. We cannot fight this evil.
I'll leave
without
this
you.
up.
drjonesnaturals.com, InfoWarsStore.com. But even if you're not going to support us, you get great.
So basically, I mean, for me, I think this is pretty obvious, and I'll just talk about what I think while CNN is actually loading on my browser. What I think is this: it seems pretty obvious to me. This was like a deep state assassination attempt. It's like you think about what happened in terms of like, listen, I've been to Trump rallies before. Like, you have to they have security everywhere at Trump rallies. What we're talking about is we're definitely not watching Viva Frey. He's a fucking retard. Like, and guys, just so you know. Like, Charlie Kirk is a retard, Benny Johnson is a retard, Viva Frey is a retard, Megyn Kelly is a paid shill. I'm not like watching any of these people that I don't like. I won't do it. I think they're just I think they're grifters and cloud chasers, and like I don't really care what they have to say because I don't think they're very smart. So no, we're not going to watch any of them. I'm sorry if people like them and they're their favorite people, but like just no, absolutely not. Not in any way will that ever be aired on my channel at all. So we're going to watch CNN and just see what's No, I don't like Drew Hernandez either. I think Drew Hernandez is just a loudmouth that doesn't actually know very much and isn't actually a reliable person. So no, I mean, if anyone has like good recommendations, I'll watch them. But like none of these people that I'm seeing in the chat, I think are worthy of our time. So, I mean, like, this is not possible that this was a lone gunman. Like what they're talking about is there was a building about 400 yards away from where Trump was, that this lone gunman crawled up on the roof, bear crawled on the roof for several minutes while people in the crowd were pointing at him going, there's a guy on the roof, there's a guy on the roof, there's a guy on the roof. Secret Service doesn't do anything. But magically, when the guy on the roof starts shooting at Trump, all of a sudden the Secret Service shoots him immediately. Really? Why didn't the Secret Service do why was the guy even on the roof? That to me seems like very, very basic. Like, why was he on the roof? Why was he allowed to get on the roof? Why does that even happen? Hang on. Are you a retard? Are you a retard in my chat? And guys, just so we're clear, I want to be like, and listen, man, I know a lot of people are going to be kissing Trump's ass and sucking Trump's dick for the next like several days. Just because I'm wearing the black MAGA hat right now, make no mistake. I do not think that Trump is going to solve any of our problems at all. And any of the conservatives who are out there, like I've had conservatives in my Twitter feed all night saying something to the effect of like, do you see now, Carlin? Do you see? Do you see? Don't you get it now? And I'm like, you are a legit fucking retard if you think that Trump is going to solve any of our problems at all. Trump doesn't understand what's going on with the left. Trump is still beholden to Israel. Trump is like completely sold out to the lobbyists. Trump is not going to solve any of our problems. Now, he's going to win the election. And I think we should all accept, like, Trump is going to win the election. Like there's just like, I mean, they would have to really fucking cheat on this one. They would have to really pull everything out of their back pocket because Trump just won the black vote like easily. I think that Trump just won all the independent voters. I think there is no like it would be extremely difficult to even cheat their way out of this. We do still have 100 days to the election, so I guess who knows what could happen. But I mean, I think that for me, it's kind of like a foregone conclusion that the reason the deep state did this is because they know Trump is going to win the election. Viva Frey is one of the stupidest people on the internet, and if you listen to Viva Frey, I would really recommend stopping because he's legitimately one of the stupidest people on the internet. But make no mistake, just because I'm not in favor of assassination attempts, because that's what this was. We watched an assassination attempt right before our very eyes. That's what this was. If Trump hadn't turned his head at the last moment, like if you haven't seen the pictures, they took off the top of Trump's ear. Or maybe not took it off, but there's definitely, like, the bullet went through Trump's ear. But that doesn't mean that I believe in any way, shape, or form that Trump is going to solve our problems, because I do not believe that Trump is going to solve our problems. I don't believe Trump even understands our problems. At this point, Trump is really more of a symbol than anything else. That's all it is. Trump is a symbol. Trump is a middle finger to the bullshit. Trump is a middle finger to the establishment that hates him so much. But no one should be under any illusion that Trump understands the problems that we're facing, because Trump doesn't understand the problems we're facing. No one should be under any illusion that Trump isn't going to bend the knee and suck the cock of Israel and send them billions and billions and billions more dollars, because Trump is absolutely going to do that. Anyone who believes that Donald Trump is the great savior, you probably have a sub 75 IQ, and I'm very sorry for that. Like, some people are just born stupid, some people are born smart, some people are born stupid. But like, if you truly believe that Trump is going to save you, you have not been paying attention, or you are not smart enough to understand what's going on. But right now, we are in a situation where I believe the deep state, the intelligence community, whatever you want, they've tried to assassinate a presidential candidate right in front of us on live TV, on live internet. It happened right when I went live on this stream tonight. Literally, I went live on the stream and I got, like, instantly had people, Trump just got shot, Trump just got shot. What the fuck? What do we do then? Voting isn't going to fucking save you. I mean, at this point, maybe we vote for Trump as a symbolic middle finger to the people who tried to kill him. But, like, you need to keep in mind that voting for Trump is not going to solve your problems. Trump winning is not going to solve your problems. Trump is not going to do anything to help you. Trump doesn't even care about you. Trump only cares about himself. So I like a nice middle finger. I do. I like a nice middle finger to the establishment, but people have got to start waking up and start hinging in to the reality of what is going on. And you need to know that you need to save yourself. Stop waiting for other people to save you. You need to save yourself. And if you are not going to do that, then do not be surprised when this entire country gets completely fucked, because the reason we are in this position is because the people have allowed it. No other reason. The people have allowed this to happen because people keep waiting for someone else to save them, and then they sit at home in their easy chair and they don't do shit. That's what I think. That's what I think. I don't think Trump's going to solve anything. I agree it would be 4 years of impeachment trials and him fighting the establishment on both the left and the right. I mean, it's something. I guess it's, like, not the worst thing in the world. It's something. Anyway, you guys want to see what CNN is reporting? Let's see what's going on CNN right now. Hang on, I'll get it up. Let's see how they're covering it. And we are going to be watching Nick Fuentes in about half an hour, guys. Nick is moment.
here to ask about what the heavy police presence was for. And like I said, a police officer on the ground confirmed to me that, yes, this is where the shooter was on the roof. We're still getting additional details. But
Biden will solve hang on. So now you're going to get conservative. Do you think Biden will solve anything? No, Biden will solve nothing. Trump will solve nothing too. Trump will solve exactly 0 more things than Biden will solve. Trump is not a better leader than Biden. Trump is not a better president than Biden. Trump will do nothing additional to anything that Biden is doing. Trump will change nothing. Just because Biden won't do anything doesn't mean Trump will do anything. I don't know why you assholes are so hard-headed about this. Trump didn't solve anything in his first term. Trump isn't going to solve anything in his second term. When will you wake the fuck up?
where Donald Trump was speaking earlier very briefly before the round of shots were fired. Wolf?
Elena Treen on the scene for us. Elena, thank you very much.
Oh,
Anderson,
yeah?
back to you.
Well, you can take a 5-minute time out and think about
A
it.
little less than 4 hours into the investigation of an assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
At his final rally before Monday's Republican National Convention, the rally being held in Butler, Pennsylvania, just a few miles north of Pittsburgh. The former president was just a few minutes into his remarks, referring to a large graphic nearby when all of a sudden shots were fired.
So we're going to play you the entirety of it so you can hear not just how it unfolded, but also you're going to hear the voices of the Secret Service agents as they piled on the former president to protect him and as they tried to figure out exactly when they could move him off, waiting to actually move him off until the shooter had been killed, had been neutralized. You're going to hear them, and also hear the voice of the former president at several points. Let's watch.
No, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Moving to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go.
Hawkeye's here.
Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spare.
Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready.
We ready?
Shooters down. Shooters down.
Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move?
We're clear. We're
Let's
clear.
move.
We're clear.
Let's move.
We're clear.
Come on. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes.
Hold on in your head, buddy.
So we gotta move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay, my shoes down. Watch out.
That's iconic, man. I cannot believe Trump had the presence of mind to do that. That was fucking iconic on the part of Trump. Like, just like... That's fucking gangster, man. Imagine that. You've just been shot in the ear and you have the presence of mind to do that. Come on.
The former president was hit in the ear and hustled away to a local hospital. The gunman who fired from outside the security perimeter, this is new video of him on the rooftop he fired from, was killed. This is a video of him after he was dead. So one of the rally spectators was also killed. 2 others were critically wounded. And we're also going to show you this aerial photo that we have, just giving you a sense of the location of the building where the shooter was. You can see there the location of the suspect gunman's position toward the top of the screen, and you can see the approximate area of the stage where the former president was shot. It gives you a sense of the location of both and how it was outside the perimeter. Wolf?
And just a short time ago, Anderson, the former president posted on social media about the incident, and he said, among other things, this, quote, "I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America." That was the statement that was just issued by the former president. Anderson.
Yeah, Wolf, joining us right now on the phone is Dr. Joseph Mine. He was at the rally and witnessed the shootings. Dr. Mine, thank you for talking to us. Can you just tell us, first of all, where you were
Guys, please mount the like
when the
button if
shots
you
went
have not
out,
already.
and
That
what
helps
you
other
did?
people find the stream. Mount the like button for us.
So I was attending the rally. I was at the seated section right in front of the bleachers at the far left of the stage. So it would have been the absolute right flank of where President Trump was speaking at the podium.
And once the president was taken away, did you realize immediately what was going on?
Yeah, I'm familiar with gunfire, so I was there with friends. I heard 7 shots in very quick success, and like 7 shots probably with under maybe a second and a half. Someone sitting next to me said, said, "Oh wow, who brought firecrackers to the rally?" And I knew immediately it was gunfire. My friend, hit the deck.
Thank you,
I didn't
Andrew.
hit the
I
deck initially
appreciate the
because I
sentiment.
saw where the rounds coming from. There was a man in the bleachers right adjacent to me that took a gunshot wound to the head. As a physician, I could tell just when he got hit, he was killed instantly.
You saw him being hit?
Yeah, I saw him being hit, and then within a few rounds, I had swung back to look at the podium, and that's when I saw President Trump get hit in the right ear. It was a lot of confusion. So, I was in the seated section right in front of the bleachers, so I jumped, because I'm a physician, so I thought it would render aid, so I jumped the metal barrier between the seated section and the bleachers. The man had been, hit in the man had been hit in the head, had been killed. I helped lift him up and take him out of the bleachers, and they took him to a tent behind the bleachers where I believe they were going to evaluate him some more. Then I noticed another woman who was in the bleachers that she had a gunshot wound to her forearm and hand, but I wasn't exactly sure because they were rushing her out, but it looked like she might have had a gunshot wound to the chest as well.
So the man you saw being shot and killed, he was shot before.
Hey, thank you, Auto
you
Hoax.
believe
Appreciate
before
you.
the bullet grazed the former president?
I believe he was in the way of the gunfire. So I believe that whoever it was, I don't know who he was. He's a complete stranger to me. But, the bullets as they were being fired, he was in the crossfire. He was in the way. So in that fusillade of, rounds that were fired, he was hit, within the first round or two. And then a round or two after that is when President Trump was hit.
They might try again.
I saw it. I have it on
for
video,
real.
but, on my phone. But he was hit in the right ear.
Right.
And that's when I saw him. And that's when, Secret Service, pulled him to the ground and evacuated him out. But I mean, initially, I think, half the crowd thought it was fireworks or it was a prank, but I think that was the far right from the podium as you were looking at the podium dead on. The crowd that was close to the gunfire, you knew it was gunfire because people were getting hit. So I think there was initial few seconds of confusion, but, people responded pretty quickly.
I'm not sure when it was that you learned the location of the
Watch,
shooter.
Trump turned his head.
We've now seen the aerial
Trump
picture
turned
of,
his head
of his
literally right
location,
before the
building
bullet
where
was
he
fired.
was at, and the stage where the former president
Like
was speaking.
split second,
Was that
Trump
a
turned
building
his
you
head.
were aware of? Was it in your eye line? Were you aware that's where the shots were coming from?
If Trump hadn't turned his head, we would have all saw
No,
Trump
I was
get
just
shot
watching the
in the
round
head.
sail across me.
He would have been dead.
Basically, it's kind of a humid day, so
his skull would have come off.
There were 7 shots in rapid succession. I saw a man get hit, and then I saw the rounds
7
traveling kind of right to my left to right. And so I assumed, initially I thought, I'm just leaving the venue now, so I haven't seen any of the video. I've talked to authorities. I'm just leaving. It just seemed to me like the rounds were coming at either behind or just above where the bleachers were. But it was coming from behind the bleachers and heading towards the podium for Trump. So where I was sitting, the rounds were going from left to right.
As you said, you're a doctor. You're familiar with shots.
That's the question,
you've
Dennis.
seen the results of violence before, but being there, witnessing that, I know you haven't had time maybe to even think too much about it, but how are you doing?
Yeah, it's
watch. Trump turns his head right before the bullet.
You kind of
watch.
I think in medical training, you're trained to reflexively do things. So when you see something bad happen, you
That's
jump
a
into action and try to render
Everyone
aid.
understands that, right?
There's really
That's
no
a
aid to give
miracle.
for
Trump turned his
the
head.
gentleman that took the gunshot wound to the head. So it was just, I asked, they didn't really need aid. I helped take him out of the bleachers briefly, and then I went to go check on my friends, and that's when I noticed other people were hit, but they were already being evacuated. So it's just a lot to process. I really haven't thought about it a lot. So like I said, it's too fresh in my mind.
Yeah. Well, Doctor, I'm sorry for what you and everybody there went through, and I appreciate you talking to us.
The left has always had guns.
Thank
Only
you.
people who don't listen to the left think they don't have guns. They've
Anderson,
always had
we've
guns.
just learned that President Biden has changed his plans in the wake of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. For more on that, let's go to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez. She's joining us from the White House right now. So what's going on, Priscilla?
Yeah, well, if the president had been scheduled to leave Rehoboth, Delaware, that's where he has a residence, to Texas on Monday for events, that has now changed. We are learning only minutes ago that the president will now be returning to the White House tonight. Now, I have been talking to sources over the course of the evening who have told me that the mood at the White House is just utter shock. One senior administration official telling me, quote, "It is just really horrible." When I asked about the security incident that unfolded at the former president's rally. Now, the president, of course, did address the nation in which he condemned political violence.
Not assassination
and told reporters
attempt.
that he has been trying to get in touch with the former president. Now, those remarks, I'm also being told, were decided by the president himself. Of course, when this all unfolded, the president was at church, again, in Delaware. And it was only after he left that he was briefed on what had occurred. And it was in that moment, a source tells me, that the president said that he wanted to address the nation. And that is indeed what he did this evening. Now, of course, the Biden campaign is also changing their posturing after huddling tonight. They have decided to pause their outbound communications and pull down all TV ads. A memo also going out to staff telling them to refrain from commenting on social media. So a lot of movement both within the White House and within the Biden campaign tonight, as they have just been shocked by what they have seen. And again, Wolf, just to go back to the breaking news here, the president will be returning to the White House tonight. He had not been scheduled to until next week.
Yeah, he will fly from Dover Air Force Base in Delaware to Joint Base Andrews right outside of Washington, D.C., then motorcade to the White House tonight. Priscilla, thank you very much for that. Phil Mattingly, you're watching all of this unfold. I know you're working your sources. What else are you learning?
I think Priscilla captured what's going on, not just inside the White House, but I think across kind of the political spectrum right now, is there's genuine shock. And I think that for people who might say, well, if you've been listening to the rhetoric, if you've been watching what's happening, if you've seen, and Dana did a great job pointing this out earlier, that over the course of the last 10, 11, 12 years, there's actually been numerous incidents. It is still a moment where you can't believe, if you were watching it live, as I think a lot of us were, or if you've been watching it since, if you've been looking at the pictures, and I want to actually use their names here, Evan Vucci, Doug Mills, Anna Moneymaker, who took these shots that are shots for history, these photographs from near the stage, you almost can't believe that you're in this moment. These are the moments that you read about in 1968. These are the moments that you read about with Ronald Reagan. And the fact that they are here, I think a lot of what people are doing right now is grappling with, what does this mean for what happens next? We know that the Republican convention is next week. We know that it's happening. We know that the former president has already, you saw him in the moment, move to rally his supporters. You can almost be certain that he will be doing that times about 50 when he gets there. How do Democrats react in this moment as well? So there's the politics of this, but I think people right now are just trying to get their head around, this was already a very unsettling time. This was already a political campaign where people weren't really sure where it was going to go, and everyone seemed to be uncomfortable about that fact and however it was going to end up. And this only, I think, accelerates that feeling with 100+ days to go in a way that I don't think anybody expected 24 hours ago.
Yeah, people are saying, how could this happen in the United States of America? But unfortunately, as you and Dan have pointed out, it's happened many times in the United States of America, and it's happened once again tonight.
You know, for a history lesson, he is the 4th former president to be the target of an attempted assassination, right? I mean, this is history, what we're going through today, and it's a sad part of history. It is a black mark on this country's history that this has happened. And just to remind our viewers how fresh this is, I'm talking to law enforcement officials who are still trying to figure out, you know, who the gunman is, how he obtained the weapon, what kind of a weapon it is. I mean, right now, not just, you know, folks in Washington.
Oh, someone just released a picture of the guy. I just retweeted it.
We just are learning, Wolf, that
definitely
the FBI,
looks like
the Pittsburgh FBI now is taking
like
the lead on this investigation. So you have that aspect of it, but then the broader security concerns heading into the RNC next week and the DNC shortly after that. You had the statement from the Homeland Security Secretary saying that DHS is in touch with the campaigns and that security and protecting Trump and Biden are vital priorities. But there's a lot of questions tonight about how this could happen, how the shooter could get so close to the former president and the Republican presidential nominee and pull this off. And as we've been saying all night, just think about this, less than an inch away from potentially assassinating Donald Trump.
If it hit the right part of his ear, if it went a quarter of an inch higher, it would have gone through the
so
skull.
close.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just remarkable to think about this.
Yeah,
Fortunately, he is okay.
Fortunately, indeed. You know, Dana, I thought President Biden's speech before was very strong, very powerful. When he made the points, political violence is never appropriate. Everyone must condemn it. And he said he hopes to speak on the phone with former President Trump soon.
Look, that is the kind of reaction that we as Americans hope that you see from somebody who is engaged in the most intense, contentious political fight of his life, when his contender, who is ahead of him in the polls right now, has his competitor, I should say, has an event like this and an assassination attempt on his life. The fact that President Biden is coming back to the White House is the most appropriate thing he could be doing right now. Look, I think that, you know, Tim Naftali has been talking about everybody's in shock right now, and there's no diminishing the horror that we all saw live, and the fact that an innocent person who went to do what people in America are supposed to be free to do, which is rally support for the person that they believe should be the next president, which is clearly what all of the people who are behind the former president at that rally were there to do. And he lost his life. There is a kind of a blood-soaked history in this country of political leaders, presidents in both parties, either getting actually assassinated or being the victim of assassination attempts. And, you know, it hasn't happened in a while, thank goodness. And let's just hope that there's a wake-up call right now and everybody just tones it down.
And, you know, let's not forget that this assassination attempt was against a father. We're getting statements from the former president's family. Donald Trump Jr. says he spoke to his father. I spoke to my father on the phone and he's in great spirits. He will never stop fighting to save America, no matter what the radical left throws at him. We're getting a lot of statements from his family as well. You can only imagine how shocked and horrified they were by this attempt.
I think it's true that across the board, we have seen appropriate statements from almost everyone, from President Biden, President Obama, former President Clinton, of course, his family. I just want to talk for a minute about the Secret Service, because I've covered
If Trump
many,
picks
many
Tulsi, he's a
presidential campaigns.
moron.
I remember when Jesse Jackson ran in the 80s,
How
and
stupid.
he was no question a target for a lot of threats and attacks. Same for President Obama. The Secret Service are very professional. This is a nightmare for them, what's happened here. And we do not know yet why someone was able to get on top of that building. And it seems pretty obvious to us at this moment, but there may have been incidents outside their control. But I do remember in talking to Secret Service details for presidents and candidates that they often said, if someone is willing to give up their life, there's not a lot we can always do about it, because they can get at times very close to a candidate. I'm not saying that's what happened here. We don't know yet about why that person got on the building, but these Secret Service agents, they put their lives on the line to protect these people, and I don't think we should forget
And as
that.
you and I, Jim, know, these Secret Service agents who are assigned to the White House, they not only protect the president and the first family, they protect everyone at the White House, including those of us who have been White House reporters. I remember many times Secret Service agents helping me, but go ahead.
Listen, Secret Service, like counterterror officers, they have the toughest job in the world, right? Because you only know about their failures. You don't know about their successes. And in counterterror and with the Secret Service, you know that they have foiled, prevented, probably long before it gets to this point, countless plots against presidents, some of which we hear about. There was one going back to President Obama in 2011. It's a difficult job, and there are threats everywhere. And you know about only their failures, very rarely their successes. In terms of where we are today, and this is another thing in the wake of this, you want to be worried about where political fire is directed now, right? Is it there's an incendiary quality to the political discourse that no matter what happens, there's an our side, your side kind of view of things and lens. FBI is taking over this investigation. As you know, the FBI itself has been the target of armed attacks, particularly and threats in the wake of, for instance, the raid on Mar-a-Lago of classified documents. In each case, if any organization, institution is seen as being on the opposite side of the ramparts, politically, it becomes a target of attacks. And I think, and that's one reason why in the wake of this, all of these statements are so important. So many of them have that phrase, political violence has no place in our society, from Biden, from Republican lawmakers, Democratic
Thank
lawmakers.
you, but I would never.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Thank you, though.
Of course,
I appreciate
who knows better
it.
than him?
It's a nice
he says
sentiment.
exactly that.
Tulsi
And we're hearing it from
is
international
a
leaders as well,
grifting
saying very
sellout
similar, because they look at the states with
that
concern.
no
Although we
one
should
should
say,
trust.
we should note
Absolutely
that
not.
violent political discourse.
And if
is
you
not
want to insult
confined to this
me, you can
country.
take a time
as I'm
out.
watching, the Israeli prime minister comment on this. Of course, they lost a prime minister to assassination, Yitzhak Rabin. As I'm watching the Japanese prime minister comment, they lost a former prime minister in Shinzo Abe to a political assassination. The UK had an MP assassinated. So, this is a quality of political discourse that is sadly becoming quite common.
Sadly.
Wolf, just to quickly, Liz Cheney, I don't know if we've read this before. She put out a statement. She obviously has been on the other side with Donald Trump. She said reports of the shooting in Pennsylvania are horrifying. Again, violence of any kind has no place in American politics. I do want to say there was one thing that when I watched the tape, I found odd because of all of the heated rhetoric. And that is that after he was hit, former President Trump got up and said, fight, fight, fight. I think what we're hearing from people is that's not the message that we want to be sending right now. We want to tamp it down.
Yeah, I would just know one thing on this, to that point. His co-campaign manager, Chris LaCivita, just put out a tweet or posted on X, and he made clear in that post, blamed a lot of things, which I think a lot of Republicans, I think we're all hearing. Republicans are mad. There are a lot of Republicans who are mad and believe there was a lot that led to this moment, and they want to blame people for that. LaCivita making very clear, you win this, you end this at the ballot box. And I think whether people focus on that is the outcome here, and kind of continue to tamp down, whether it's a benevolent statement or not, whether the focus is on that versus continuing the acceleration we've seen over the course of the last several years, I think is going to be a very real question, and a question that the answer may have very real consequences on over the course of the coming weeks.
Yeah, all right, guys, everybody stand by. Anderson, back to you.
Thanks very much. I want to go next to CNN's John Miller with more details on what Pamela reported a moment ago. And Jim Sciutto just mentioned on the FBI now taking the lead in the investigation with us, as well as former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. But before I do that, I believe we have a new video. I haven't seen it yet. That it's a different angle. Let's play this. All right, it's pretty far away. Just that's obviously from a different angle as the former president is being led
We're going to be
away.
switching over to Nick
John
Fuentes
Miller,
in
I'm just
about
wondering
5
what
minutes,
you have
guys,
been,
when he goes live, just so you
anything
know.
more you have been hearing from your sources.
Please mount the like if you haven't already.
Well, I think 22 minutes ago, the revelation, and I'm quoting now from the statement, the FBI has assumed the role of the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident involving former President Donald Trump that occurred today in Butler, Pennsylvania. That means they are bringing a significant amount of resources into this tonight with that announcement. That's the Critical Incident Response Group will be driving up with their vehicles and equipment from Quantico. The FBI's evidence response team will be doing a grid search over that entire area where the rally was and outside the rally. That means elements of the SIRG group, including BAU1, the behavioral profilers, will be involved. Significant parts of the counterterrorism division and the Joint Terrorism Task Force will join the criminal division. Why the FBI and not the Secret Service? Because that's actually normal. The Secret Service's job is to protect their protectee, in this case, the former president, stop any assassination attempt, take out the potential assassin. But after that happens, they are part and parcel. But the FBI is going to be operating under the federal law that makes it a federal crime to attempt to assault or kill a federal officer or a former president of the United States or any official under the protection of the Secret Service. And that means figuring out who is he. Right now, Anderson, and I've been talking to sources all over the government, we're not certain that they are certain that they have the identity of the gunman. I know they're trying to confirm that. Secondly, they're going to need to know, where is he from? Is he local, or did he travel far and wide to get here for this event? And then they're going to want to know, is he a left-wing violent extremist? Is he an accelerationist? Or is he, and this is not out of the question, one of these people who are just hearing his own voices in his head? At what point we may learn the motive is something that just makes no sense to us. We've seen that before, but they are in the very early stages of trying to figure out, do they know who this person is, and how do they start down that road?
Andrew McCabe, former FBI Deputy Director, what stands out to you about this? I mean, we have this aerial shot that gives you a sense of the location of where we believe the shooter was and where the former president was speaking. I mean, I don't know the exact number of how many yards it was, but it's doesn't look that far. That was not in the security perimeter, that there was not somebody from the Secret Service already on that roof. What does that say to you? And also, for somebody, a shooter, to get up there, they must have cased that in advance, well in advance, no?
Yeah, you would certainly think so, Anderson. There's, as you look at that overhead map, it raises many, many issues for the investigators at the FBI and their task force partners who will be peeling this apart, literally dissecting every aspect of the shooter's life.
Hey, Andrew, I'm sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you. I want to bring in our Caitlin Collins, who's standing by, who has some more information.
Caitlin Collins.
President earlier, he said he'd been trying to get in touch with former President Donald Trump. We now can confirm from a White House official that President Biden has spoken to former President Trump. The White House says that he also spoke to the Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and the mayor of Butler, where this rally was being held, Bob Dandoy. He is returning to the White House, I should note, and this is
Guys,
something
I'm
that
just
was
waiting for
unscheduled, as
Nick's
Priscilla
intro to
mentioned.
go, and then we're
And the
gonna
White
switch
House
to
says
him.
that he is going to get a briefing tonight from Homeland Security and law enforcement officials. That includes the director of the United States Secret Service that Chairman James Comer said they are going to reach out to. It's also his top security advisors, and the FBI director, Chris Wray, will be part of that. Part of that briefing that he got tonight. But it is notable that former President Trump and President Biden have now spoken. We don't know anything else about what was said during that conversation, but they have been able to make contact.
All right, Caitlin Collins giving that confirmation. Andrew, I'm sorry for interrupting. Please continue.
Yeah, sure. So I think I was just saying the overhead map raises all kinds of issues for investigators to pursue. But to be clear, the FBI's job now is not to find faults with whatever the Secret Service did or didn't do. Their job is very simple. They want to know everything there is that can be known about this shooter, who they are,
that
where
says
they're
something,
from,
doesn't it?
how they got there, who they might have worked with or been directed by or conspired with or been aided by. That's job number one. And exposing those facts will greatly inform any kind of inquiry that the Secret Service conducts later to figure out if there were things that they could have or should have done differently. I think the location of that of the shooter's position opens up all kinds of possibilities. I agree with you, likely cased this positioning long in advance, which would lead you to believe that the manufacturing company that owns that cluster of buildings,
Hey,
whether or
Donnie.
not they have any video surveillance in the area, whether
Isn't
people
this
have ever
crazy?
seen this person or a vehicle that's ultimately attributed to him in the area. So there's all kinds of investigative avenues that simply that position opens up. Of course, once they identify where he's from and what vehicles he's connected to, there will be search warrants executed at all of those locations on all those properties. They'll speak to every one of his relatives, work associates, anyone who knows him. They'll take every piece of electronics that he owns or has touched or been near, and they'll download those things. They'll get onto his social media. They'll look at who he was talking to online, searches that he may have been making online. So this is a very complicated and vast process. I'm confident that the full weight of the FBI Counterterrorism Division and all of its supporting assets like SIRG and the evidence response teams, they are working tonight. They've been deployed to the scene. They will be going 24/7 on this case for quite some time.
Just in terms of making an identification, Andrew, I mean, is the fastest way, I mean, taking fingerprints off his, off his corpse? Is it following the history of the weapon used? What is the best way? Assuming he doesn't have IDs on him. Talk about.
Sure, right. You look in his pockets first, but the weapon is probably not a super reliable indicator of identity, just because it could have been a long chain of changes in possession of that or transfers of that weapon along the way. They can run fingerprints instantly from the scene. They have a process called a quick capture machine that they developed literally on the battlefields, working with special forces and our military forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. They can print him in place and instantly return whether or not he's got any sort of fingerprint record in the federal and state systems. There's other things that they can do. They can try to use dental records, things like that, but they will have this person identified, I would think, within the next few hours. Then begins the process of really peeling that life apart.
John Miller, I mean, at this hour, what stands out to you? What are the biggest questions you have from a sort of how could this have happened standpoint?
Well, I think the questions are going to be about what that outer perimeter was like. But I also understand, as the NYPD official who worked hand in glove with the Secret Service, I led the package that ran ahead of Donald Trump's motorcade in every trip he made to New York as president, without exception. I know how the Secret Service works, but the package they give to a president is one thing. The package they give to a former president is scaled down. Even the package they give to a former president who is a presidential candidate is not the same as presidential security. So in this case, they had a counter sniper team, which isn't in every case. and they were looking out for high ground. But as you see from the image on
Nick
the screen,
isn't live yet, guys. I'm keeping an eye on Nick. Don't worry.
Is very low. So
I've got him up on another screen over
have
here.
To face a lot of questions.
We'll go to him as soon as he's live.
But some of it may boil
Sometimes
down
Nick
to
is on Mexican Standard Time.
What was said before
we have to
on
forgive
our
him.
air,
He's
which
young.
is if someone's willing to plan it out, case it, and willing to die in the process, there isn't always a way to stop it.
And Andrew, in terms of
hey, thanks for the reminder, Andrew. Everyone, like, subscribe, share the stream. We're going to Nick Fuentes as soon as he's live.
Already there, as I think John was saying, there's going to be a lot more resources heading there right now.
That's right, Anderson. Every FBI field office has an evidence response team. Those teams are typically deployed regionally, so I would expect that the Pittsburgh field office is in the lead on this case. That's their
He's supposed to go live now.
They'll be receiving.
He's supposed to go live 5 minutes ago.
Influxes of resources, personnel, equipment, all sorts of things from Philadelphia, from New York, maybe New Haven. And there's a whole host of very large, capable offices nearby. And they'll be getting folks from headquarters, whether they like it or not. They'll get headquarters folks, folks from SIRG, as John mentioned before. So all those resources. There's a critical incident conference call that takes place within the FBI as soon as anything like this happens. And the purpose of that call is to get the leaders of all those different divisions and areas within the FBI together on the same call. The deputy director presides over it. And the decisions to deploy resources are made instantly, and people start moving as soon as that call concludes. So I'm quite confident that that's happened already.
Hey, Andrew, we've just got a new video that I want to show you. It's of the rooftop with Secret Service counter snipers on it. These are the ones who assume would have been the ones who killed the shooter. On the video, you can hear them shooting, and we're seeing this for the first time. Let's play this.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
I want to try to
How did they not know?
On it, because it's interesting. You see
they were pointing the guns at
counter
him.
Sniper. I mean, he's looking through his the lens on the rifle, and then seems to kind of notice something that he looks at with his own eyes as if to confirm, and then quickly shoots. Andrew, I don't know if you can see this video from your location.
How did they not know?
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
You know, it's a remarkable capture. Well, the first thing that jumps out to me, Anderson, is they, at least that sniper and possibly his, I don't know if that's his spotter that's lying on the roof next to him. You typically deploy as a pair, one person on the gun, the other person on just optics and directing the person on the gun. The video begins with them looking essentially in the right direction. It's almost as if you get the sense that maybe something on that rooftop had already caught their attention. And then when he raises his head off the gun, it almost seems to be in response to the first shot, like almost looking to confirm, like, did I just see what I think I saw, sort of thing. This is all speculation. We don't know.
He was looking at it.
We don't have that information yet, but it is remarkable to me that he seems to be looking exactly in the right place.
Well, it's interesting because
when the shots go off.
There is, and again, this is just, these may be completely random pieces of information, but there was the eyewitness who we played the sound from a short time ago, who said that he was alerting local law enforcement and pointing Secret Service people on the roof to the location of
Nick has
the person
almost
he believed was the
10,000 people
gunman
waiting for him to go live
before the gunman fired, which may be, again, this is, we don't know, but if that is the case, then that might be why the counter sniper is already pointing in that location. John, or go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, you would hope and expect that if they had received a witness report like that, it would have at least gone out over the radio channel. And it's possible that the snipers got some version of that report, like, hey, we're hearing a report of something happening on a roof on your 3 o'clock or something like that. And so they may have been looking over there to kind of gather more information to see if they could spot something as well, but not having had the robust full, you have a shooter on this roof sort of thing.
Mhm.
So, yeah, there's a lot to be ironed out here.
John Miller, I don't know if you can see that counter sniper video. I'm wondering if anything stands out to you about it.
I think Andy's got it right, which is you've got the sniper, you've got his spotter. They are getting information in their earpieces. It is possible about, we're getting reports of an individual on a roof that's way on the other side. He may be looking for that in his scope when he looks up. When you hear those shots, it's entirely likely that that is the shooter's
Nick should have been
actual
on
shots,
10 minutes
and
ago.
then the sniper.
We're just
and it
waiting
cuts
for Nick
off
to go
before you
live.
hear the
Sometimes he's
larger
late.
volley of shots. The video does.
Most of the time he's late,
but that is
he should be
probably
live
coming
soon.
from that counter sniper taking that shooter out as they were trying to assess what is he, where is he. Now, if you go back to the map version of that, you see where President Trump was, you see where the shooter was. Where the shooter was, that's a roof that slants up one way and slants down the other way. So if the shooter is crawled up the down slant, he would be out of the view of that sniper until he either stood up or crawled to the top of it to take his shot. So they might have been looking for him before he became visible. I think your assessment
I don't think Nick
that
fell
he
asleep,
heard the
but
shots, looked
it's
up,
not out of
went
the
back to his
question, I
scope,
suppose.
and opened fire is highly likely.
I want to play the video, which we've been playing pretty much once an hour or so, just for those who are just joining. It starts. This is around 6:15 p.m. in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is a short minutes into former President Trump speaking at this rally when the shots began.
Oh, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really
Trump turns
see
his
something
head.
that said,
Watch.
take a look at what happened.
Turn, boom. I can't get over that. If Trump hadn't turned his head at the very last second, we would have all watched Trump's skull getting blown off. Is he live?
Ready? On you. Ready? Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. You ready? Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. It's bloody. So we got to move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay. Watch out.
God damn, Trump's the boss. God damn. Hopefully this lights the fire under Trump's ass, to be honest, to be more Trump-like. Because Trump has sucked for a long time now. And maybe this will light a fire under Trump's ass where he gets back to being good. Like, that's really probably the best thing that could come out of this, is Trump realizes that this is bigger than just him, and he needs to get back on the fucking ball.
Wolf, let's go back to you.
You know, Anderson, every time I see that video, it is so scary indeed. And the thought of what
And Nick needs to go live. What the hell? He's already 15 minutes late.
Inches away
Mexican
from where
Standard
those bullets
Time.
Is so scary indeed. I want to go to CNN's Randy Kay. She's joining us from just outside Trump Tower in Manhattan for us. What are you seeing over there? What are you hearing, Randy?
Well, we've been out here now for a couple of hours. We came here because we were told that they had increased police presence here just out of an abundance of caution, and they sure have. There's about a steady stream of about 8 or 9 officers here behind me. They've been making the rounds around the building. We are right out front of Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. And of course, Trump comes here and there. He's come here when he's had to be on trial here in New York City. He's not here very often, but just out of an abundance of caution, they have increased the police presence here. There is a small crowd. To be honest with you, most of it is media, but there have been some supporters coming throughout the night. A couple of people just showed up to light some candles, perhaps trying to get some sort of vigil going. But we understand from the spokesperson for New York City Mayor Eric Adams that he has been briefed on this situation. He has said that his prayers go out to the former president. And this is not the only area in New York City, Wolf, that they are concerned about just in case. They are also beefing up the police presence in other areas of the city. Those would include City Hall, also 40 Wall Street, and Foley Square. Foley Square has a little bit of history. It's known as Federal Plaza, and that is a major site for protesters. Often that is where they gather. Certainly during Occupy Wall Street, that's where they gathered years ago. So that is one area.
We're
that
just
they want
waiting
to
for
keep
Nick
an eye on.
Fuentes
But
to
as
go
I said,
live,
they've had a
guys. We're
steady
amusing
stream here
ourselves
of
with
people
CNN in the
coming
meantime.
through. They've been chatting with the police officers a little bit. It's a very calm crowd here this evening. But of course, they just want to be sure that everything
Nick
here
has
is
13,500 people waiting for him.
There's been a permanent
Thank
blockade
you. I
wall
appreciate
out
the super
front
chat.
of Trump Tower here since 2016. But this is different when you have actually police officers standing at the front door of Trump Tower, making sure nobody gets inside.
God, Nick's viewer
And-
count is
and as
going
you
up
know,
really
Randy,
fast.
and
He must be on the
I know
homepage or
the
something.
Secret Service, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, local law enforcement, the U.S. military. Every time something like this happens, out of an abundance of caution, they intensify security all over the place. They don't want to take any more chances. So we're going to see that whether in the coming days in Chicago, in Milwaukee at the Republican convention, and then next month in Chicago at the Democratic convention, and all sorts of political rallies and political events all across the country. Randy, thanks very much. Anderson, back to you.
On the phone now is syndicated political columnist Selena Zito, who was at the rally.
Is Nick the
Selena,
biggest
thanks
live stream on Rumble
for
right now?
talking with us. Can you
I
just
started yet.
talk a little bit about what you experienced
Hey,
when you
Dennis,
realized
what do you
what
think
was
of Nick
going on?
Fuentes?
Sure. Thanks so much for having me. So just before the president went on, I did talk to him backstage just for a few minutes. I was set to interview him after the rally. But I think it's just interesting to note.
Oh, shit,
that
I'm
he
on the
was
homepage
very
for Rumble?
Excited,
Shit!
you know, sort of very happy to be
I'm
in
on Rumble's
Pennsylvania. I think
homepage.
he
How the fuck did
recognizes
that
the
happen?
importance of the state
Hey,
and
Rumble, I
the importance
see
of
you.
this
I
rally
appreciate
before
you.
going into Wisconsin. And so I was
How
in
am
the
I on Rumble's
bumper.
homepage
The
and Nick isn't
bumper
on
is
Rumble's
that
homepage?
area where journalists go that is sort of surrounds the stage with the audience behind you and the president in front of you. So I was just feet from him.
See, even Dennis
we had
likes
just moved to
Dennis,
his
did you know that
left.
Nick Fuentes has a crush on me?
Myself and two photographers from the Washington
for reals.
Examiner. We were just to his, I think it was his left, and I heard the pop, 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 and saw the president go down. You could see this little streak of red on his face, and then there were three more shots after that. I don't know. I haven't seen much reporting because there really was no service out there afterwards. But you know, I saw him go down.
This is
and
true.
I don't think he
True
fell
words
down.
have never been spoken.
From my vantage point, I was maybe 3 feet from him. I don't think he fell down. I think that he went down to take cover. And immediately you saw law enforcement surround him on all sides. And he gets back up, and I can hear him say two things, something about, I need my shoes. And then I see him lift his fist up, and people were cheering him. And then he kept saying, fight, fight, fight. And then the advance man from the Trump campaign, really interesting. He laid on top of us and kept saying, stay down, don't move. And then they brought the president right past us. His hat fell down right in front of him. And then they took him off.
And I think we have a picture we have a picture. I think that of you. I think this was posted on one of your accounts. That's I assume the advanced man, it looks like there's several people lying around
Hey,
you.
Scott, thank you for the membership.
Yes, that's
Appreciate
actually my
you.
daughter and my son-in-law.
Oh my gosh. So your daughter and son-in-law were there. That must have been
Yeah,
terrifying.
my daughter is a photojournalist, and we were there. I was interviewing the president today. I was going to fly back to Bedminster with him and do an interview, a long form interview, stories ahead of the convention. So I had, a photographer with me, and so yeah, and it's really interesting, and I suspect there's a lot of journalists feel this way. Your instinct is to keep covering it, right? Like your instinct is, I got to take a picture. I have to see what's happening. I have to, I have to chronicle this. But then there's the other instinct of like, well, I better stay safe.
Yeah. It's now been a little bit more than it's been about 4.5 hours since then. How, when you're in a situation like this, there's a lot of adrenaline that kind
What
of
a
carries
retard
you through for a while. I don't know if that's worn off for you yet, but
that's the best leftists have.
How do you reflect on this?
God.
So you're right. There is this adrenaline that flows through you, and I think it's this sort of self-protection thing. You want to protect yourself, make sure you're safe, make sure that people around you are safe. Those are those instincts that first, sort of jump at you. Right now, it's a very you feel dislodged from the situation. And I don't know if I'm using the right term, but you feel distracted, or not distracted, just detached. That's what I'm trying to say. Detached from it. And I suspect the emotion will kick in a day or two. But right now, I just feel very detached about it. And obviously, and we were in such, so there was about 5, maybe 7 of us journalists that were in that bumper. And they immediately, as soon as they took the president out, they grabbed us and took us back into holding. And I think they were always, the advanced people were concerned that we were okay because we were right there.
Yeah.
We could not have been closer.
Yeah.
And there was also no cell service out there.
Yeah.
So I don't know any news that has happened. I just walked into my home. I live about an hour and a half from Butler. And so, I haven't been able to process any of the particulars that has come out since it's happened. We were just sequestered out. But what was fascinating to me is once they brought us out, what I saw, Anderson, was really sad. So you saw this, when I went in, the last image I saw were 20, 30, 40,000 people. I don't know. There were a lot of people there.
Yeah.
All on a farm field. That was the last sort of images I had seen when I looked backwards. You go outside and you saw people had left their bags. I saw someone had left their wheelchair.
Can I just tell you guys, I see all the tweets that Lauren Chen likes about Nick Fuentes.
There was an evacuation there.
I think that Lauren Chen is legit in love with Nick Fuentes. I'm not joking.
Something happened, right? And people, when people leave things behind, they felt
Lauren
the
Chen
need
likes
to
everything
leave.
I tweet
They
about
felt
Nick Fuentes. Everything.
the pressure of the moment.
So
even
much
the Holocaust
pandemonium
denial
and
stuff.
fear and anger and shock, all of it. Selena Zito, thank you so much for your time.
I'm just kidding. Lauren Chen would never like that. She's a good girl.
The best in the days ahead as you begin to think about and process all of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Wolf, back to you.
Anderson, Evan Perez, our justice correspondent, is getting some new video.
We're just waiting for Nick Fuentes to be live, guys.
Tell us about that,
I
Evan.
don't control him.
Well, Wolf, what we're about to see is some video that was shot from inside the rally, from somebody who was attending the rally. And what it does is it portrays some of the chaos as some people appear to be trying to warn that there was someone who's about to take shots, or that someone with a firearm was visible there. So let's look at this video and we can talk a little bit about what we're hearing.
And you know, that's a little bit old. He's going down!
Stay under here. He's on top of the roof. Don't go over there. He's on the roof, buddy.
Everyone knew exactly where he was.
He's dead. I just seen his hair go up. They shot him in the head. He's dead. Holy.
This is crazy video. What the fuck?
Well, if they hit anybody over there.
Did he pull up the shot?
He number of shots.
I thought that was us.
No, that was him. The first two shots were him.
He's on the roof right there. He's right there on the roof. Just on the other side of the
Oh my God.
And Wolf, what this does is it sort of matches some of the earlier eyewitness. We saw an eyewitness who was interviewed by a BBC crew there on the scene, and that person described seeing this alleged shooter, the suspected shooter, on that roof and trying to get the attention of law enforcement. You can hear in that video just now, there is someone who's an attendee there who you could hear some of the sounds of them trying to get the attention of someone, saying you could see someone on the roof, and then you hear the shots ring out. And then you hear the description, the witnesses describing how the counter snipers from the Secret Service, we now know that they are the ones that fired the shots that killed the suspected gunman who fired the shots in the direction of the former president. So what you're hearing in that video, again, is a harrowing detail, the chaos, really, as people clearly saw.
Hey, I appreciate that. Everyone should be liking the video on as many
and we're
phones
trying
as
to figure
possible.
out, like, trying to draw attention, and obviously none of that could.
Nick is on. Nick is on. Nick is on. Breaking news. Nick is on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Share screen. Credo, mother effers. Credo. There we go. Hang on. I know my sound's not up, but it will be. It will be.
America first.
Finally, Nick.
The American people
Finally
will come first once again. With respect, the respect.
Come on, Rumble. Don't do this to me. Come on.
We deserve. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first.
America first.
America first.
Everyone mount the like if you haven't already, please. If you've never enjoyed Nick Fuentes, welcome. Welcome to the party. Has anyone in the chat never watched Nick before? Like in his full form, not clips? Let me know if you've never watched Nick before. I think this will be an interesting test. You guys are going to like Nick. It'll be fine. It'll be live any second. Don't worry. It'll be fine.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching
No
America
tie.
First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back with you here tonight on Saturday for a special Saturday edition of America First. We normally don't do the show on the weekend, but there has been a major development in the 2024 presidential election and American history. So I'm coming to you live at a special time, 10 o'clock on Saturday.
Because it's Saturday.
To cover
Casual.
the attempted assassination of the former president, Donald Trump. I'm sure everybody's heard the news. And tonight we're going to talk a little bit about
need to
the
get a third
information,
spider.
give you an update on everything that's going on, bring everybody up to speed, and we'll talk all about what took place today and some possible theories, explanations, analysis of what this means, because I think everybody recognizes that America is a different country today than it was this morning or yesterday. So it's a very important day. And of course, before we start, I want to plead with everybody to pray for the President of the United States, Donald Trump, his family, and to pray for the country, because we're going to get into the assassination attempt and the details surrounding it. I don't think it's anything short of divine intervention
For real.
that we
Miracle.
got the outcome we did.
Legit
It was,
miracle.
as people
Look at
are
that, Blue.
saying, an inch, millimeters away from a completely different outcome, and something that is, I think, unimaginable and horrifying and unconscionable. And we'll analyze it frame by frame. It was literally divine intervention by God that we're not doing a very different stream today.
Yep.
And that it's not a very different country right now than what it would be
Miracle.
in some other turn of events. Sometimes that's what it is. It's a twist of fate. It's the turn of a head. It's the smallest, most minute thing, and it's a completely different reality.
It's a blue
So pray for our
raspberry
country. It's a
spider.
very sad day. Thank God it's not more sad, but I think it's still a horrifying day. Before we get into it, I want to remind everybody to smash the follow button on Rumble and like the video, leave a comment, all that stuff. It's going to be kind of an informal show. I'm not wearing the necktie. It is a weekend show, and so I really just want to jump right into it. There isn't too much time for anything else. So as you know, today at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, there was an assassination attempt on President Donald Trump. There's believed to be just one gunman at this time. He is dead. We don't know his identity, and we don't know anything about him. He appears to be a young white male. He was wearing a T-shirt of a pro-gun YouTube channel. That's a new detail that's just emerged recently. But aside from that, we know no motivation. We have no identification on the suspect. All we know is he appeared to be a young white male, looked to be like a freak. There's a new photograph of him that just came out, and he is dead. There is at least one other dead person. There was a rally goer, an attendee of the event was shot and killed by the bullets that were intended for President Trump. One is dead, one is seriously injured. And as of right now, President Trump appears to be okay. He was grazed in the ear by a bullet. It hit the top of his right ear. His injuries are not severe, although there was a lot of bleeding, and he was discharged from the hospital about an hour ago. They say he is now on his way to a UFC fight in Denver, Colorado. There was a report that he plans to attend that tonight in spite of, or maybe because of,
That would be
especially
incredible.
the day's events.
Trump should do
So
it.
the good news is it appears that the president is okay. He did survive, and his injuries are, thank God, not life-threatening or severe. And like I said, he was examined by doctors at the hospital, was discharged just minutes ago before the stream started. And like I said, it's just one gunman. Now, this is where we're going to get into the details of what exactly transpired. So it's obviously a rapidly developing story. We still don't have key details and key information. But I want to start by talking about the turn of events and the sequence of events that played out this afternoon. So the president was giving a speech at a rally in Pennsylvania, his last scheduled rally before the RNC, where he is officially nominated as the president, which will begin on Monday in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Some believe that at this rally, he was supposed to announce his vice presidential nominee, although that is just a prediction. We don't know. It was speculation that he might have announced it today at this rally, or maybe he would have announced it at the convention this week. But I'm setting up the scene for you. So this was the ultimate rally, the final rally before he officially became the Republican nominee. He was giving a speech outdoors, and he was struck by a bullet. 5 shots rang out from the rooftop of a building about 450 feet away from him on his right side, directly on the right side of the stage. 5 shots rang out. It was not immediately clear what happened. Donald Trump grabbed his ear with his right hand and went down. He ducked. Secret Service swarmed him almost instantaneously as the shots rang out. Police, who were stationed on a different rooftop, returned fire at the sniper, at the assailant. They shot and killed him, and he was immediately dead, and the danger was over. President Trump quickly recovered. He stood up. He put his shoes on. He raised a fist in the air, and he told everybody to fight. He rallied the crowd. People cheered. He was rushed away in his SUV and taken to the hospital. And so this was the sequence of events that played out today. Thank God it wasn't worse. And I was not watching the rally live, although many people were. And it was not immediately clear what happened, but we now know, like I said, that there were 2 people that were injured. 1 died, 1 severely injured, and that's in addition to Donald Trump, whose ear was damaged, and the assailant was immediately shot and killed by police. So, of course, when something like this happens, I mean, first of all, it goes without saying, as I said before, that we are absolutely with Donald Trump and we pray for him. And I have been very critical of Donald Trump in recent weeks and for really 5 years. But this is far bigger than that. It's far bigger than
exactly
the campaign and about policy.
This is
and
more important.
Political disagreements. Regardless of what you think about the current state of the campaign, it's a horrifying day for the country. Because like I said, if you look at the video and analyze it frame by frame, and we'll talk about this particular aspect of it, if you pay attention and if you slow down the footage and you watch it one still after another, the bullet would have struck Donald Trump in the back of his skull had he not pivoted his head at the very last moment. He was reading the speech from a transcript, and just moments before the bullet whizzed past his face, he said, "I'm going to go off script." And he turned as his campaign was supposed to load up media on one of the displays in front of the crowd. He turned to look at the display after going off script, which is a little bit poetic if you think about it. He said, "I'm going to go off script," pivoted his head ever so slightly, and just moments later, milliseconds later, the bullet whizzed past his head.
Crazy.
So it was an unbelievably close call. And people are saying an inch or millimeters away from a complete nightmare. And as some people have said, it would not have been pretty. We're not talking about he would be struck and maimed. We're talking about a millimeter from his head exploding on live TV. And it almost makes me emotional even to think about it. Such a dreadful situation. And when I heard the news and I saw the footage, I was honestly initially at a loss for words and totally in shock. We've been on this journey for so long. It means so much to all of us. It's a struggle for our country. It's a struggle for whatever you think about the current state of who's running this campaign. And I have a lot to say about that, as you know. But what it represents at this point is so much greater than all of it. And what we've all projected onto Trump about our love of our country, our love of God, our love of our people and our heritage and our values. The idea that he would go down like that is such a horrifying and an unimaginable nightmare it brings me to an emotional place, and I'm sure a lot of other people as well. So I just thank God that the worst did not happen. People are so quick to right away get into, and we will tonight, get into the theories and the political ramifications. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump is a man. He's a symbol. He's a martyr, although he's not dead. In many ways, he still is a martyr. And as I said, although I have my criticisms about the way things are going, and I still think that does apply, this is a human being that stepped up, maybe more than anybody, maybe raised up by God and appointed by God himself to lead this country during this dark time. He still is an incredible human being and character and a patriot and a hero, and has taken on such a sacrifice. To the extent that we criticize him, it's only because we want this all to work out. We all want it to be good, and we all want it to be better. But he's an incredible human being. The idea that he would be gunned down like a dog in broad daylight like this, for our hero to go down and have his head explode on TV, it's just such an unconscionable situation. And that's why it's absolutely nothing but support and nothing but love and prayers and everything like that for the president right now. And I think everybody recognizes that an assassination attempt raises the stakes of all of this. And although we have talked about the stakes on the show before for our country, and we've talked about the personal stakes for the president, the lawfare, the bankruptcy, everything that he's being subjected to, and we even talked specifically about the threat of assassination. I went on with Alex Jones about a month and a half ago, and we talked about the very real possibility that he might be assassinated or that they would try to assassinate him. Today just reminded everybody that this is a life or death matter. This is the real deal. It's not a game. It's not a joke. The real lives of real flesh and blood people hang in the balance. And in the same way that Donald Trump is a stand-in for our country, you know, they say that they're not after him, he's in the way, they're after us. In the same way that they tried to kill the president, they are trying to kill all of us. In the same way that they went out there to kill Trump, to shoot him in the face, that is what they're doing to our country. And at a time when people don't believe in America and people don't believe in God and people have no hope for our future, Donald Trump represents the prospect that all of those things can be restored. That they tried to kill him is really an attempt to kill all of that, all of the above. So it's a remarkably consequential day. It's a day that will live in infamy. July 13th, 2024, the day the unthinkable finally happened. So that is the assassination attempt in a nutshell. Those are all the details and just some general thoughts about the whole situation. But of course, we do have to get into and analyze the politics of it and ask, of course, what really happened. We know what happened. We know now that there was this allegedly a lone gunman who took a shot. He missed. He was killed. And this is what we know now. But of course, the big question is, well, what really happened? What was his motivation? And was he sent by anybody? And if he was, who put him up to it? And of course, when we consider these kinds of events, which have such historical significance for not just the United States, but for the entire world, when we consider the timing, we have to think about questions such as who would benefit. Let's say this plot, because that's what it was an assassination plot. Let's say it was successful. And let's say it went according to plan and Donald Trump died today. I don't like to think about it, but who would benefit from such a thing? And therefore, who might have put up an assassin to kill the president? Why would they do it? Who would benefit? And if we can start to ascertain who might benefit, we then might be able to discover who would be the culprit, who would be the ultimate culprit. Not the trigger man, not the guy that pulled the trigger and is now dead and therefore cannot talk, but who might be the person that orchestrated this, if there is somebody. And we can maybe begin to ascertain that by asking who would have the motivation to do such a thing. So we talked about all this. In the first instance, when we think about a motivation or a conspiracy, we have to actually look at what transpired and ask ourselves not just the how in terms of where and whether Trump was okay, but how was this allowed to happen? I think that's the first question on everybody's mind.
Yep.
When something like this happens, because of course there is a law enforcement, there is Secret Service protection for a former president and for the nominee of a major party for president. So the question is, Donald Trump has been in politics now for just over 9 years. He's done countless rallies, public appearances as a candidate twice, as the president. This has never happened before. Nobody has taken a shot. Nobody has struck the president. How is it possible with Secret Service protection and after such a long time in the public eye, how did it happen here and now? And maybe then we'll ask the question, why? Well, we have to consider the precise details of how it happened. Like I said, the gunman was stationed on a rooftop 450 feet to the right, directly to the right of the outdoor stage that Donald Trump was speaking from. And if you look at an aerial photograph of the stage, it's a wide open field. It's a wide open field, of course, because these are large outdoor gatherings with bleacher seating, stadium seating. It's a wide open, grassy field with very few structures around. And so the question is, if Secret Service is deployed at the event, and if they're taking care to prevent exactly what transpired today, why did they not clear the rooftop, which is imminent, which is readily accessible, which is a shorter distance away than the size of a football field? How were they not able to see the gunman? How were they not able to clear the rooftop in advance? How was somebody able to climb up in the first place and gain access to the rooftop and set up and lay down and pose there for as long as he did? That's the question everybody is asking.
Right
and
at
of
him.
course,
The Secret Service
there are
was
really
looking
two
right at him.
answers, two broad categories of answers to the question. Is it a failure or was it a deliberate stand down? Just like with October 7th, just like with other events like that, just like 9/11 and other major events. And the only reason that this one did not have a greater impact is because Donald Trump shifted his head at the last second, and it was an inch that separated these two realities. So the question becomes, what led to this failure of the Secret Service? Was it negligence? Was it an accident? Was it incompetence, which represents one discrete category of possibilities, or was it a deliberate stand down? Did they allow the gunman to climb to the rooftop? Did they allow him to set up his shot? Did they allow him to take the shot before they killed him? And right now it's an open-ended question, whether the Secret Service is completely incompetent or whether they stood down and allowed it to happen. But I think looking at the map, looking at the aerial photograph of the event, it's very hard to believe that it was simply incompetence. Because like I said, it's a wide open field, very few structures. And as Alex Jones said on a Twitter space that I spoke on earlier, just about an hour ago, Secret Service controls the air. They come from the top down, because when you have the aerial supremacy, of course, that is the vantage point. That is where you get line of sight. That is where you get the bird's eye view of the entire event. If Secret Service is locking down the stage, they're looking for that line of sight. They're looking for the peak. They're looking for the nearby structures. They should be there rather than a gunman. And if they're not there, they should have it locked down and they should be looking at it. And there's another troubling video which has emerged, which shows the police, which again are stationed on another rooftop, who appear to be pointed and aimed in the direction of the shooter. They acquire the target at the very last moment and then take the shot after the gunman has fired 5 shots at the president. And the video's on Twitter. Another video shows that attendees of the rally alerted police to the presence of the gunman. Of course, it's a big rally. There are a lot of people there. People are observant. People saw the gunman on the roof. People alerted police. There was a scramble, allegedly, by law enforcement. These are eyewitness accounts. These are people who were interviewed moments after the shooting. They said, we saw a gunman on the roof. We alerted law enforcement. They did nothing.
Yup.
So you have the setup as it stands, where it seems clear that the rooftop that the gunman had access to would be a point of interest. Either it would be locked down, it would be controlled by Secret Service, or they'd be looking at it. Second of all, the police had a line of sight. They were aimed directly at the rooftop. And it seemed that they noticed the gunman either moments before or just as the shots rang out, pointed in exactly the same direction. And there were reports made by the rally goers to law enforcement. They saw the gunman. So all of this information, although it's very early, would lead us to believe that this would have to be an extraordinary failure. It would be an extraordinary case of incompetence if that's all that this was. That Secret Service dropped the ball. That would have to be pretty extraordinary. And one would have to ask themselves, if the Secret Service is so incompetent, and they do this all the time. They do this for Biden rallies. They do this for Biden public events. They did this for the NATO summit this week in D.C. If they do it for the Trump rallies as the nominee of a major party and former president, if they have done this for former and current presidents for years, why were they not able to do it today?
Mm-hmm.
Would there not be assassination attempts happening all the time if this was the level of incompetence? But that's not the only factor. This is inconclusive because, of course, it is possible, although it's hard to believe, it is possible that it was incompetence. It is not conclusive to say it is apparent that it was a stand down, although that's not conclusive. It certainly, I think it points in one direction. This is not conclusive evidence. So we have to consider other things. We have to consider, for example, the timing. I find the timing of all of this to be very strange. And the timing I'm referring to specifically is the 2-week window after the disastrous performance by President Biden in the first general election debate.
Yep.
Now, what changed after the debate? Well, Donald Trump is not only the presumptive nominee of the Republican Party, but after the debate, he became the presumptive president. Because as all of the election betting markets show, Donald Trump is by far and away the favorite to become the president. As all of the polling shows, national and statewide, Donald Trump is going to at least win electoral majority, maybe a landslide, maybe flip states that Republicans haven't won in 30 years. So we're not 2 weeks out since that debate when Donald Trump became, in all likelihood, the future president.
True.
It only took 2 weeks before that and all of the associated fallout, which has only increased in intensity, and pressure grows on Biden to a draw, and billionaires have coalesced around Trump. Just several days ago, Elon Musk made an undisclosed contribution to one of the Trump PACs. We'll know the number in about 5 days. So as the billionaires coalesce around Trump, as the donors stop supporting Biden, as pressure mounts on him to withdraw from the ticket, as according to 270 to win, and the polling websites, New Jersey and Virginia are now considered swing states, it took just 2 weeks for Donald Trump to be the victim of a very serious
like the video, guys.
Attempt.
Like it. Come on.
So that's the timing I'm talking about. I'm also talking about the timing, which I don't think a lot of people are thinking about because of all the commotion today. But the GOP nominating convention takes place in 2 days. Donald Trump may be the presumptive president and the presumptive nominee for the Republicans, but he is not formally the nominee yet. The Republican nominee will formally be chosen at the nominating convention this week, where President Trump is scheduled to speak on Thursday. In 2 days, 50,000 Republicans gather in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to formally and officially nominate President Trump and his vice president. 2 days from now. So the assassination did not occur at any time during his first run, which lasted a year and a half. It did not occur at any time during his tenure in the White House. And it has not happened in the intervening 3 years since he left the White House after January 6th, and with all of his criminal trials and his visits to New York, which is a very hostile territory, and his time at Mar-a-Lago, and where everybody knows where he lives, and so on. It didn't happen at any time over the last 9 years. It was sandwiched between Biden all but dropping out of the race officially and Donald Trump becoming the nominee. That's when this assassination attempt occurred. So that, taken together with the circumstances surrounding this attempt, it all seems very strange. And you could say that, of course, if someone tried to kill Trump at any time, there would be these questions because Trump is a controversial figure. And I'm sure a lot of people want to kill him for a lot of different reasons. Crazy people, special interests. And so one could theoretically say that if he died at any time, it would beg a question. But this is a pretty remarkable time. And I want to lay out the hypothetical scenario if Trump were killed today, because I think that maybe sheds some light on the situation. First, I want to talk about some of my initial thoughts. Typically, when there is something like this,
the billionaires
I think all eyes
chose
are on
the
Israel.
nominee if Trump died.
All eyes are on Mossad.
Yep.
And if they're not on Mossad, then they're on some other intelligence agency. They are on the CIA. They are on one of the intelligence community agencies. They're on the NSA, the FBI. They're on some shadow organization. But typically, as we know on the show, when you look at the record of assassinations with Jack Kennedy, RFK, even when you look at other mass casualty events like 9/11, you could see Israel's fingerprints are all over it, and specifically the Mossad. And that's not me being a bigot. That's not me being fixated or something. That is just what the record shows. And it's also their chosen method. And there's been plenty of scholarship on this. Final judgment about the JFK assassination by way of deception. It's a book about how they tried to kill George Bush Sr. They've killed Iranian scientists. They've killed leaders of the Palestinian resistance. And of course, they've been behind the major regime change interventions like in Iraq, Libya, Syria. So for people to consider the role of Mossad or Israel, I don't think is totally crazy. But in this situation, I ask myself the question, well, why would, ironically, this may be the one scenario where we can actually rule out with some confidence Israel. That was my initial thought. Why? Because in this election, Trump is the bigger supporter of Israel. And the pro-Israel donors in Silicon Valley and Miriam Adelson, they're behind Trump. So I said we rule that out. What might be the other motivation? Well, it's actually difficult to parse. Because as I said, so many of the special interests have now lined up behind President Trump. Wall Street is behind Trump. Silicon Valley is behind Trump. Big Energy is behind Trump. And even the New York Times editorial board is now critical of Joe Biden. So who would be the shadowy, powerful culprit? I started to consider that maybe it is the American intelligence agencies. And the strongest theory in that scenario is that it's all about Ukraine. Because we know, as Trump said,
Rottweiler. So true.
that he might wrap up the Ukraine war before he's even inaugurated. That's what he said at the first general election debate. He said that if he is elected, he will resolve the Ukraine war between November and January before he's even inaugurated president. Vladimir Putin has said that he accepts Donald Trump's plan. So there's a real possibility that as the turnover occurs from Biden to Trump, that Ukraine's accession to NATO is canceled and this whole war is canceled and Ukraine becomes a rump state. And the annexation of the 4 oblasts in Ukraine and Crimea is finalized and completed and becomes irreversible. That is the real tangible possibility. And there are a lot of people in the military industrial complex that don't want this to happen. The NATO alliance does not want this to happen. The defense contractors that are getting all of these big orders to replenish the supplies that we're sending to Ukraine, the anti-missile systems, the artillery, the tanks, they want this to go on. It's the biggest boon. Where do you think all these hundreds of billions of dollars go? Biden says, well, we're not giving Ukraine money. We're sending them equipment, but we replace the equipment. And who replaces it? Raytheon, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, the defense contractors. So there's an interest there. And of course, the CIA had been conducting the shadow war in Ukraine for decades. They were behind the Euromaidan in 2014. They helped Kiev during the Donbass war from 2014 to 2022. And the CIA and American mercenaries and contractors are on the ground right now. And they've been on the ground for the past 2 years fighting Russia. So if we are to realistically rule out the Mossad, Israel, the usual suspects, and if we're to rule out all the other various business interests and other special interests, well, when we look at the biggest business of all, which is war and the American military and American foreign policy, the one theater of conflict that Donald Trump would wrap up almost assuredly is the war in Ukraine. And this is something that is so geostrategically significant and has an incredible monetary value for the interested players. I think it would, in the minds of the American or British deep state, justify taking Trump out to assure that whomever would replace him, along with the new European leaders in the European Union elections, the French, British elections, they would carry on and Trump-proof their ongoing NATO war with Russia and Ukraine. So that was sort of my initial thought. That was my initial thinking, because we were on this Twitter space with Andrew Tate, and he said, well, maybe other people on the space could say who's responsible. He said, I'll thumbs up if somebody else says it. I think he meant he was waiting for me to say Israel. But I would actually, at least in the first run, rule out Israel and say, well, because Trump is one of the great benefactors of Israel and receives patronage from the Israel lobby, why would they have an interest in taking him out? And that would leave the other intel agencies, which the CIA is in a quiet war with Israel and with the Mossad.
Yeah, I think
maybe
it was the
would
CIA.
be them for their chosen war in Ukraine. But upon further consideration and picking up on a thread that I left off a moment ago, those were my initial thoughts. I started to think more closely about what would happen almost immediately after Trump was assassinated if the perpetrator was successful today. And what would happen? Like I said, the GOP nominating convention is in 2 days. Donald Trump has delegates. You know who else has delegates?
Nikki
Haley.
Yep.
And if Donald Trump goes down, the convention takes place regardless. Amidst all the chaos, amidst all of the outrage, people are panicking. Maybe there's riots, maybe there's violence, but certainly there is chaos and mourning and confusion, and emotions are high. And the country is in a state of emergency. Regardless, the convention is still held because there are ballot access deadlines. So maybe they postpone it, but they can't postpone it long. But the convention is in 2 days. The nominee is dead. Who do they put up in his place?
Nikki Haley.
Who do you think they put up? Who does the RNC choose? Who do the electors choose to replace Trump? Well, the obvious answers are the runners-up in the primary. Like, for example, Nikki Haley, who has delegates. She stayed in the race. Remember earlier this year? Do you remember earlier this year when I said, after the New Hampshire primary, why is Nikki Haley staying in the race?
True.
It makes no sense. She has no pathway. She will do more poorly in her home state of South Carolina than she did in New Hampshire. So why would she continue on? She'll do more poorly in her home state, and she'll do more poorly in every other state after than she did there or in New Hampshire. And I said, why, just why would she not drop out immediately? Why would she go on through Super Tuesday when half of all the delegates are allocated. Why would she go on to Super Tuesday, although she has no chance of winning any contest outright or even coming close to winning another one after New Hampshire? And even after she dropped out of the race, she continued to win delegates. She continued to win 15, 20, 30% of the vote in some states, despite suspending her campaign. Now, this is not a conspiracy theory. I'm merely stating the facts. Of course, I'm hinting at the idea that maybe she knew, and maybe this is one reason why, intentionally, unintentionally gathering delegates for some unforeseen event. But she's got the delegates, and this is why. So she's got delegates. DeSantis has delegates. So the most obvious selections after Trump dies are in this order: Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, or maybe it's some of the contenders for the vice presidential nominee. Of course, we know that Donald Trump had a short list of 3 or maybe 2 names. They are as follows: J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and Doug Burgum.
Mm-hmm.
But more likely it was going to be J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. Now, if Donald Trump became the nominee and he selected one of the 2, Rubio or Vance, then Rubio or Vance in a theoretical scenario would succeed Trump in becoming president. So maybe they would be the option. Maybe they would represent the will of the delegates that voted for Trump, and they would be the ones that won the delegates. So hypothetically, we don't know how it would play out because it didn't happen this way. But in an alternate timeline where Trump is now dead and the convention is 2 days from now, and they're looking for a nominee, there are 4 names that people would consider. 2 delegates, 2 that were considered for vice president: Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, J.D. Vance, and Marco Rubio. One of them would be the nominee. And not only would one of them be the nominee, but one of them would be the nominee in a race where the opponent is badly diminished, might be replaced at the last minute, and if he isn't, will almost certainly lose. And that's the situation if Trump had not died. But if Trump had died, not only would the nominee fill Trump's slot and face off with an opponent who is dying and may not even be on the ticket ultimately and will almost certainly lose, but whoever replaced Trump would also gain the advantage of the party and the nation rallying behind whoever his alternative would be.
So true.
And what I mean by that is Trump's already the shoo-in. Whoever replaces him would be the shoo-in too. But not only that, there would be a groundswell of support because of the dead nominee. So what would happen at the convention is that the RNC would effectively be choosing the next president. They wouldn't have to win the primary. They wouldn't have to defeat Trump. They wouldn't have to really even beat the Democrats.
And whoever the donors
it would be the
win.
clearest,
The billionaires
cleanest
fucking
selection of a president in the history of the United States. A Republican would be chosen. A Republican would be elevated. They wouldn't have to beat Trump in a primary. They wouldn't have to win over his supporters. They wouldn't have to win in a crowded field without Trump. They wouldn't have to beat a Democrat because the Democrat is out to lunch. So whoever the GOP, not the voters, but whoever the RNC would select during a chaotic convention would effectively become the next president.
Yep.
And it would be between 4 options: Nikki Haley, who didn't win a single state, Ron DeSantis, Rubio, or J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, who only was seated in the Senate last year, has never held elected office, but would be a millimeter from the presidency, theoretically, after today. And he was seated as a senator, first time holding elected office in January of last year. And he hated Trump. He only got in because of Peter Thiel's $15 million and some intervention to get J.D. Vance the spot. Now, when you put it that way, now we start to think about who would have the motivation. Well, just who would rather have Nikki Haley than Donald Trump? Who would rather have Marco Rubio than Donald Trump? Well, Who would rather have Ron DeSantis than Donald Trump? Guess what the common denominator is between them all? Take a wild guess. Is it immigration? No, J.D. Vance is more opposed to legal immigration than Trump, and Haley's position is roughly the same. DeSantis is a little bit stronger. So it's not an open borders advocate who wants to replace Trump with maybe Vance or DeSantis. Is it taxes? Of course not. Vance, DeSantis, and Haley would all cut taxes. They all said as much. Ken Griffin initially backed DeSantis because of the low tax platform and then went to Haley. And Vance is from Silicon Valley. Of course, he's in favor of low taxes. So it's not taxes and it's not energy because they all want the oil to flow. And it's not about defense contractors, really. Nikki Haley's on the board of Boeing. J.D. Vance works for Peter Thiel, who's a front for the CIA through Palantir. Rubio's with all that as well. But who has a personal relationship with all of them? Miriam Adelson. Miriam Adelson is a close personal friend of Nikki Haley. Miriam Adelson was a huge supporter of Ron DeSantis. And Ron DeSantis pressured Trump to move the embassy when DeSantis was in Congress and Trump was the president. Marco Rubio is another very close friend. His slogan in 2016 was New American Century. A little bit on the nose. Sounds a lot like the Project for the New American Century, which advocated for 7 regime change wars in the Middle East. And J.D. Vance has been glazing Israel nonstop since he was in contention to be the vice president. And he works for Peter Thiel, whose board, Palantir, flew out to Israel after October the 7th. J.D. Vance, who brokered the connection with David Sachs and Jacob Hellberg and all these other ones. So initially my thought was, well, they're all behind Trump, but are they really? And let's think about it even further. Why would it be necessary to have Nikki Haley rather than Trump in office right now? Isn't Trump a Zionist? Isn't that good enough? And Miriam Adelson has reluctantly supported Trump. Isn't that good enough? Well, what's going on in Israel right now? Israel recognizes that they probably will not be able to defeat Hamas anytime soon. And they don't know what to do. They're conducting more and more aggressive raids in the West Bank. They are trying to go to war with Hezbollah in South Lebanon, a war which they cannot fight on their own, but which Biden says is a red line. He would not help them. Israel is going for broke in the Middle East. Netanyahu is going for broke. 60,000 businesses have closed this year. Their economy is in peril. They are barely able to defeat Hamas. Now they're saber-rattling with Hezbollah in South Lebanon. Netanyahu's political future is in jeopardy, and Biden's withholding precision munitions. What Israel needs, what Netanyahu needs, they don't need someone that's pro-Israel in the White House. They don't need someone in the White House that said Hezbollah was smart. They don't need someone in the White House that said Netanyahu did not help us with Soleimani. They don't need someone in the White House that didn't talk about Israel in the first debate, which was a disaster for Biden, who said that actually Israel needs to wrap up their war immediately. What would be best for Israel is someone like Nikki Haley, who has a relationship with Miriam Adelson. Nikki Haley, who said about Israel, all we need to say to them is, what do they want? When do they want it? No questions asked. That's the kind of president Netanyahu needs in the White House. Netanyahu, who will visit the United States in 2 weeks and address a joint session of Congress to demand that they pressure Biden to give more aid, to release the flow of precision munitions so they can bomb Hezbollah. So is it possible? Is it possible that now that the path has been cleared, Biden is no longer a threat? They don't even really need a strong contender from the Republican side. They just need anybody, really. Is it possible that they thought to discard Trump a few days before the convention so that they could install in a completely undemocratic way amidst the chaos their perfect ally that would not question them and would absolutely support what they want to do, their real ambition, going for broke, a once and for all victory against Iran, against Hezbollah, against the Houthis, against Hamas, and against the Palestinian Authority. I think that's a very real possibility. I think those are the two most likely conspiracies. If
What do
there
you
is a
guys think in the chat?
conspiracy, and I think there is evidence that there is, based on the setup and the timing and everything that's at stake, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think that you either have an American deep state ploy to kill Trump, to make sure that Ukraine remains in contention between us and Russia, that they ultimately achieve their aspirations of NATO membership, and so that we can hang on to the fantasy of unipolarity, that we are not going to lose this war with Russia, and open up, that would open up Pandora's box with all kinds of revisionist powers making their move. And there'd be consequences for the people in the deep state if Trump gets in there. There's going to be a true regime change. That's option one. And option two is maybe the usual suspects did it because discarding Trump would have almost no downside for them. They get rid of Trump. Trump becomes a martyr, a symbol. All of his support goes behind whatever unelected selection they choose amidst the chaos in the coming days. That person never had to fight. They never had to win the vote. And they're up against a fake opponent. They become the president effectively today if it went down differently. And it would have been one of the closest allies of Miriam Adelson. Think about that. It wouldn't be Vivek, who says cut aid.
Yep. True.
It wouldn't be some other dark horse option. It would have been the closest allies of the Adelsons. It would have been the biggest cheerleaders for the embassy move and for support for Israel after October 7th. It would have been DeSantis from Florida. It would have been Nikki Haley from Boeing, Miriam Adelson's girl best friend, or Rubio, Project for a New American Century, the new neocon. Those would have been your, or J.D. Vance, even worse, Peter Thiel's guy. Curtis Yarvin becomes the dark elf king of the universe. Those would have been your options.
Yep.
And by the way, hey, and think about this. Let's say it was a CIA coup, right? Let's say it was the CIA, not Israel. Peter Thiel did an Ask Me Anything on Reddit. He did an AMA about 10 years ago. Peter Thiel, the gay billionaire, runs a security contractor for the intelligence agencies called Palantir. They provide services to the NSA, the CIA, facial recognition. They're very powerful and influential. They just won a huge contract. During an Ask Me Anything 10 years ago, somebody said, is Palantir a front for the CIA? That's the company, Palantir, named after Lord of the Rings. Named after the seeing stones in Lord of the Rings who betray their user. The all-powerful seeing stones that can see the future. Maybe that has something to do with artificial intelligence. Facial recognition. They said, is Palantir a front for the CIA? The Seeing Stone Founders Fund company, he's out of Stanford out there in Silicon Valley. And he founded PayPal. He's in the PayPal mafia with all the other founders of LinkedIn and Oracle and Facebook and you name it, and Twitter and Tesla. They said, is Palantir a front for the CIA? Peter Thiel said, no. The CIA is a front for Palantir. So
what?
It could be Marco Rubio, DeSantis, or Nikki Haley, who are all best friends of the Adelsons, and they're all the best friends of Israel, and they're all the best friends of Netanyahu. But if it was J.D. Vance is the protege of Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel paid upwards of $10 million to get J.D. Vance elected in his first political office in 2022 when he became the senator of Ohio. $10 million. And I'm sure that swayed the Trump endorsement. I actually know that story, but I'm not going to tell it here because I was admonished recently for talking too much. But so I'm not going to tell that story, but JD Vance
Nick,
got
when
$10
has that
million
ever
from
stopped you
Peter Thiel. It's like a
before?
son to Peter Thiel. They've known each other for decades. JD Vance was in the Navy, and JD Vance was at American Enterprise Institute, which promoted the Iraq War. And JD Vance was promoted by CNN and Netflix. And JD Vance voted in 2016 for Evan McMullen, a CIA agent handpicked by Bill Kristol to be a spoiler for Trump in Utah. So JD Vance, who voted for the CIA, who comes from Yale Law School, from the Navy, JD Vance, the protege of the Palantir, which is the puppet master behind the CIA, funded by Peter Thiel, he would be a breath away from the presidency had the bullet hit Trump. JD Vance, who has no business being in the Senate or being vice president, who glazed up Don Jr. and Susie Wiles and is now at the top of the list. JD Vance, who's bringing with him the national conservatives like Yoram Hazony and Josh Hawley and that whole coterie of dual citizen nationalists, Israel first,
You will like
populist
him.
conservatives. He would have been the president.
Even if you don't want to, you will not
So
be able
make
to
no
help it.
mistake about it. This was not an assassination attempt. This was a coup.
Because
This
he's
was a
genius.
failed coup. They put up their MK Ultra Manchurian candidate. They put up their mind-controlled assassin, whether it was the Palantir or the CIA or Israel, whatever. They put that person up to kill Trump so that they could control the next administration. Who has the motivation? Let's go through the names. Netanyahu, Stoltenberg, and maybe not him directly, but NATO at large, NATO, the CIA, the defense contractors, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Rubio, Vance, Thiel, they all would have an interest in Trump going down so that they could get their person in office and have complete control over the White House. There'd be no more fighting over Project 2025. There'd be no more fighting over personnel. There would be a 0% chance that this administration would be anything other than a big giveaway for the highest bidders if Trump were out of the equation.
I mean, I started telling you guys.
So
this
I
last
think,
year.
especially in light of Biden being taken out of the race, the fact that Trump is not the nominee, it's a very tight window. It was the last rally. I think it was a coup attempt to discard Trump, select a new nominee, and whoever would get in would owe them everything. And what's more, maybe Trump doesn't give Israel South Lebanon. Maybe he doesn't give them the West Bank, and maybe he gives Putin all of Eastern Ukraine. That's what this is really about. So to me, the prime culprits are Netanyahu and the CIA, or some combination of the two. But it's very much a JFK situation.
I said the CIA.
It's the same. That's the reason why it's such a conundrum to unravel the JFK assassination, because multiple people wanted him dead. It's actually the same people. The CIA wanted their war in Cuba. Israel wanted their nuclear bomb. Israel didn't want AIPAC or the Jewish agency to be registered under FARA. So who killed them? It's hard to say. I think it was Israel. I think Israel played the bigger role, but regardless, a lot of people wanted him dead. And it was over these world historical decisions that are made by the commander-in-chief about these all-important wars. And what happens in South Lebanon defines Israel for the next 50 years after their go for broke, once and for all war that is justified by October 7th. And same in Ukraine. You don't get another chance to fight Russia like this. You don't get another chance. Once Ukraine becomes a rump state, you're never joining NATO. It's over if Trump gets in. So I think that is the motivation for all of this. Of course, it goes without saying there is the possibility that it was a nut job. That's a possibility. You know, we're in this situation now where nobody believes anything. Some people say it was staged. Some people say the assassination attempt was a staged thing. It was fake blood. That's how, you know, some people are really out there. So if there is a conspiracy, that's what it is. How do we know it's a conspiracy? Well, there was a cleanup job. It should have never happened. And the timing and the enormous benefit. It would have been some shake. It would have been some deal if they were able to get somebody else in the White House. Now, it could have just been some nut job. And in that case, people are right when they say that the media's conditioned people to become violent with their hatred of Trump and of the right. I mean, that's all true. And maybe that's possible. But I think there's a high degree of confidence. I think it's very likely that this was some deep state foreign intelligence operation to coup the president right before the decision is made about who's going to beat Biden in this cycle. They realize Biden can't do it, and they realize it's over for NATO, and they realize that Trump is now in the driver's seat. And they said, maybe there's a chance we could get Nikki Haley. And when all is said and done, they win. And that's the darkest timeline that we averted. So that's sort of my theory on the whole situation. Of course, it did not happen. But now we know that people want Trump dead. And so as people have said, there's this question about what Trump should do now. Does he hunker down in Fort Mar-a-Lago? Does he have food testers? Will they try to poison him, hit him with a heart attack gun? Are they going to try and shoot him again? Obviously, the president's life is in danger. And if they want to get him, they can get him because it's very easy to kill people. Nobody realizes it, but as today has demonstrated, that's all it takes is one. If it was a nut job, one fuck up by the Secret Service or a bribe or what. I mean, even if the Secret Service is corrupt, it's that easy. So we're in for a wild ride, and there's going to be more black swan events between now and November. Things just got a lot crazier. And the country is forever altered because what happened today, and everybody recognizes it, is they tried to kill our president in front of our eyes. They tried to blow his head off on TV and say, this is what happens when you fuck with us. There will be no end to the wars. There will be no opposition to Israel. There will be no break in the regularly scheduled programming. You will get President Nikki Haley. You will get President Marco Rubio. There will be no hope. There will be no country. It's over. That was the message. And all it took was a pivot of the head, a millimeter, and they would have succeeded. But I really do believe that was God's intervention. And my hope with what has transpired today is that Trump is a changed man. And as I've said, I do think it's worth addressing. Some people have said, well, now you support Trump. Well, look, if you watch my show, there's no illusions about what I've been saying. I love Trump. I've always loved Trump. I've loved Trump from the beginning. And that's what I told him when I met him. And it's never been about him as a man. I've always revered and respected and admired him as a man. I've never for one single solitary moment been a never Trumper or have hated Trump or had a personal grievance. Go back and watch any show about Trump. What I have said for the last 5 years, for 5 years of what I said to his face, at Mar-a-Lago, and Karen Giorno can corroborate and Kanye West can corroborate this. If he's reachable, I said to his face, we are here for you. When we had dinner, people wonder what happened at the dinner. Kanye was egging me on. He said, tell him what you were telling me the other day. This was shortly after his announcement, which I railed against. I said it was a horrible speech. And I told Kanye my criticisms.
True. Thank you, Naruto.
And Ye said, tell him what you told me. And I said, well, Mr. President, I said, I think you're one of the greatest Americans that has ever lived. I said, I think you're the greatest living American today. I said, and standing here with you, I have nothing to say other than thank you and God bless you for what you've done for the country. You're the greatest American alive. And he said, no, don't be bashful. He said, oh, that's really touching, but don't be bashful. You know, what are you thinking? And I said, well, I said, if I really don't want to criticize because you've been through so much and you're the man. I said, but I said, when you criticized DeSantis a week before the midterms and everybody criticized you, I said, that is what I support. I said, because we're not here for Ronna McDaniel and we're not here for Kevin McCarthy. I said, when you put your hand up at the first debate in August 2015, I said, That is when everybody knew that you were independent. That's when everybody knew that you were willing to let the GOP lose so that America could win. I said, I want to see more of that. I said, DeSantis is out of line. You made him governor and he betrayed you. I said, and he should be punished. He should have no future in politics. I said, and the people that support you, they support you. We're Trump supporters. We're not Republicans. That was my message to him. And if you've watched my show every day since 2019, that's what I have said for the last 5 years. In 2016 and 2017, I gave him a chance. In 2018, I said, well, I'll trust the plan. But, I went out to DC in 2018 before the midterms, and I talked to people in the Trump administration. And I said, oh, hey, is four-dimensional chess happening? They looked at each other, and they put their face in their palms. And they said, oh, my gosh, no, it is not four-dimensional chess. They said, we have been with Trump since 2015. We have watched the loyalists get boxed out of the administration by the Republican Party. Yep. And now it's a total shit show. It's disorganized. He's got all the wrong people around him. It's been taken over by Johnny DeStefano and by all the worst people, Brooke Rollins. They said, we're out. We quit yesterday. I was like, wow. And then I saw things were not being done. I've criticized ever since, but it's always been that Trump can only do so much. He's the symbol. He's the leader. He's the icon. He's the man, but he needs that team around him. He has been constantly sabotaged and poisoned by Jared Kushner, by Susie Wiles, by Chris LaCivita, by Jason Miller, by the people closest to him. And that's what happened with Project 2025. And that's what happened with this green card comment. And that's what happened with his announcement in 2022. So as much as I've criticized what has gone on, I've always loved him. And the thought of him dying today absolutely breaks my heart.
The establishment.
And if that happened, it just would have shattered me. I feel like so many other people would feel the same way. This man that's been so influential and so important in our lives, especially for me as a young man,
keeps lying.
We're inextricably bound together. My destiny, my life, and the movement that he created. The idea that I would be saying anything other than absolute support today is ridiculous. And what's more, I hope
no one else is
and I pray
this, except for him,
that he's a changed man after today. And I hope he sees that the people around him truly don't give a fuck if he died. And I hope he knows that. And I hope he can see that. And I hope that's a wake-up call. That if he died today, Chris LaCivita, who was calling for the 25th Amendment, and his only message today was, get out there and vote, wouldn't give a fuck if Trump died today. They'd get right behind the next GOP person that they could sell endorsements or personnel, and fuck them.
It's only about money.
So I hope Trump knows that. I hope Trump knows there are people that would take a bullet for him. They were at greatagain.org. I hope Trump knows there are people that would take a bullet for him, and they're in Project 2025. And it's the Groypers. And it was the people that were at January 6th and Stop the Steal, not the people that sat fucking home and talked. And I was there. I was there at Lansing. I was there at Harrisburg. I was there at Phoenix. I was there at Million MAGA. I was there at all of them with my own money. I was there at January 6th. I got subpoenaed. I got put on no-fly list. I was a part of that. I was on the front lines fighting. All these people want to talk about, Nick Fuentes wasn't loyal. I was there at every single one, fighting for Trump at tremendous personal cost. It derailed my entire life. I lost everything. I was making $50,000 a month. I lost everything. All my money was confiscated. My alternative I got banned from every major platform. I got banned on every alternative platform. I got fucked over and screwed over by everybody, by Charlie Kirk, by Daily Wire, by the whole GOP. And this isn't a pity party. It's not about me, but it's to say, even after my entire life was destroyed. I still got rich. I still maintained a platform. I still had a seat at the table, and I lost it all supporting Trump. And I still supported Trump after that. I never repudiated January 6th, and I never repudiated Trump. But people want to people want to get a cheap dunk. They want to score some cheap points and say, well, you criticize Trump for disavowing Project 2025. Disavowing Project 2025 has everything to do with what took place today. It has everything to do with it.
Yep.
Because the people in Project 2025 wouldn't have let him get killed today. They wouldn't have let the Secret Service allow that to happen. Because the people at Project 2025, and this isn't like an advertisement for them, but I'm using them as an example. There's millions of people in this country that feel the same way, like that guy that called into Rush Limbaugh during Stop the Steal. There's a million people in this country that would die for Trump. There's a million people in this country that would take a bullet for him. There's a million people that would have guaranteed no one could ever do that to him. And it's not Chris LaCivita, and it's not Susie Wiles, and it's not Fat Boy J.D. Vance, who voted for Evan McMullin, or any of these other Jews that just want to get him in so he could bulldoze the West Bank for Netanyahu and keep that fucking rat in power.
So true. So true.
Anyway. So this stuff really matters. And I said it on Thursday, or was it Wednesday? In my show when I covered the second disavowal of Project 2025, and I'll reiterate it tonight, if you take nothing else away from this show, politics is not about the what. It's not about the how. It's not about the why or the when. It's about who. Politics is about who. Because when you're up against the entire world, and it's about Lebanon and Ukraine and trillions of dollars, and it's about the fate of nations and billions of people, and everybody wants to shoot you in the fucking face, it matters who's next to you at your rally. It matters who they are and what their loyalty is and whether they love America first. Because if they loved America first, they wouldn't have let that happen. And it's got nothing to do with the white paper. It's got nothing to do with the campaign website. It's got nothing to do with the polling, the what, why, when, how. Today it mattered who. And thank God that God himself intervened and made him turn his head so his brain didn't get splattered all over the bleachers, because nobody else was watching out other than the millions of people praying for him and God himself who interceded on his behalf. So we're not doing Trump any favors, by the way, by telling him that everything is okay. Everything is not okay. Everybody thought this morning, hey, let's put on the YMCA song. Hey, let's put on Proud to Be an American. Biden's going to lose. The radical left is over, and we're just going to coast to victory. It's not like that. We're in a knife fight for our country with people that want to rape and kill us. We are in a political knife fight for the future of our country. People want to instrumentalize our lives and our bodies and our kids for their benefit. That's when we say America last, that's what that means. They see us as an instrument. They see our military, which is our people and our money and our labor and our civilizational inheritance, as an instrument for their agenda. And the idea that Trump is going to get in and it's all going to be fine and it's going to be hunky-dory and the New York Times is going to like you and it's just going to be like Reagan all over again, you're wrong. We're in the thick of it. It is not over. It's never over. We are in the thick of it, and the people that want to make America work for them still recognize Trump as a threat. They still realize that they can't absolutely control Trump. That's why they tried to kill him, to get somebody that's a little bit more favorable. And the people around him conspired to do it, just like JFK. Who conspired to kill JFK? His own vice president, Lyndon
CIA.
Johnson. And people say,
Seriously?
don't attack
I didn't
Trump
know that.
because he's picking the wrong VP. I said this on Twitter yesterday. I said, how could Trump pick J.D. Vance, who was a never Trumper, when Mike Pence betrayed him after January 6th?
So real.
After Mike Pence gave us a thumbs down and didn't decline to read the votes and threw Trump under the bus and would not have protected him with the 25th Amendment or an impeachment proceeding, how could, after everything that took place, Trump choose a never Trumper to be the number 2? After today, you see that I was right. On the contrary, that's not a disloyal statement. That's a loyal statement. To put J.D. Vance, who said Trump is an idiot and a racist, J.D. Vance, who said Trump is noxious and I love Obama and I'm voting for Evan McMullin, and only came around when he needed Trump's endorsement for a seat. So, point being, everything that we've been talking about, it has everything to do with what happened today. Peter Thiel and that vast network of Jewish neo-reactionaries, Project 2025 and the personnel issue that Trump is blind to because of his advisors, the war in Israel and Netanyahu going for broke, holding on for power with this once and for all war against Iran and its proxies, because that's how they see it. And the assassination attempt today and how they badjack me, it's all connected, has everything to do with what happened today. And I hope that after today, it changes Trump. And I hope that he realizes they do want to kill him and the people around him do not care. And I hope that that allows us to get a real, unchained, unleashed Trump, more radical, more powerful, more angry than ever, because we need a Caesar. We need a Julius Caesar. We don't need a Reagan. We don't need a president. We need an American Caesar. We need one leader, one man to rein in the powerful and hold them accountable. We need a period of law and order and bring the deep state to heel to work for Americans again. Not motivated by money, motivated by nothing. I don't see who else it could be. Who else could be more uncorruptible than the man who was impeached, couped, assassinated, sued into bankruptcy, his family attacked, 80 years old? Who else has such little to lose that they could not be bribed in our money system? They'd be loyal only to their own followers and to the spirit of the country. I can think of no one else. And I just hope that this changes him. I hope that this snaps him out of whatever complacency or apathy or indifference there was, or some misplaced desire to be liked by the media or by liberals. Did you see what the media said about it? I hope he read it. CNN said that Trump was injured in an incident. It was an assassination attempt. They tried to shoot him in the fucking head on TV. And CNN said he was injured at an incident. They said he walked off stage after sound was heard. And I hope Trump reads that and realizes we are not trying to get these people to like us. So that's my take.
Old
We need
Trump
to get
needs to come back.
the real Americans around this man, because this is a real revolution. And in a real revolution, real things are at stake. And it all comes down to those little twists of fate. A lot can happen between now and November, and between November and January. And the fate of the entire world hangs in the balance. That is no exaggeration. The counter-proliferation doctrine in the Middle East, regional war between Iran and Israel, which concerns energy, with Saudi Arabia caught in the middle. Xi's final term running out at the end of this decade, and their plot to take Taiwan, and the neocons' ambition now to get rid of strategic ambiguity and defend Taiwan and enter a war with China. Their refusal to let Ukraine go, the new Cold War in South America, and all the alternative use infrastructure built up by China
If
with the
that's
Belt
what
and
you
Road
heard,
Initiative.
I have no perception except you're a
Our
legitimate
porous
retard.
border through which God knows who
That's
is coming
retarded.
through during this period of global conflict and instability. The fate of the world hangs in the balance, and it all comes down to who our president will be by the end of it and what kind of a guy he's going to be. So it's just an unbelievable state of affairs. Truly hard to comprehend the complexity of it all and the enormity of what's in front of us. So that's the story. I think that's just about everything. So we'll see what happens. It'll be very interesting to see what happens at this convention. Republican convention's in 2 days. I will be at the convention. Well, I don't know if I'm going to go now. I don't want to get shot in the face or anything. Maybe
He's
I'll
going to go?
But honest to God, it's like after Trump, like, you know, I don't have any Secret Service protection and like, so I don't know. Today I'm like, should I go to the RNC? Now I'm like, yeah, you know, maybe I'll just stay home behind bulletproof glass.
That might be better.
But I will be covering, regardless if I go, if I don't go, I'm definitely not going to announce it anymore.
No.
But I will be covering the RNC on Monday through Thursday is the Republican convention. We'll be doing wall-to-wall coverage of it here on my Rumble channel. So follow me. I'm going to take a look. We might read super chats. We might not. I feel like it's in poor taste. You know, usually the super chats are so silly and funny, and I feel like that's just inappropriate for today. So maybe I'll read some of the big ones.
No, I'm not.
And then
going.
I will
I'm not going. No.
save the little ones
I was
for
going to, and
Monday,
then I
because we'll have a lot of time to read them on Monday. But I'll read some of the big ones and the nice ones. I'm going to filter out any of the gross ones because this is a very, very big day. And, you know, if you're not emotionally touched by this, you're just not a real believer. You know, I hope people can recognize at this point that this is, for me and for the people in this movement, this is about something bigger than all of us. And it's not for the sake of participating in something that is bigger. This is about America. This is about God. Yeah. This is about the European civilization that served as a vessel for the gospel for thousands of years, that evangelized the world. Life is beautiful. For the first time, maybe in human history, life is not so brutal and nasty and ugly. We live in a beautiful world. We really do live in a good world. And we're on the precipice of all of that being taken away. All of that is being mortgaged. It's being covered in a shroud of darkness. The pillars of it are being smashed and destroyed. And people have no idea what will come crumbling down on top of them. And Trump represents that so fully. I don't think he perfectly instantiates it always with some of the things that go on in the campaign. And, you know, I have my criticisms, but he's become such a symbol and an icon of hope itself and of the country. And it's not idolization, but God does appoint leaders over the people, and he is obviously one of them. And so if you're not touched by the image of him getting up and raising his fist bloodied in front of the flag, yelling to fight, that was his first instinct. I said the other day, men shouldn't cry, but if that doesn't bring you to tears, you're not a real human being. You're not a real American. And notice who was silent. And this is nothing petty. This is very important. Notice who was silent today. When Israel was under attack on October 7th, everybody broke the Sabbath to say, give them hell. When our leader was shot in the face, silence from Ben Shapiro, from Jordan Peterson.
Seriously?
Not important. Not important enough.
Wow. They said
Fuck
nothing?
them. Un-American.
Well,
Un-American. Tonight is a night for Americans. Fuck them. And all these Israel firsters on Shabbat, they're going to take a break to tweet in favor of a genocide. Go and give them hell. Kill them all. Our president was killed, almost, in front of the flag, bloodied, but undeterred, raising a fist, commanding us to fight. Silence. They can burn in hell. Just like the traitors that put Christ up on the cross. It's unbelievable. Unbelievably un-American. They can never live that down. They cannot, should not ever live that down. Anybody that did anything other than talk about this today should not ever live this down. Because you're just not with our country. Anyway, so that's that. Intense show. My voice is gone from such a long week doing the show, but that's my take. Okay, we could take a breath now. Unbelievable day. I still can't believe it. It every time I start to think about it, it just makes me emotional. The idea of that happening, like, I don't know about you guys, but I saw it and I was immediately moved. So I just thank God he's okay. In spite of, all the politics, all the bullshit. But this is when it puts things in perspective about what matters and who's really with us. So thank God in heaven that Donald Trump is okay. So it's a huge sigh of relief, but still a profound sense of uneasiness.
They're starting to blame the Groypers for this on Twitter.
It's a different world now.
Wow.
Something has changed. A threshold has been crossed. It was bad. People knew that. Tensions were high. The country was polarized. They took a shot at the guy. It will never be the same after today. So God help our country. Pray to God for our country. Pray to God for our children, for the people. And this is a good country, and it's being killed by very evil people. So you just have to pray for deliverance that we'll be able to see this through. Because as today demonstrated, we are only going to make it out with God's intercession. Can't count on our own reason. Can't count on our own abilities. If Trump didn't turn his head, his head would be off of his body. Act of God. That's the only... When we say through Jesus, the impossible becomes possible, when I say that the devil's clever, it's only through God who's more powerful, that's what I'm talking about. That is the power of God that is on our side. That's the thing they can't beat. They put up a guy to kill Trump. It was over. It was over. And then Trump turned his head, and now it's not. And that's the power of God. That's the power of prayer. Never forget that. No amount of cleverness, no amount of scheming, no amount of education, and thinking you're the man and pride will save you in that situation. When a bullet flies past your head, that's God. So anyway, but that's that. We're gonna read some of these super chats, then I'm gonna get out of here.
Guys, if you wanna continue watching Nick read the super chats, I want to encourage that. But definitely follow him on Rumble, follow him on Cozy. I think he's only streaming on Rumble right now. But the reality is I've been streaming for over 6 hours. I've been covering this literally since it happened, because it happened right as I went live for Socialism Saturday. I want to thank everyone for allowing me to preempt Socialism Saturday for tonight. But of course, I think I realized, as soon as I went live and everyone's like, Trump got shot, and I was like, trying to figure out what to do about this. I think everyone realized that we needed to preempt Socialism Saturday for tonight, but we'll be watching the video on Monday probably. So we will still, we'll still be able to do our socialism content, but I'm tired. And I want to thank everyone for spending some time with me. If you're new to the channel, I hope you stick around. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you mount the like button. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to me on Rumble too. I'm thinking of starting some Rumble exclusive content. So make sure you find me over there. It's just my name, just like everything else. So I am going to take my leave of tonight. And as a reminder, I usually do not stream on Sundays. I'm not planning on streaming tomorrow. We will be doing movie night in the supporter Discord tomorrow. You can join the supporter Discord by heading over to carlin.substack.com. Link in the description below. Signing up for $8 a month, $80 a year. I will be sending out the link to the Discord tomorrow. We will be watching Glory at 8 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And isn't this all crazy? Anyway, guys, I love and appreciate you all. I hope everyone, I hope everyone has a little bit more appreciation for their loved ones tonight. Hug your loved ones close, because you just never know, I guess, what could happen. And, You know, I mean, the whole thing is just crazy. So I think stuff like this tends to wake people up and just like, you know, be appreciative for what you have, be safe, be smart, all those things. And tomorrow is another day. So I appreciate you all. Take care, and we'll see you soon. Bye.